The branches are facing away from the enemy. Tank runs into the chopped end of the tree, tries to push it along. But the branches snag against the trees you left standing. Pretty soon, that tank is trying to push 2 or 3 trees over. Then 4 or 5. Can't be done. Even a big tank like an Abrams can't do it. 1,500 horsepower gas turbine on it, 63 tons. It's gonna stall when it's trying to push all those trees over. Even if they ship the big Russian tanks in against us, it can't be done. That's an abatis, Reacher. Use the power of nature against them. They can't get through those damn trees. That's for sure. Soviets used it against Hitler, Kursk, the Second World War. An old commie trick. Now we're turning it around against them. What about infantry? Reacher said. Tanks won't come alone. They'll have infantry right there with them. They'll just skip ahead and dynamite the trees. Fowler grinned. They'll try, he said. Then they'll stop trying. We've got machine gun positions 50 yards north of the abatisses. We'll cut 'em to pieces. The cautious woman came back out of the kitchen carrying a tray. She put it down on the table in front of Reacher. Eggs, bacon, fried potatoes, beans, all on an enamel plate. A metal pint mug of steaming coffee. Cheap flatware. Enjoy, she said. Thank you, Reacher said. I don't get coffee, Fowler said. The cautious woman pointed to the back. Help yourself, she said. Fowler tried a man-to-man look at Reacher and got up. Reacher kept on looking blank. Fowler walked back to the kitchen and ducked in the door. The woman watched him go and laid a hand on Reacher's arm. I need to talk to you, she whispered. Find me after lights out tonight. I'll meet you outside the kitchen door, okay? Talk to me now, Reacher whispered back. I could be gone by then. You've got to help us, the woman whispered. Then Fowler came back out into the hall, and the woman's eyes clouded with terror. She straightened up and hurried away. There were 6 bolts through each of the long tubes in the bed frame. 2 of them secured the mesh panel which held up the mattress. Then there were 2 at each end, fixing the long tube to the right-angle flanges attached to the legs. She had studied the construction for a long time, and she had spotted an improvement. She could leave one flange bolted to one end. It would stand out like a rigid right-angled hook. Better than separating the flange and then jamming it into the open end. More strength. But it still left her with 6 bolts. She would have to take the flange off the leg. An improvement, but not a shortcut. She worked fast. No reason to believe Jackson would fail, but his odds had just worsened. Worsened dramatically. Next to the mess hall were the dormitories. There were 4 large buildings, all of them immaculate and deserted. 2 of them were designated as barracks for single men and single women. The other 2 were subdivided by plywood partitions. Families lived there, the adults in pairs in small cubicles behind the partitions, the children in an open dormitory area. Their beds were 3/4-size iron cots, lined up in neat rows. There were half-size footlockers at the ends of the cots. No drawings on the walls, no toys. The only decor was a tourist poster from Washington, D.C. It was an aerial photograph taken from the north on a sunny spring day, with the White House in the right foreground, the mall in the middle, and the Capitol end on to the left. It was framed in plastic, and the tourist message had been covered over with paper, and a new title had been hand-lettered in its place. The new title read, "This is Your Enemy." "Where are all the kids right now?" Reacher asked. "In school," Fowler said. "Winter, they use the mess hall. Summer, they're out in the woods." "What do they learn?" Reacher asked. Fowler shrugged. "Stuff they need to know," he said. "Who decides what they need to know?" Reacher asked. "Bo," Fowler said. "He decides everything." "So what has he decided they need to know?" Reacher asked. "He studied it pretty carefully," Fowler said. "Comes down to the Bible, the Constitution, history, physical training, woodsmanship, hunting, weapons." "Who teaches him all that stuff?" Reacher asked. The women, Fowler replied. The kids happy here? Reacher asked. Fowler shrugged again. They're not here to be happy, he said. They're here to survive. The next hut was empty, apart from another computer terminal, standing alone on a desk in a corner. Reacher could see a big keyboard lock fastened to it. I guess this is our Treasury Department, Fowler said. All our funds are in the Caymans. We need some. We use that computer to send it anywhere we want. How much you got? Reacher asked. Fowler smiled like a conspirator. Shitloads, he said. 20 million in bearer bonds. Less what we've spent already. But we got plenty left. Don't you worry about us getting short. Stolen? Reacher asked. Fowler shook his head and grinned. Captured, he said, from the enemy. 20 million. The final two buildings were storehouses. One stood in line with the last dormitory, the other was set some distance away. Fowler led Reacher into the nearer shed. It was crammed with supplies. One wall was lined with huge plastic drums filled with water. Beans, bullets, and bandages, Fowler said. That's Bo's motto. Sooner or later, we're going to face a siege, that's for damn sure. And it's pretty obvious the first thing the government's going to do, right? They're going to fire artillery shells armed with plague germs into the lake which feeds our water system. So we've stockpiled drinking water, 24,000 gallons. That was the first priority. Then we got canned food, enough for 2 years. Not enough if we get a lot of people coming in to join us, but it's a good start. The storage shed was crammed. One floor-to-ceiling bay was packed with clothing. Familiar olive fatigues, camouflage jackets, boots, all washed and pressed in some army laundry, packed up and sold off by the bale. You want some? Fowler asked. Reacher was about to move on, but then he glanced down at what he was wearing. He had been wearing it continuously since Monday morning, 3 days solid. It hadn't been the best gear to start with, and it hadn't improved with age. Okay, he said. The biggest sizes were at the bottom of the pile. Fowler heaved and shoved and dragged out a pair of pants, a shirt, a jacket. Reacher ignored the shiny boots. He liked his own shoes better. He stripped and dressed, hopping from foot to foot on the bare wooden floor. He did up the shirt buttons and shrugged into the jacket. The fit felt good enough. He didn't look for a mirror. He knew what he looked like in fatigues. He'd spent enough years wearing them. Next to the door, there were medical supplies ranged on shelves. Trauma kits, plasma, antibiotics, bandages, all efficiently laid out for easy access. Neat piles with plenty of space between. Borkin had clearly rehearsed his people in rushing around and grabbing equipment and administering emergency treatment. Beans and bandages, Reacher said. What about the bullets? Fowler nodded toward the distant shed. That's the armory, he said. I'll show you. The armory was bigger than the other storage shed. Huge lock on the door. It held more weaponry than Reacher could remember seeing in a long time. Hundreds of rifles and machine guns in neat rows, the stink of fresh gun oil everywhere. Floor-to-ceiling stacks of ammo boxes, familiar wooden crates of grenades, shelves full of handguns. Nothing heavier than an infantryman could carry, but it was still a hell of an impressive sight. The 2 bolts securing the mesh base were the easiest. They were smaller than the others. The big bolts holding the frame together took all the strain. The mesh base just rested in there. The bolts holding it down were not structural. They could have been left out altogether, and the bed would have worked just the same. She flaked and scraped the paint back to the bare metal, heated the bolt heads with the towel. Then she pulled the rubber tip off her crutch and bent the end of the aluminum tube into an oval. She used the strength in her fingers to crush the oval tight over the head of the bolt, used the handle to turn the whole of the crutch like a giant socket wrench. It slipped off the bolt. She cursed quietly and used one hand to crush it tighter. Turned her hand and the crutch together as a unit. The bolt moved. There was a beaten earth path leading out north from the ring of wooden buildings. Fowler walked Reacher down it. It led to a shooting range. The range was a long, flat alley, painstakingly cleared of trees and brush. It was silent and unoccupied. It was only 20 yards wide, but over a half-mile long. There was matting laid at one end for the shooters to lie on, and far in the distance, Reacher could see the targets. He set off on a slow stroll toward them. They looked like standard military-issue plywood cutouts of running, crouching soldiers. The design dated right back to the Second World War. The crude screen printing depicted a German infantryman with a coal scuttle helmet and a savage snarl. But as he got closer, Reacher could see these particular targets had crude painted additions of their own. They had new badges daubed on the chests in yellow paint. Each new badge had 3 letters. 4 targets had FBI. 4 had ATF. The targets were staggered backwards over distances ranging from 300 yards right back to the full 800. The nearer targets were peppered with bullet holes. Everybody has to hit the 300-yard targets, Fowler said. It's a requirement of citizenship here. Reacher shrugged, wasn't impressed. 300 yards was no kind of a big deal. He kept on strolling down the half-mile. The 400-yard targets were damaged, the 500-yard boards less so. Reacher counted 18 hits at 600 yards, 7 at 700, and just 2 at the full 800. How old are these boards? He asked. Fowler shrugged. A month, he said, maybe 2. We're working on it. You better, Reacher said. We don't figure to be shooting at distance, Fowler replied. Bo's guess is the UN forces will come at night, when they think we're resting up. He figures they might succeed in penetrating our perimeter to some degree, maybe by a half-mile or so. I don't think they will, but Bo's a cautious guy, and he's the one with the responsibility. So our tactics are going to be nighttime outflanking maneuvers, and circle the UN penetration in the forest and mow it down with crossfire. Up close and personal, right? That training's going pretty well. We can move fast and quiet in the dark. No lights, no sound, no problem at all. Reacher looked at the forest and thought about the wall of ammunition he'd seen. He thought about Borken's boast, impregnable. Thought about the problems an army faces fighting committed guerrillas in difficult terrain. Nothing is ever really impregnable, but the casualties in taking this place were going to be spectacular. This morning, Fowler said, I hope you weren't upset. Reacher just looked at him. About Loader, I mean, Fowler said. Reacher shrugged, thought to himself, it saved me a job of work. We need tough discipline, Fowler said. All new nations go through a phase like this. Harsh rules, tough discipline. Bo's made a study of it. Right now it's very important. But it can be upsetting, I guess. It's you should be upset, Reacher said. You heard of Joseph Stalin? Fowler nodded. Soviet dictator, he said. Right, Reacher said. He used to do that. Do what? Fowler asked. Eliminate potential rivals, Reacher said, on trumped-up charges. Fowler shook his head. The charges were fair, he said. Loader made mistakes. Reacher shrugged. Not really, he said. He did a reasonable job. Fowler looked away. You'll be next, Reacher said. You should watch your back. Sooner or later, you'll find you've made some kind of a mistake. We go back a long way, Fowler said, Bo and me. So did Bo and Loader, right? Reacher said. Stevie'll be okay. He's no threat, too dumb. But you should think about it. You'll be next. Fowler made no reply, just looked away again. They walked together back down the grassy half-mile, took another beaten track north. They stepped off the path to allow a long column of children to file past. They were marching in pairs, boys and girls together, with a woman in fatigues at the head of the line and another at the tail. The children were dressed in cut-down military surplus gear, and they were all carrying tall staffs in their right hands. Their faces were blank and acquiescent. The girls had untrimmed straight hair, and the boys had rough haircuts done with bowls and blunt shears. Reacher stood and watched them pass. They stared straight ahead as they walked. None of them risked a sideways glance at him. The new path ran uphill through a thin belt of trees and came out on a flat area 50 yards long and 50 yards wide. It had been leveled by hand. Discarded field stone had been painted white and laid at intervals around the edge. It was quiet and deserted. "Our parade ground," Fowler said sourly. Reacher nodded and scanned around. To the north and west, the high mountains. To the east, thick virgin forest. South, he could see over the distant town, across belts of trees, to the fractured ravines beyond. A cold wind lifted his new jacket and grabbed at his shirt, and he shivered. The bigger bolts were much harder, much more contact area, metal to metal, much more paint to scrape, much more force required to turn them. The more force she used, the more the crushed end of the crutch was liable to slip off. She took off her shoe and used it to hammer the end into shape. She bent and folded the soft aluminum around the head of the bolt. Then she clamped it tight with her fingers. Clamped until the slim tendons in her arm stood out like ropes and sweat ran down her face. Then she turned the crutch, holding her breath, waiting to see which would give first, the grip of her fingers or the grip of the bolt. The wind grabbing at Reacher's shirt also carried some faint sounds to him. He glanced at Fowler and turned to face the western edge of the parade ground. He could hear men moving in the trees. A line of men bursting out of the forest. They crashed out of the trees, 6 men line abreast, automatic rifles at the slope. Camouflage fatigues, beards. The same 6 guards who had stood in front of the judge's bench that morning. Borkin's personal detail. Reacher scanned across the line of faces. The younger guy with the scar was at the left-hand end of the line. Jackson, the FBI plant. They paused and reset their course, rushed across the leveled ground toward Reacher. As they approached, Fowler stood back, leaving Reacher looking like an isolated target. 5 of the men fanned out into a loose arc, 5 rifles aimed at Reacher's chest. The 6th man stepped up in front of Fowler. No salute, but there was a deference in his stance which was more or less the same thing. "Bo wants this guy back," the soldier said. "Something real urgent." Fowler nodded. "Take him," he said. "He's beginning to piss me off." The rifle muzzles jerked Reacher into a rough formation, and the 6 men hustled him south through the thin belt of trees, moving fast. They passed through the shooting range and followed the beaten earth path back to the bastion. They turned west and walked past the armory and on into the forest toward the command hut. Reacher lengthened his stride and sped up, pulled ahead, let his foot hit a root and went down heavily on the stones. The first guy to him was Jackson. Reacher saw the scarred forehead. He grabbed Reacher's arm. "Mole in Chicago," Reacher breathed. "On your feet, asshole!" Jackson shouted back. "Hide out and run for tonight," Reacher whispered. "Maximum care, okay?" Jackson glanced at him and replied with a squeeze of his arm. Then he pulled him up and shoved him ahead down the path into the smaller clearing. Bo Borkin was framed in his command hut doorway. He was dressed in huge baggy camouflage fatigues, dirty and disheveled, like he'd been working hard. He stared at Reacher as he approached. "I see we gave you new clothes," he said. Reacher nodded. "So let me apologize for my own appearance," Borkin said. "Busy day." "Fowler told me," Reacher said. "You've been building abattisses." "Abattisses?" Borkin said. "Right." Then he went quiet. Reacher saw his big white hands opening and closing. "Your mission is canceled," Borkin said quietly. "It is?" Reacher said. "Why?" Borkin eased his bulk down out of the doorway and stepped close. Reacher's gaze was fixed on his blazing eyes, and he never saw the blow coming. Borkin hit him in the stomach, a big hard fist on the end of 400 pounds of body weight. Reacher went down like a tree, and Borkin smashed a foot into his back. Chapter 28. His name is Jackson, Webster said. How long has he been in there? Milosevic said. Nearly a year, Webster said. 11 o'clock in the morning, Thursday, July 3rd, inside Peterson. The section head at Quantico was faxing material over from Andrews down the Air Force's own secure fax network as fast as the machines could handle it. Milosevic and Brogan were pulling it off the machines and passing it to Webster and McGraw for analysis. On the other side of the table, General Johnson and his aide were scanning a map of the northwest corner of Montana. "You got people undercover in all these groups?" Johnson asked. Webster shook his head and smiled. "Not all of them," he said. "Too many groups, not enough people. I think we just got lucky." "I didn't know we had people in this one," Brogan said. Webster was still smiling. "Lots of things lots of people don't know," he said. "Safer that way, right?" "So what is this Jackson guy saying?" Brogan asked. "Does he mention Hawley?" Johnson asked. "Does he mention what the hell this is all about?" Milosevic asked. Webster blew out his cheeks and waved his hand at the stack of curling fax paper. McGraw was busy sifting through it. He was separating the paper into two piles, one pile for routine stuff, the other pile for important intelligence. The routine pile was bigger. The important intelligence was sketchy. "Analysis, Mac?" Webster said. McGraw shrugged. "Up to a point, pretty much normal," he said. Johnson stared at him. "Normal?" he said. Webster nodded. "This is normal," he said. "We got these militia groups all over the country, which is why we can't cover them all. Too damn many. Our last count was way over 400 groups, all 50 states. Most of them are just amateur wackos, but some of them we consider pretty serious anti-government terrorists." "This bunch?" Johnson asked. McGraw looked at him. "This bunch is totally serious," he said. 100 people, hidden out in the forest, very well armed, very well organized, very self-contained. Very well funded, too. Jackson has reported mail fraud, phony bank drafts, a little low-grade counterfeiting. Probably armed robbery as well. The feeling is they stole $20 million in bearer bonds, armored car heist up in the north of California. And, of course, they're selling videos and books and manuals to the rest of the wackos' mail order. Big boom industry right now, and naturally they decline to pay income tax or license their vehicles or anything else that might cost them anything." "Effectively, they control York County," Webster said. "How is that possible?" Johnson asked. "Because nobody else does," Webster said. "You ever been up there? I haven't. Jackson says the whole place is abandoned. Everything pulled out a long time ago. He says there's just a couple dozen citizens still around, spread out over miles of empty territory. Bankrupt ranchers, leftover miners, old folk. No effective county government. Borkin just eased his way in and took it over." "He's calling it an experiment," McGraw said. "A prototype for a brand new nation." Johnson nodded blankly. "But what about Holly?" he said. Webster stacked the paper and laid his hand on it. "He doesn't mention her," he said. "His last call was Monday, the day she was grabbed up. They were building a prison. We have to assume it was for her." "This guy calls in," Brogan said. "By radio?" Webster nodded. "He's got a transmitter concealed in the forest," he said. "He wanders off when he can, calls in. That's why it's all so erratic. He's been averaging one call a week. He's pretty inexperienced, and he's been told to be cautious. We assume he's under surveillance. Brave new world up there, that's for damn sure." "Can we call him?" Milosevic asked. "You're kidding," Webster said. "We just sit and wait." "Who does he report to?" Brogan asked. "Resident agent at Butte, Montana," Webster said. "So what do we do?" Johnson asked. Webster shrugged. The room went quiet. Right now, nothing, he said. We need a position. The room stayed quiet, and Webster just looked hard at Johnson. It was a look between one government man and another, and it said, "You know how it is." Johnson stared back for a long time, expressionless. Then his head moved through a fractional nod. Just enough to say, "For the moment, I know how it is." Johnson's aide coughed into the silence. "We've got missiles north of York," he said. "They're moving south right now, on their way back here. 20 grunts, 100 stingers, 5 trucks. They'll be heading straight through York any time now. Can we use them?" Brogan shook his head. "Against the law," he said. "Military can't participate in law enforcement." Webster ignored him and glanced at Johnson and waited. They were his men, and Holly was his daughter. The answer was better coming straight from him. There was a silence, and then Johnson shook his head. "No," he said. "We need time to plan." The aide spread his hands wide. "We can plan," he said. "We've got radio contact, ground to ground. We should go for it, General." "Against the law," Brogan said again. Johnson made no reply. He was thinking hard. McGraw riffled through the pile of paper and pulled the sheet about the dynamite packing Holly's prison walls. He held it face down on the shiny table. But Johnson shook his head again. "No," he said again. 20 men against 100? They're not frontline troops. They're not infantry. And their stingers won't help us. I assume these terrorists don't have an air force, right? No, we wait. Bring the missile unit right back here, fastest. No engagement." The aide shrugged, and McGraw slipped the dynamite report back into the pile. Webster looked around and slapped both palms lightly on the tabletop. "I'm going back to D.C., he said. "Gotta get a position." Johnson shrugged his shoulders. He knew nothing could start without a trip back to D.C. to get a position. Webster turned to McGraw. "You 3 move up to Butte," he said. "Get settled in the office there. If this guy Jackson calls, put him on maximum alert. eaten by a bear. And even if you didn't, you're still a month away from Montana. South, we'd shoot you. The border is crawling with guards. You wouldn't stand a chance." "The road is blocked?" Holly asked. The woman smiled. "We blew the bridge," she said. "There is no road. Not anymore." "When?" Holly asked her. "We drove in." "Just now," the woman said. "You didn't hear it?" "I guess you wouldn't. Not with these walls." "So how does Reacher get sent out?" Holly asked. "He's supposed to be carrying some sort of a message." The woman smiled again. "That plan has changed," she said. "Mission canceled. He's not going." "Why not?" Holly asked. The woman looked straight at her. "We found out what happened to Peter Bell," she said. Holly went quiet. "Reacher killed him," the woman said. "Suffocated him. In North Dakota. We were just informed. But I expect you know all about it, right?" Holly stared at her. She thought, Reacher's in big trouble. She saw him, handcuffed and alone somewhere. "How did you find out?" she asked quietly. The woman shrugged. "We have a lot of friends," she said. Holly kept on staring at her. She thought, "The mole. They know we were in North Dakota. Takes a map and a ruler to figure out where we are now." She saw computer keyboards clicking and Jackson's name scrolling up on a dozen screens. "What's going to happen to Reacher?" she asked. "A life for a life," the woman said. "That's the rule here. Same for your friend Reacher as for anybody else." "But what's going to happen to him?" Holly asked again. The woman laughed. "Doesn't take much imagination," she said. "Or maybe it does. I don't expect it's going to be anything real simple." Holly shook her head. "It was self-defense," she said. "The guy was trying to rape me." The woman looked at her scornfully. "So how is that self-defense?" she said. "Wasn't trying to rape him, was he? And you were probably asking for it anyhow." "What?" Holly said. "Shaking your tail at him," the woman said. "We know all about smart little city bitches like you. Poor old Peter never stood a chance." Holly just stared at her. Then she glanced at the door. "Where's Reacher now?" she asked. "No idea," the woman said. "Chained to a tree somewhere, I guess." Then she grinned. "But I know where he's going," she said. "The parade ground. That's where they usually do that sort of stuff. We're all ordered up there to watch the fun." Holly stared at her. Then she swallowed. Then she nodded. "Will you help me with this bed?" she asked. "Something wrong with it." The woman paused. Then she followed her over. "What's wrong with it?" she asked. Holly pulled the blanket back and heaved the mattress onto the floor. "The bolts seem a little loose," she said. "Where?" the woman said. "Here," Holly said. She used both hands on the long tube, whipped it upward and spun, and smashed it like a blunt spear into the side of the woman's head. The flange hit her like a metal fist. Skin tore, and a neat rectangle of bone punched deep into her brain, and she bounced off the mattress and was dead before she hit the floor. Holly stepped carefully over the tray of lunch and limped calmly toward the open door. Chapter 30. Harland Webster got back to the Hoover Building from Colorado at 3 o'clock Thursday afternoon, East Coast time. He went straight to his office suite and checked his messages. Then he buzzed his secretary. "Car," he said. He went down in his private elevator to the garage and met his driver. They walked over to the limousine and got in. "White House," Webster said. "You seeing the president, sir?" the driver asked, surprised. Webster scowled forward at the back of the guy's head. He wasn't seeing the president. He didn't see the president very often. He didn't need reminding of that, especially not by a damn driver sounding all surprised that there even was such a possibility. "Attorney General," he said. "White House is where she is right now." His driver nodded silently. cursed himself for opening his big mouth, drove on smoothly and unobtrusively. The distance between the Hoover Building and the White House was exactly 1,600 yards, less than a mile, not even far enough to click over the little number in the speedometer on the limousine's dash. It would have been quicker to walk, and cheaper. Firing up the cold V8 and hauling all that bulletproof plating 1,600 yards really ate up the gas. But the director couldn't walk anywhere. The theory was he'd get assassinated. Fact was, there were probably about 8 people in the city who would recognize him. Just another D.C. guy in a gray suit and a quiet tie. Anonymous. Another reason old Webster was never in the best of tempers, his driver thought. Webster knew the Attorney General pretty well. She was his boss, but his familiarity with her did not come from their face-to-face meetings. It came instead from the background checks the Bureau had run prior to her confirmation. Webster probably knew more about her than anybody else on Earth did. Her parents and friends and ex-colleagues all knew their own separate perspectives. Webster had put all of those together, and he knew the whole picture. Her bureau file took up as much disk space as a short novel. Nothing at all in the file made him dislike her. She had been a lawyer, faintly radical at the start of her career, built up a decent practice, grabbed a judgeship, never annoyed the law enforcement community, without ever becoming a rabid, foaming-at-the-mouth pain in the ass. An ideal appointment, sailed through her confirmation with no problem at all. Since then, she had proved to be a good boss and a great ally. Her name was Ruth Rosen. And the only problem Webster had with her was that she was 12 years younger than him, very good-looking, and a whole lot more famous than he was. His appointment was for 4 o'clock. He found Rosen alone in a small room, 2 floors and 8 Secret Service agents away from the Oval Office. She greeted him with a strained smile and an urgent inclination of her elegant head. "Holly?" she asked. He nodded. He gave her the spread, top to bottom. She listened hard and ended up pale, with her lips clamped tight. "We totally sure this is where she is?" she asked. He nodded again. "Sure as we can be," he said. "Okay," she said. "Wait there, will you?" She left the small room. Webster waited. 10 minutes, then 20, then a half hour. He paced. He gazed out of the window. He opened the door and glanced out into the corridor. A Secret Service man glanced back at him. Took a pace forward. Webster shook his head in answer to the question the guy hadn't asked and closed the door again. Just sat down and waited. Ruth Rosen was gone an hour. She came back in and closed the door. Then she just stood there, a yard inside the small room, pale, breathing hard, some kind of shock on her face. She said nothing. Just let it dawn on him that there was some kind of a big problem happening. "What?" he asked. "I'm out of the loop on this," she said. "What?" he asked again. "They took me out of the loop," she said. "My reactions were wrong. Dexter is handling it from here." "Dexter?" he repeated. Dexter was the President's White House Chief of Staff, a political fixer from the old school, as hard as a nail and half as sentimental. But he was the main reason the President was sitting there in the Oval Office with a big majority of the popular vote. "I'm very sorry, Harland," Ruth Rosen said. "He'll be here in a minute." He nodded sourly, and she went back out the door and left him to wait again. The relationship between the rest of the FBI and the field office in Butte, Montana, is similar to the relationship between Moscow and Siberia, proverbially speaking. It's a standard bureau joke. Screw up, the joke goes, and you'll be working out of Butte tomorrow. Like some kind of an internal exile. Like KGB foul-ups were supposedly sent out to write parking tickets in Siberia. But on that Thursday, July 3rd, the field office in Butte felt like the center of the universe for McGraw and Milosevic and Brogan. It felt like the most desirable posting in the world. None of the three had ever been there before. Not on business, not on vacation. None of them would have ever considered going there. But now they were peering out of the Air Force helicopter like kids on their way to the Magic Kingdom. They were looking at the landscape below and swiveling their gaze northwest toward where they knew York County was hiding under the distant hazy mist. The resident agent at Butte was a competent Bureau veteran, still reeling after a personal call from Harland Webster direct from the Hoover Building. His instructions were to drive the 3 Chicago agents to his office, brief them on the way, get them installed, rent them a couple of Jeeps, and then get the hell out and stay the hell out until further notice. So he was waiting at the Silver Bow County Airport when the dirty black Air Force chopper clattered in. He piled the agents into his government Buick and blasted back north to town. "Distances are big around here," he said to McGraw. "Don't ever forget that. We're still 240 miles shy of York. On our roads, that's 4 hours, absolute minimum. Me, I'd get some mobile units and move up a lot closer. Basing yourselves down here won't help you much, not if things start to turn bad up there." McGraw nodded. "You hear from Jackson again?" he asked. "Not since Monday," the resident agent said. "The dynamite thing." "Next time he calls, he speaks to me, okay?" McGraw said. The Butte guy nodded, fished one-handed in his pocket while he drove, pulled out a small radio receiver. McGraw took it from him, put it into his own pocket. "Be my guest," the Butte guy said. "I'm on vacation. Webster's orders. But don't hold your breath. Jackson doesn't call often. He's very cautious." The field office was just a single room, second floor of a 2-floor municipal building. A desk, 2 chairs, a computer, a big map of Montana on the wall, a lot of filing space, and a ringing telephone. McGraw answered it. He listened and grunted, hung up and waited for the resident agent to take the hint. "Okay, I'm gone," the old guy said. "Silver-bowed Jeep will bring you a couple of vehicles over. Anything else you guys need?" "Privacy," Brogan said. The old guy nodded and glanced around his office. Then he was gone. "Air Force has put a couple of spy planes up there," McGraw said. "Satellite gear is coming in by road. The general and his aide are coming here. Looks like they're going to be our guests for the duration. Can't really argue with that, right?" Milosevic was studying the map on the wall. "Wouldn't want to argue with that," he said. "We're going to need some favors. You guys ever seen a worse-looking place?" McGraw and Brogan joined him in front of the map. Milosevic's finger was planted on York. Ferocious green and brown terrain boiled all around it. 4,000 square miles, Milosevic said. 1 road and 1 track. "They chose a good spot," Brogan said. "I spoke with the president," Dexter said. He sat back and paused. Webster stared at him. "What the hell else would he have been doing? Pruning the rose garden?" Dexter was staring back. He was a small guy, burned up, dark, twisted, the way a person gets to look after spending every minute of every day figuring every possible angle. "And?" Webster said. "There are 66 million gun owners in this country," Dexter said. "So?" Webster asked. "Our analysts think they all share certain basic sympathies," Dexter said. "What analysts?" Webster said. "What sympathies?" "There was a poll," Dexter said. "Did we send you a copy? 1 adult in 5 would be willing to take up arms against the government, if strictly necessary." "So?" Webster asked again. "There was another poll," Dexter said. "A simple question, to be answered intuitively, from the gut. Who's in the right, the government or the militias?" "And?" Webster said. 12 million Americans sided with the militias," Dexter said. Webster stared at him, waited for the message. "So," Dexter said, "somewhere between 12 and 66 million voters." "What about them?" Webster asked. "And where are they?" Dexter asked back. "You won't find many of them in D.C. or New York or Boston or L.A. It's a skewed sample. Some places they're a tiny minority. They look like weirdos. But other places they're a majority. Other places they're absolutely normal, Harland." "So?" he said. Some places, they control counties, Dexter said. Even states. Webster stared at him. God's sake, Dexter, this isn't politics, he said. This is Holly. Dexter paused and glanced around the small White House room. It was painted a subtle off-white. It had been painted and repainted that same subtle color every few years, while presidents came and went. He smiled a connoisseur's smile. Unfortunately, everything's politics, he said. This is Holly, Webster said again. Dexter shook his head. Just a slight movement. This is emotion, he said. Think about innocent little emotional words, like patriot, resistance, crush, underground, struggle, oppression, individual, distrust, rebel, revolt, revolution, rights. There's a certain majesty to those words, don't you think? In an American context? Webster shook his head doggedly. Nothing majestic about kidnapping women, he said. Nothing majestic about illegal weapons, illegal armies, stolen dynamite. This isn't politics. Dexter shook his head again, the same slight movement. Things have a way of becoming politics, he said. Think about Ruby Ridge. Think about Waco, Harland. That wasn't politics, right? But it became politics pretty damn soon. We hurt ourselves with maybe 66 million voters there. And we were real dumb about it. Big reactions are what these people want. They figure that harsh reprisals will upset people, bring more people into their fold. And we gave them big reactions. We fueled their fire. We made it look like big government was just about itching to crush the little guy. The room went silent. The polls say we need a better approach, Dexter said. And we're trying to find one. We're trying real hard. So how would it look if the White House stopped trying just because it happens to be Holly who's involved? And right now, the 4th of July weekend. Don't you understand anything? Think about it, Harland. Think about the reaction. Think about words like vindictive, self-interested, revenge, personal. Words like that, Harland. Think about what words like those are going to do to our poll numbers. Webster stared at him. The off-white walls crushed in on him. This is about Holly, for God's sake, he said. This is not about poll numbers. And what about the general? Has the president said all this to him? Dexter shook his head. I've said it all to him, he said, personally. 12 times. He's been calling every hour on the hour. Webster thought now the president won't even take Johnson's calls anymore. Dexter has really fixed him. And? He asked. Dexter shrugged. I think he understands the principle, he said. But naturally his judgment is kind of colored right now. He's not a happy man. Webster lapsed into silence, started thinking hard. He was a smart enough bureaucrat to know if you can't beat 'em, you join 'em. You force yourself to think like they think. But busting her out could do you good, he said. A lot of good. It would look tough, decisive, loyal, no nonsense. Could be advantageous. In the polls. Dexter nodded. I totally agree with you, he said. But it's a gamble, right? A real big gamble. A quick victory is good. A foul-up is a disaster. A big gamble, with big poll numbers at stake. And right now, I'm doubting if you can get the quick victory. Right now, you're half-cocked. So right now, my money would be on the foul-up. Webster stared at him. Hey, no offense, Harland, Dexter said. I'm paid to think like this, right? So what the hell are you saying here? Webster asked him. I need to move the hostage rescue team into place right now. No, Dexter said. No, Webster repeated incredulously. Dexter shook his head. Permission denied, he said. For the time being. Webster just stared at him. I need a position, he said. The room stayed silent. Then Dexter spoke to a spot on the off-white wall, a yard to the left of Webster's chair. You remain in personal command of the situation, he said. Holiday weekend starts tomorrow. Come talk to me Monday, if there's still a problem." "There's a problem now," Webster said, "and I'm talking to you now." Dexter shook his head again. "No, you're not," he said. "We didn't meet today, and I didn't speak with the president today. We didn't know anything about it today. Tell us all about it on Monday, Harland, if there's still a problem." Webster just sat there. He was a smart enough guy. But right then, he couldn't figure if he was being handed the deal of a lifetime or a suicide pill. Johnson and his aide arrived in Butte an hour later. They came in the same way, Air Force helicopter from Peterson up to Silver Bow County Airport. Milosevic took an air-to-ground call as they were on approach and went out to meet them in a 2-year-old Grand Cherokee supplied by the local dealership. Nobody spoke on the short ride back to town. Milosevic just drove, and the 2 military men bent over charts and maps from a large leather case the aide was carrying. They passed them back and forth and nodded, as if further comment was unnecessary. The upstairs room in the municipal building was suddenly crowded. 5 men, 2 chairs. The only window faced southeast over the street. The wrong direction. The 5 men were instinctively glancing at the blank wall opposite. Through that wall was Holly, 240 miles away. "We're going to have to move up there," General Johnson said. His aide nodded. "No good staying here," he said. McGraw had made a decision. He had promised himself he wouldn't fight turf wars with these guys. His agent was Johnson's daughter. He understood the old guy's feelings. He wasn't going to squander time and energy proving who was boss, and he needed the old guy's help. "We need to share facilities," he said, "just for the time being." There was a short silence. The general nodded slowly. He knew enough about Washington to decode those 5 words with a fair degree of accuracy. "I don't have many facilities available," he said in turn. "It's the holiday weekend. Exactly 75% of the U.S. Army is on leave." Silence. McGraw's turn to do the decoding and the slow nodding. "No authorization to cancel leave?" he asked. The general shook his head. "I just spoke with Dexter," he said, "and Dexter just spoke with the president. Feeling was this thing is on hold until Monday." The crowded room went silent. The guy's daughter was in trouble, and the White House fixer was playing politics. "Webster got the same story," McGraw said. "Can't even bring the hostage rescue team up here yet. Time being, we're on our own, the 3 of us." The general nodded to McGraw. It was a personal gesture, individual to individual, and it said, "We've leveled with each other, and we both know what humiliation that cost us. And we both know we appreciate it." "But there's no harm in being prepared," the general said. "Like the little guy suspects, the military is comfortable with secret maneuvers. I'm calling in a few private favors that Mr. Dexter need never know about." The silence in the room eased. McGraw looked a question at him. "There's a mobile command post already on its way," the general said. He took a large chart from his aide and spread it out on the desk. "We're going to rendezvous right here," he said. He had his finger on a spot northwest of the last habitation in Montana short of York. It was a wide curve on the road leading into the county, about 6 miles shy of the bridge over the ravine. "The satellite trucks are heading straight there," he said. "I figure we move in, set up the command post, and seal off the road behind us." McGraw stood still, looking down at the map. He knew that to agree was to hand over total control to the military. He knew that to disagree was to play petty games with his agent and this man's daughter. Then he saw that the general's finger was resting a half-inch south of a much better location. A little farther north, the road narrowed dramatically. It straightened to give a clear view north and south. The terrain tightened. A better site for a roadblock. A better site for a command post. He was amazed that the general hadn't spotted it. Then he was flooded with gratitude. The general had spotted it, but he was leaving room for McGraw to point it out. He was leaving room for give and take. He didn't want total control. "I would prefer this place," McGraw said. He tapped the northerly location with a pencil. The general pretended to study it. His aide pretended to be impressed. "Good thinking," the general said. "We'll revise the rendezvous." McGraw smiled. He knew damn well the trucks were already heading for that exact spot. Probably already there. The general grinned back. The ritual dance was completed. "What can the spy plane show us?" Brogan asked. "Everything," the general's aide said. "Wait until you see the pictures. The camera on those babies are unbelievable." "I don't like it," McGraw said. "It's going to make them nervous." The aide shook his head. "They won't even know they're there," he said. "We're using 2 of them, flying straight lines, east to west and west to east. They're 37,000 feet up. Nobody on the ground is even going to be aware of them." "That's 7 miles up," Brogan said. "How can they see anything from that sort of height?" "Good cameras," the aide said. 7 miles is nothing. They'll show you a cigarette pack lying on the sidewalk from 7 miles. The whole thing is automatic. The guys up there hit a button, and the camera tracks whatever it's supposed to track. Just keeps pointing at the spot in the ground you choose, transmitting high-quality video by satellite, then you turn around and come back, and the camera swivels around and does it all again." "Undetectable?" McGraw asked. "They look like airliners," the aide said. "You look up and you see a tiny little vapor trail and you think it's TWA on the way somewhere. You don't think it's the Air Force checking whether you polished your shoes this morning, right?" 7 miles, you'll see the hairs on their heads," Johnson said. "What do you think we spent all those defense dollars on? Crop dusters?" McGraw nodded. He felt naked. Time being, he had nothing to offer except a couple of rental jeeps 2 years old waiting at the sidewalk. "We're getting a profile on this Borkin guy," he said. "Shrinks at Quantico are working it up now." "We found Jack Reacher's old CO, Johnson said. "He's doing desk duty in the Pentagon. He'll join us. Give us the spread." McGraw nodded. "Forewarned is forearmed," he said. The telephone rang. Johnson's aide picked it up. He was the nearest. "When are we leaving?" Brogan asked. McGraw noticed he had asked Johnson direct. "Right now, I guess," Johnson said. "The Air Force will fly us up there. Save 6 hours on the road, right?" The aide hung up the phone. He looked like he'd been kicked in the gut. "The missile unit," he said. "We lost radio contact, north of York." Chapter 31. Holly paused in the corridor, smiled. The woman had left her weapon propped against the wall outside the door. That had been the delay. She had used the key, put the tray on the floor, unslung her weapon, propped it against the wall, and picked up the tray again before nudging open the door. She swapped the iron tube for the gun. Not a weapon she had used before, not one she wanted to use now. It was a tiny submachine gun, an Ingram MAC-10, obsolete military issue. Obsolete for a reason. Holly's class at Quantico had laughed about it. They called it the phone booth gun. It was so inaccurate you had to be in a phone booth with your guy to be sure of hitting him. A grim joke. And it fired way too quickly. 1,000 rounds per minute. One touch on the trigger and the magazine was empty. But it was a better weapon than part of an old iron bed frame. She checked the magazine. It was full, 30 shells. The chamber was clean. She clicked the trigger and watched the mechanism move. The gun worked as well as it was ever going to. She smacked the magazine back into position, straightened the canvas strap, and slung it tight over her shoulder. Clicked the cocking handle to the fire position and closed her hand around the grip, took a firm hold on her crutch, and eased to the top of the stairs. She stood still and waited, listened hard. No sound. She went down the stairs slowly, a step at a time, the Ingram out in front of her. At the bottom, she waited and listened again. No sound. She crossed the lobby and arrived at the doors, eased them open and looked outside. The street was deserted, but it was wide. It looked like a huge city boulevard to her. To reach safety on the other side was going to take her minutes. Minutes out there in the open, exposed to the mountain slopes above. She estimated the distance, breathed hard, and gripped her crutch. jabbed the Ingram forward, breathed hard again, and took off at a lurching run, jamming the crutch down, leaping ahead with her good leg, swinging the gun left and right to cover both approaches. She threw herself at the mound in front of the ruined county office, scrabbled north around behind it, and fought through grabbing undergrowth. Entered the forest parallel to the main track but 30 yards from it, leaned on a tree and bent double, gasping with exertion and fear and exhilaration. This was the real thing. This was what the whole of her life had led her to. She could hear her father's war stories in her head, the jungles of Vietnam, the breathless fear of being hunted in the green undergrowth, the triumph of each safe step, of each yard gained. She saw the faces of the tough, quiet men she had known on the bases as a child, the instructors at Quantico. She felt the disappointment of her posting to a safe desk in Chicago. All the training wasted because of who she was. Now it was different. She straightened up, took a deep breath, then another. She felt her genes boiling through her. Before, they'd felt like resented intruders. Now they felt arms. Borkin waved a bloated arm, and Fowler used the chain to drag Reacher up toward the front of the gathering. The guards seized his arms and shoulders, and he was turned and maneuvered, so he was left standing next to the box, suddenly isolated, facing the crowd. "We all know why we're here," Borkin called out to them. She had no idea how far she had come. It felt like miles, hundreds of feet uphill, but she was still deep in the woods. The main track was still 40 yards south on her left. She felt the minutes ticking away and her panic rising. She gripped the crutch and moved on northwest again as fast as she dared. Then she saw a building ahead of her, a wooden hut visible through the trees. The undergrowth petered out into stony shale. She crept to the edge of the wood and stopped, listened hard over the roar of her breathing. Heard nothing. She gripped the crutch and raised the Ingram tight against the strap, limped across the shale to the corner of the hut, looked out and around. It was the clearing where they had arrived the night before, a wide circular space, stony, ringed with huts. Deserted, quiet, the absolute silence of a recently abandoned place. She came out from behind the hut and limped to the center of the clearing, pirouetting on her crutch, jabbing the Ingram in a wide circle, covering the trees on the perimeter. Nothing. Nobody there. She saw two paths, one running west, a wider track running north. She swung north and headed back into the cover of the trees. She forgot all about trying to stay quiet and raced north as fast as she could move. "We all know why we're here," Borkin called out again. The orderly crowd shuffled, and a wave of whispering rose to the trees. Reacher scanned the faces. He saw Stevie in the front rank, a chromium star through his breast pocket. Little Stevie was an officer. Next to Stevie, he saw Joseph Ray. Then he realized Jackson was not there. No scarred forehead. He double-checked, scanned everywhere. No sign of him anywhere on the parade ground. He clamped his teeth to stop a smile. Jackson was hiding out. Holly might still make it. She saw him. She stared out of the forest over 100 heads and saw him standing next to Borkin. His arms were cuffed behind him. He was scanning the crowd, nothing in his face. She heard Borkin say, "We all know why we're here." She thought, "Yes, I know why I'm here. I know exactly why I'm here." She looked left and right. 100 people, rifles, machine guns, pistols, grenades. Borkin on the box with his arms raised, Reacher helpless beside him. She stood in the trees, heart thumping, staring. Then she took a deep breath, set the Ingram to the single-shot position, and fired into the air. Burst out of the trees, fired again and again. 3 shots into the air, 3 bullets gone, 27 left in the magazine. She clicked the Ingram back to full auto and moved into the crowd, parting it in front of her with slow, menacing sweeps of her gun hand. She was one woman moving slowly through a crowd of 100 people. They parted warily around her. Then, as she passed them by, they unslung their weapons and cocked them and leveled them at her back. A wave of loud mechanical noises trailed behind her like a slow tide. By the time she reached the front rank, she had 100 loaded weapons trained on her from behind. "Don't shoot her!" Borkin screamed. "That's an order! Nobody fire!" He jumped down off the box, panic in his face. He raised his arms out wide and danced desperately around her, shielding her body with his huge bulk. Nobody fired. She limped away from him and turned to face the crowd. "Hell are you doing?" Borkin screamed at her. "You think you can shoot 100 people with that little pop gun?" Holly shook her head. "No," she said quietly. Then she reversed the Ingram and held it to her chest. "But I can shoot myself," she said. Chapter 32. The crowd was silent. Their breathing was swallowed up by the awesome mountain silence. Everybody was staring at Holly. She was holding the Ingram reversed, the muzzle jammed into a spot above her heart, thumb backward on the trigger, tensed. Borkin's bloated face was greased with panic. His huge frame was shaking and trembling. He was hopping around next to his upturned box, staring wide-eyed at her. She was looking back at him calmly.
"I'm a hostage, right?" she said to him. "Important to them, important to you, because of who I am. All kinds of importance to all kinds of people. You expect them to do stuff to keep me alive. So now it's your turn. Let's talk about what stuff you're prepared to do to keep me alive."
Borkin saw her glance at Reacher.
"You don't understand," he screamed at her, wild urgency in his voice. "I'm not going to kill this guy. This guy stays alive. The situation has changed." "Changed how?" she asked calmly. "I'm commuting his sentence," Borkin said, still panic in his voice. "That's why we're here. I was just going to announce it. We know who he is. We just found out. We were just informed. He was in the Army, Major Jack Reacher. He's a hero. He won the Silver Star." "So?" Holly asked. "He saved a bunch of Marines," Borkin said urgently. "In Beirut, ordinary fighting men. He pulled them out of a burning bunker. Marines will never attack us while he's here. Never. So I'm going to use him as another hostage. He's good insurance against the damn Marines. I need him."
She stared at him. Reacher stared at him.
"His sentence is commuted," Borkin said again. 5 years on punishment detail, that's all. Nothing else. No question about it. I need him alive."
He stared at her with a salesman's beam like the problem was solved. She stared back and forth between him and Reacher. Reacher was watching the crowd. The crowd was angry. The circus had left town before the performance. Reacher felt like they had all taken a step toward him. They were testing Borkin's power over them. Holly glanced at him, fear in her eyes, nodded to him, an imperceptible movement of her head. She would be safe, she was saying, whatever happened. Her identity protected her like an invisible magic cloak. Reacher nodded back. Without turning around, he judged the distance to the trees behind him, maybe 20 feet. Shove Fowler at the front rank, drag the chain, sprint like hell. He might be in the trees before anybody could aim a weapon. 20 feet, standing start, using the momentum of shouldering Fowler away to help him, maybe 4 or 5 strides, maybe 3 seconds, maybe 4. In the trees, he would stand a chance against the bullets. He imagined them smacking into the trunks either side of him as he ran and dodged. A forest is a fugitive's best friend. It takes a lot of luck to hit a guy running through trees. He shifted his weight and felt his hamstrings tighten, felt the flood of adrenaline, fight or flight. But then Borkin flung his arms wide again, held them out like an angel's wings, and used the awesome power of his eyes on his people. "I have made my decision," he called. "Do you understand?" There was a long pause. It went on for seconds. Then 100 heads snapped back. "Yes, sir," 100 voices yelled. "Do you understand?" he called again. 100 heads snapped back again. "Yes, sir," 100 voices yelled. 5 years on punishment detail," Borkin called. "But only if he can prove who he is. We are informed this man is the only non-Marine in history to win the Marine sniper competition. We are told this man can put 6 bullets through a silver dollar 1,000 yards away. So I'm going to shoot against him. 800 yards. If he wins, he lives. If he loses, he dies. Do you understand?" 100 heads snapped back. "Yes, sir." 100 Suppose you were some cop and you came to me for a warrant. Webster could see the president's face reflected in the thick glass. It was just a pink smudge. Okay, sir. Suppose I was, he said. What have you got? The president asked him. And what haven't you got? You don't even know for sure Holly's there at all. You've got an undercover asset in place, and he hasn't confirmed it to you. You're guessing is all. And these missiles? The Army has lost radio contact. Could be temporary. Could be any number of reasons for that. Your undercover guy hasn't mentioned them. He could be experiencing difficulties, sir, Webster said, and he's been told to be cautious. He doesn't call in with a running commentary. He's undercover, right? He can't just disappear into the forest any old time he wants to. The president nodded. The pink smudge in the glass moved up and down. There was a measure of sympathy there. We understand that, Harland, he said. We really do. But we have to assume that with matters of this magnitude, he's going to make a big effort, right? But you've heard nothing. So you're giving us nothing but speculation. Webster spread his hands, spoke directly to the back of the guy's head. Sir, this is a big deal, he said. They're arming themselves. They've taken a hostage. They're talking about secession from the Union. The president nodded. Don't you understand? That's the problem, he said. If this were about 3 weirdos in a hut in the woods with a bomb, we'd send you in there right away. But it isn't. This could lead to the biggest constitutional crisis since 1860. So you agree with me, Webster said. You're taking them seriously. The president shook his head. Sadly, like he was upset but not surprised, Webster didn't get the point. No, he said, we're not taking them seriously. That's what makes this whole thing so damn difficult. They're a bunch of deluded idiots, seeing plots everywhere, conspiracies, muttering about independence for their scrubby little patch of worthless real estate. But the question is, how should a mature democratic nation react to that? Should it massacre them all, Harland? Is that how a mature nation reacts? Should it unleash deadly force against a few deluded idiot citizens? We spent a generation condemning the Soviets for doing that. Are we going to do the same thing? They're criminals, sir, Webster said. Yes, they are, the president agreed patiently. They're counterfeiters, they own illegal weapons, they don't pay federal taxes, they foment racial hatred, maybe they even robbed an armored car. But those are details, Harland. The broad picture is they're disgruntled citizens. And how do we respond to that? We encourage disgruntled citizens in Eastern Europe to stand up and declare their nationhood, right? So how do we deal with our own disgruntled citizens, Harland? Declare war on them? Webster clamped his jaw. He felt adrift, like the thick carpets and the quiet paint and the unfamiliar scented air inside the Oval Office were choking him. They're criminals, he said again. It was all he could think of to say. The president nodded, still a measure of sympathy. Yes, they are, he agreed again. But look at the broad picture, Harland. Look at their main offense. Their main offense is they hate their government. If we deal with them harshly for that, we could face a crisis. Like we said, there are maybe 60 million Americans ready to be tipped over the edge. This administration is very aware of that, Harland. This administration is going to tread very carefully. But what about Holly? He asked. You can't just sacrifice her. There was a long silence. The president kept his chair turned away. I can't react because of her either, he said quietly. I can't allow myself to make this personal. Don't you see that? A personal, emotional, angry response would be wrong. It would be a bad mistake. I have to wait and think. I've talked it over with the general. We've talked for hours. Frankly, Harland, he's pissed at me. And again, frankly, I don't blame him. He's just about my oldest friend, and he's pissed at me. So don't talk to me about sacrifice, Harland.
because sacrifice is what this office is all about. You put the greater good in front of friendship, in front of all your own interests. You do it all the time. It's what being president means." There was another long silence. "So what are you saying to me, Mr. President?" Webster asked. Another long silence. "I'm not saying anything to you," the president said. "I'm saying you're in personal command of the situation. I'm saying come see Mr. Dexter Monday morning if there's still a problem." Nobody waited in the car, too restless for that. They got out into the chill mountain air and milled aimlessly around. Johnson and his aides strolled north with the driver and looked at the proposed location for the command post. McGraw and Brogan and Milosevic kept themselves apart as a threesome. McGraw smoked, lost in thought. Time to time, he would duck back into the Army Chevrolet and use the car phone. He called the Montana State Police, the power company, the phone company, the Forest Service. Brogan and Milosevic strolled north. They found an armored vehicle, not a tank, some kind of a personnel carrier. There were the officer who had met them with the car and maybe 8 soldiers near it. Big, silent men, pitching tents on the shoulder in the lee of the rocks. Brogan and Milosevic nodded a greeting to them and strolled back south. They rejoined McGraw and waited. Within 40 minutes, they all heard the faint roar of heavy diesels far to the south. The noise built and then burst around the curve. There was a small convoy of trucks, big boxy vehicles mounted high on exaggerated drive trains, big wheels, huge tires, axles grinding around. They roared nearer, moving slow in low gear. The officer from the car ran to meet them, pointed them up to where he wanted them. They roared slowly past and stopped 2 abreast in the road where it straightened into the rock cutting. There were 4 vehicles, black and green camouflage, rolls of netting on the flanks, stenciled numbers and big single stars in white. The front 2 trucks bristled with antennas and small dishes. The rear 2 were accommodations. Each vehicle had hydraulic jacks at each corner. The drivers lowered the jacks and the weight came up off the tires. The jacks pushed against the camber of the road and leveled the floors. Then the engines cut off and the loud diesel roaring died into the mountain silence. The 4 drivers vaulted down. They ran to the rear of their trucks and opened the doors, reached in and folded down short aluminum ladders, went up inside and flicked switches. The 4 interiors lit up with green light. The drivers came back out, regrouped, and saluted the officer. "All yours, sir," the point man said. The officer nodded, pointed to the Chevy. "Drive back in that," he said, "and forget you were ever here." The point man saluted again. "Understood, sir," he said. The 4 drivers walked to the Chevy. Their boots were loud in the silence. They got in the car and fired it up, turned in the road, and disappeared south. Back in his office, Webster found the Borkin profile on his desk and a visitor waiting for him. Green uniform under a khaki trench coat, maybe 60-65, iron gray stubble on part of his head, battered brown leather briefcase under his arm, battered canvas suit carrier on the floor at his feet. "I understand you need to talk to me," the guy said. "I'm General Garber. I was Jack Reacher's CO for a number of years." Webster nodded. "I'm going to Montana," he said. "You can talk to me there." "We anticipated that," Garber said. "If the Bureau can fly us out to Kalispell, the Air Force will take us on the rest of the way by helicopter." Webster nodded again, buzzed through to his secretary. She was off duty. "Shit," Webster said. "My driver is waiting," Garber said. "He'll take us out to Andrews." Webster called ahead from the car, and the Bureau Lear was waiting ready. 20 minutes after leaving the White House, Webster was in the air, heading west over the
legs out and folded his hands behind his head, crossed his ankles, and smiled.
"You gotta stand on the square," Ray said.
Reacher looked at him. He had said, "Believe me, I know tanks." So he had been a soldier, a grunt in a motorized unit, probably a loader, maybe a driver.
"Stand up," Ray said.
Give a grunt a task, and what's the thing he's most afraid of? Getting chewed out by an officer for failing to do it, that's what.
"Stand up, damn it," Ray said.
So either he doesn't fail, or if he does, he conceals it. No grunt in the history of the world has ever just gone to his officer and said, "I couldn't do it, sir."
"I'm telling you to stand up, Reacher," Ray said quietly.
If he fails, he keeps it a big secret. Much better that way. "You want me to stand up?" Reacher asked.
"Yeah, stand up," Ray said.
Reacher shook his head. "You're gonna have to make me, Joe," he said. Ray was thinking about it. It was a reasonably slow thought process. Its progress was visible in his body language. First the Glock came up. Then it went back down. Shooting at the prisoner was its own admission of failure. It was the same thing as saying, "I couldn't make him do it, sir." Then he glanced at his hands, glanced across at Reacher, glanced away. Unarmed combat was rejected. He stood there in a fog of indecision. "Where did you serve?" Reacher asked him. Ray shrugged.
"Here and there," he said.
"Like where and where?" Reacher asked.
"I was in Germany twice," Ray said, "and I was in Desert Storm."
"Driver?" Reacher asked.
"Loader," Ray answered.
Reacher nodded. "You boys did a good job," he said. "I was in Desert Storm. I saw what you boys did." Ray nodded. He took the opening, like Reacher knew he would. "If you can't let them beat you, you let them join you." Ray moved casually to his left and sat down on the floor, back against the door, Glock resting against his thigh. He nodded again.
"We whooped them," he said.
"You sure did," Reacher said. "You whooped them real good. So, Germany in the desert. You liked it there?"
"Not much,"
Ray said. "You like their systems?" Reacher asked.
"What systems?"
Ray asked back. "Their governments," Reacher said. "Their laws, their liberties, all that stuff." Ray looked mystified.
"Never noticed," he said. "Never paid any attention."
"So how do you know they're better than ours?" Reacher asked.
"Who says they're better?"
Ray said. "You do," Reacher said. "Last night you were telling me how bad it is here in America. Gotta be better everywhere else, right?" Ray shook his head.
"I never told you that," he said.
"So is it, or isn't it?" Reacher asked.
"I don't know," Ray said. "Probably. A lot of things wrong with America."
Reacher nodded. "A lot of things," he said. "I agree with you. But I'll tell you something. It's better in America than every place else. I know because I've been every place else. Every place else is worse. A lot worse. Lot of things wrong in America, but plenty more things wrong every place else. You guys should think about that." Ray looked across through the gloom.
"You think we're wrong?"
he asked. Reacher nodded. "I know you're wrong," he said. "For certain. All that stuff you were telling me is bullshit. All of it. It's not happening."
"It is happening," Ray said. "Bo says so."
"Think about it, Joe," Reacher said. "You were in the service. You saw how it all operated. You think those guys could organize all that stuff and keep it a secret? They ever even give you a pair of boots the right size?" Ray laughed.
"Not hardly," he said.
"Right," Reacher said. "So if they can't organize your damn boots, how can they organize all this other stuff Bo is talking about? What about these transmitters hidden in all the new cars? You think Detroit can do all that stuff? They'd be recalling them all because they didn't work right. You a gambling man, Joe?"
"Why?" he asked.
"What are the odds?" Reacher said.
Against they could organize a huge, massive conspiracy like that and keep it all a secret for years and years. A slow smile spread across Ray's face, and Reacher saw that he was losing. Like talking to the wall. Like teaching a chimpanzee to read. "But they haven't kept it a secret," Ray said triumphantly. "We found out about it. I told you, Beau's got the proof. He's got the documents. It's not a secret at all. That's why we're here. Beau's right, no doubt about it. He's a smart guy." Reacher closed his eyes and sighed. "You better hope so," he said. "He's gonna need to be." "He's a smart guy," Ray said again. "And he's got staying power. He's putting us all together. There were a dozen groups up here. Their leaders quit and left. All their people came and joined Beau because they trust him. He's a smart guy, Reacher, and he's our only hope left. You won't change anybody's mind about him. You can forget about that. Far as we're concerned, we love him, and we trust him to do right." "What about Jackson?" Reacher asked. "You think he did right about that?" Ray shrugged. "Jackson was a spy," he said. "Shit like that happens. Beau's studied the history. It happened in 1776, right? Redcoats had spies all over. We hanged them then just the same. Plenty of old ladies back east got old oak trees in their front yards, famous for being where they strung up the redcoat spies. Some of them charge you $1.50 just to take a look at them. I know, I went there once." "What time is lights out here?" Reacher asked. 10 o'clock, Ray said. "Why?" Reacher paused, stared at him, thought back over their conversation, gazed at his lean, mobile face, looked into his crazy eyes, burning deep under his brow. "I gotta be someplace else after lights out," Reacher said. Ray laughed again. "And you think I'm gonna let you?" he said. Reacher nodded. "If you want to live," he said. Ray lifted the pistol off his thigh and pointed it one-handed at Reacher's head. "I'm the one got the gun here," he said. "You wouldn't live to pull the trigger," Reacher said. "Trigger's right here," Ray said. "You're all the way over there." Reacher waved him a listen-up gesture, leaned forward and spoke quietly. "I'm not really supposed to tell you this," he said. "But we were warned we'd meet a few guys smarter than the average, and we're authorized to explain a couple of things to them if the operational circumstances make it advisable." "What circumstances?" Ray asked. "What things?" "You were right," Reacher said. "Most of the things you said are correct. A couple of inaccuracies. But we spread a little disinformation here and there." "What are you talking about?" Ray asked. Reacher lowered his voice to a whisper. "I'm World Army," he said, "commander of the advance party. I've got 5,000 UN troops in the forest. Russians mostly, a few Chinese. We've been watching you on the satellite surveillance. Right now, we've got an X-ray camera on this hut. There's a laser beam pointed at your head. Part of the SDI technology." "You're kidding," Ray said. Reacher shook his head, deadly serious. "You were right about the microchips," he said. "Look at this." He stood up slowly and pulled his shirt up to his chest, turned slightly so Ray could see the huge scar on his stomach. "Bigger than the modern ones," he said. "The latest ones go in with no mess at all, the ones we put in the babies. But these old ones work just the same. The satellites know where I am at all times, like you said. You start to pull that trigger, the laser blows your head off." Ray's eyes were burning. He looked away from Reacher's scar and glanced nervously up at the roof. "Suis pas américain," Reacher said. "Suis un soldat français, agent de gouvernement mondial depuis plusieurs années, parti en mission clandestine il y a 2 mois. Il faut évaluer l'élément de risque que votre bande représente par ici." He spoke as fast as he could and ended up sounding exactly like an educated Parisian woman, exactly like he recalled his dead mother sounding.
Ray nodded slowly. You foreign? He asked. French, Reacher said. We operate international brigades. I said I'm here to check out the degree of risk you people represent to us. I saw you shooting, Ray said. I spotted it. 1,000 yards. Guided by satellite, Reacher said. I told you, SDI technology through the microchip. We can all shoot 2 miles. Perfect score every time. Christ, Ray said. I need to be out in the open at 10 o'clock, Reacher said. It's a safety procedure. You got a wife here? Ray nodded. What about kids? Reacher asked. Any of these kids yours? Ray nodded again. Sure, he said. 2 boys. If I'm not out by 10, they all die, Reacher said. If I get taken prisoner, the whole place gets incinerated. Can't afford for my microchip to get captured. I told them you guys wouldn't understand how it works, but my chief said some of you could be smarter than I thought. Looks like my chief was right. Ray nodded proudly, and Reacher checked his watch. It's 7:30, right? He said. I'm going to sleep 2.5 hours. The satellite will wake me at 10 exactly. You wait and see. He lay back down on the floor and curled his arm under his head, set the alarm in his head for 2 minutes to 10, said to himself, Don't let it fail me tonight. Chapter 35. I refuse to believe it, General Garber said. He's involved, Webster said in reply. That's for damn sure. We got the pictures clear as day. Garber shook his head. I was promoted lieutenant 40 years ago, he said. Now I'm a 3-star general. I've commanded thousands of men, tens of thousands. Got to know most of them well. And out of all of them, Jack Reacher is the single least likely man to be involved in a thing like this. Garber was sitting ramrod straight at the table in the mobile command post. He had shed his khaki raincoat to reveal an old creased uniform jacket. It was a jacket which bore the accumulated prizes of a lifetime of service. It was studded with badges and ribbons. It was the jacket of a man who had served 40 years without ever making a single mistake. Johnson was watching him carefully. Garber's grizzled old head was still. His eyes were calm. His hands were laid comfortably on the table. His voice was firm but quiet, definite, like he was being asked to defend the proposition that the sky was blue and the grass was green. Show the general the pictures, Mac, Webster said. McGraw nodded and opened his envelope, slid the 4 stills over the table to Garber. Garber held each one up in turn, tilted to catch the green light from the overhead. Johnson was watching his eyes. He was waiting for the flicker of doubt, then the flicker of resignation. He saw neither. These are open to interpretation, Garber said. His voice was still calm. Johnson heard an officer loyally defending a favored subordinate. Webster and McGraw heard a policeman of sorts expressing a doubt. They figured 40 years' service had bought the guy the right to be heard. Interpretation how? Webster asked. 4 isolated moments out of a sequence, Garber said. They could be telling us the wrong story. Webster leaned over and pointed at the first still. He's grabbing her stuff, he said. Plain as day, General. Garber shook his head. There was silence, just electronic hum throughout the vehicle. Johnson saw a flicker of doubt. But it was in McGraw's eyes, not Garber's. Then Brogan rattled his way up the ladder, ducked his head into the truck. Surveillance tapes, Chief, he said. We've been reviewing the stuff the planes got earlier. You should come see it. He ducked out again, and the 4 men glanced at each other and got up, walked the short distance through the cold evening to the satellite truck and up the ladder. Milosevic was in shirt sleeves, bathed in the blue light from a bank of video screens. He shuttled a tape back and pressed play. 4 screens lit up with a perfect clear overhead view of a tiny town. The quality of the picture was magnificent, like a perfect movie picture, except filmed vertically downward, not horizontal. York, Milosevic said. The old courthouse bottom right. Now watch. He hit fast wind and watched the counter, slowed the tape, and hit play again. "This is 1.25 miles away," he said. "The camera tracked northwest. There's a parade ground and this rifle range." The camera had zoomed out for a wide view of the area. There were 2 clearings with huts to the south and a flat parade ground to the north. In between was a long, narrow scar in the undergrowth, maybe a half-mile long and 20 yards wide. The camera zoomed right out for a moment to establish the scale, then it tightened in on a crowd at the eastern end of the range. Then it tightened farther to a small knot of people standing on some brown matting. There were 4 men clearly visible, and 1 woman. General Johnson gasped and stared at his daughter. "When was this?" he asked. "A few hours ago," Milosevic said. "She's alive and well." He froze the picture and tapped his fingernail 4 times on the glass. "Reacher," he said. "Stevie Stewart. We figure this one is Odell Fowler, and the fat guy is Bo Borkin. Matches his file photo from California." Then he hit play again. The camera held steady on the matting, from 7 miles up in the sky. Borkin pressed his bulk to the floor and lay motionless. Then a silent puff of dust was seen under the muzzle of his rifle. "They're shooting a little over 800 yards, Milosevic looking around them. The area was covered in virgin forest. It ran rampant up and down the mountainsides. Most places the vegetation was so dense a man could barely squeeze between the tree trunks. But the green stain to the east of York was a national forest, owned and operated by the Forest Service. The green stain showed a web of threads running through it. Those threads were Forest Service tracks. "I can get my people here in 4 hours," Webster said. "The hostage rescue team. On my own initiative if it comes to it." Johnson nodded. "They can walk right through the woods," he said. "Probably drive right through." Webster nodded. "We called the forest guys," he said. "They're bringing us a detailed plan." "Perfect," Johnson said. "If things turn bad, you call your team in, send them direct to Eureka. We'll all make a little noise on the southern flank, and they muscle in straight through from the east." Webster nodded again. The contingency plan was made. Until the National Forest guy came up the short aluminum ladder into the command post. McGraw brought him inside with Milosevic and Brogan. Webster made the introductions, and Johnson asked the questions. Straight away, the forest guy started shaking his head. "Those tracks don't exist," he said. "At least most of them don't." Johnson pointed to the map. "They're right here," he said. The forest guy shrugged. He had a thick book of topographical plans under his arm. He opened it up to the correct page, laid it over the map. The scale was much larger, but it was obvious the web of threads was a different shape. "Mapmakers know there are tracks," the guy said, "so they just show 'em any old place." "Okay," Johnson said. "We'll use your maps." The forest guy shook his head. "These are wrong, too," he said. "They might have been right at some stage, but they're wrong now. We spent years closing off most of these tracks. Had to stop the bear hunters getting in. Environmentalists made us do it. We bulldozed tons of dirt into the openings of most of the through tracks, ripped up a lot of the others. They'll be totally overgrown by now." "Okay, so which tracks are closed?" Webster asked. He had turned the plan and was studying it. "We don't know," the guy said. "We didn't keep very accurate records, just sent the bulldozers out. We caught a lot of guys closing the wrong tracks because they were nearer, or not closing them at all, because that was easier. The whole thing was a mess." "So is there any way through?" Johnson asked. The forest guy shrugged. "Maybe," he said. "Maybe not. No way of knowing except to try it. Could take a couple of months. If you do get through, keep a record and let us know, okay?" Johnson stared at him. "Let me get this straight," he said. "You're the damn Forest Service, and you want us to tell you where your own tracks are?" The guy nodded. "That's about the size of it," he said. "Like I told you, our records are lousy. The way we figured it, who the hell would ever care?" The general's aide walked him back to the roadblock. There was silence in the command vehicle. McGraw and Brogan and Milosevic studied the map. "We can't get through, they can't get through," McGraw said. "We've got 'em bottled up. We need to start exploiting that." "How?" Webster said. "Control them," McGraw said. "We already control their road. We can control their power and their telephone line, too. Their lines more or less follow the road, separate spurs up out of Kalispell. We should cut the phone line so it terminates right here in this vehicle. Then they can't communicate with anybody except us. Then we tell them we control their power, threaten to cut it off if they don't negotiate." "You want a negotiation?" Johnson asked. "I want a stalling tactic," McGraw said, "until the White House loosens up." Webster nodded. "Okay, do it," he said. "Call the phone company and get the line run in here." "I already did," McGraw said. "They'll do it first thing in the morning." Webster yawned, checked his watch, gestured to Milosevic and Brogan. "We should get a sleeping rota going," he said. "You two turn in first. We'll sleep 2 shifts, call it 4 hours at a time." Milosevic and Brogan nodded, looked happy enough about it. "See you later," McGraw said. "Sleep tight." They left the trailer and closed the door quietly. Johnson was still fiddling with the map, twisting it and turning it on the table. "Can't they do the phone thing faster?" he asked. "Like tonight?" Webster thought about it and nodded. He knew 50% of any battle is keeping the command structure harmonious. "Call them again, Mac," he said. "Tell them we need it now." McGraw called them again. He used the phone at his elbow, had a short conversation, which ended with a chuckle. "They're sending the emergency lineman," he said. "Should be done in a couple of hours, but we'll get an invoice for it. I told them to send it to the Hoover building. The guy asked me where that was." He got up and waited in the doorway. Johnson and Webster stayed at the table. They huddled together over their map. They looked at the southern ravine. It had been formed 1,000,000 years ago when the earth shattered under the weight of 1,000,000,000 tons of ice. They assumed it was accurately represented on paper. Chapter 36. Reacher woke up exactly 2 minutes before 10 o'clock. He did it in his normal way, which was to come round quickly, motionless, no change in his breathing. He felt his arm curled under his head and opened his eyes the smallest fraction possible. The other side of the punishment hut, Joseph Ray was still sitting against the door. The Glock was on the floor beside him. He was checking his watch. Reacher counted off 90 seconds in his head. Ray was glancing between the roof of the hut and his watch. Then he looked across at Reacher. Reacher snapped upright in one fluid movement, pressed his palm against his ear like he was listening to a secret communication. Ray's eyes were wide. Reacher nodded and stood up. "Okay," he said. "Open the door, Joe." Ray took out the key from his pocket, unlocked the door. It swung open. "You want to take the Glock?" Ray asked. He held the gun out, but first, anxiety in his eyes. Reacher smiled. He had expected nothing less. Ray was dumb, but not that dumb. He had been given 2.5 hours to scope it out. This was a final test. If he took the gun, he was bullshitting. He was certain it was unloaded and the clip was in Ray's pocket. "Don't need it," Reacher said. "We've got the whole place covered. I got weapons at my disposal more powerful than a 9mm, believe me, Joe." Ray nodded and straightened up. "Don't forget the laser beams," Reacher said. "You step out of this hut, you're a dead man. Nothing I can do about that right now. Vous comprenez, mon ami?" Ray nodded again. Reacher slipped out into the night. Ray swung the door closed. Reacher backtracked silently and waited around the corner of the hut, knelt down and found a small rock, hefted it in his hand, and waited for Ray to follow him. He didn't come. Reacher waited 8 minutes. Long experience had taught him if they don't come out after 6 minutes, they aren't coming at all. People think in 5-minute segments because of the way clocks are laid out. They say, "I'll wait 5 minutes." Then, because they're cautious, they add another minute. They think it's smart. Reacher waited the first 5, then the extra 1, then added 2 more for the sake of safety. But Ray didn't come. He wasn't going to. Reacher avoided the clearing. He kept to the trees. He skirted the area in the forest, ignored the beaten earth paths. He wasn't worried about the dogs. They weren't out. Fowler had talked about mountain lions roaming. Nobody leaves dogs out at night where there are mountain lions on the prowl. That's a sure way of having no dogs left in the morning. He made a complete circuit of the bastion, hidden in the trees. The lights were all out and the whole place was still and silent. He waited in the trees behind the mess hall. The kitchen was a square hut, awkwardly connected to the back of the main structure. There were no lights on, but the door was open, and the woman who had served him breakfast was waiting in the shadows. He watched her from the trees. He waited 5 minutes, then 6. No other movement anywhere. He tossed his small rock onto the path to her left. She jumped at the sound. He called softly. She came out of the shadows. Alone. She walked over to the trees. He took her elbow and pulled her back into the darkness.
"How did you get out of there?"
she whispered to him. It was impossible to tell how old she was, maybe 25, maybe 45. She was a handsome woman, lean, long straight hair, but careworn and worried. A flicker of spirit and resilience underneath.
She would have been comfortable 100 years ago, stumbling down the Oregon Trail.
"How did you get out?"
she whispered again.
"I walked out the door,"
Reacher whispered back. The woman just looked at him blankly.
"You've got to help us,"
she whispered. Then she stopped and wrung her hands and twisted her head left and right, peering into the dark, terrified.
"Help how?"
he asked. "Why?"
"They're all crazy,"
the woman said.
"You've got to help us."
"How?" he asked again. She just grimaced, arms held wide, like it was obvious, or like she didn't know where to start, or how.
"From the beginning,"
he said. She nodded twice, swallowing, collecting herself.
"People have disappeared,"
she said. "What people?" he asked. "How did they disappear?"
"They just disappeared,"
she said.
"It's Borkin. He's taken over everything. It's a long story. Most of us were up here with other groups, just surviving on our own with our families, you know. I was with the Northwestern Freemen. Then Borkin started coming around talking about unity. He fought and argued. The other leaders disagreed with his views. Then they just started disappearing. They just left. Borkin said they couldn't stand the pace. They just disappeared. So he said we had to join with him. Said we had no choice. Some of us are more or less prisoners here."
Reacher nodded.
"And now things are happening up at the mines,"
she said. "What things?" he asked her.
"I don't know,"
she said.
"Bad things, I guess. We're not allowed to go up there. They're only a mile up the road, but they're off limits. Something was going on there today. They said they were all working in the south on the border, but when they came back for lunch, they came from the north. I saw them from the kitchen window. They were smiling and laughing."
"Who?" Reacher asked.
"Borkin and the ones he trusts,"
she said.
"He's crazy. He says they'll attack us when we declare independence and we have to fight back, starting tomorrow. We're all scared. We got families, you know. But there's nothing we can do. You oppose him and you either get banished or he raves at you until you agree with him. Nobody can stand up to him. He controls us totally."
Reacher nodded again. The woman sagged against him. Tears were on her cheeks.
"And we can't win, can we?"
she said.
"Not if they attack us. There's only 100 of us trained up. We can't beat an army with 100 people, can we? We're all gonna die."
Her eyes were wide and white and desperate. Reacher shrugged, shook his head, and tried to make his voice sound calm and reassuring. "It'll be a siege," he said. "That's all. A standoff. They'll negotiate. It's happened before. And it'll be the FBI, not the Army. The FBI know how to do this kind of a thing. You'll all be okay. They won't kill you. They won't come here looking to kill anybody. That's just Borkin's propaganda."
"Live free or die,"
she said.
"That's what he keeps saying."
"The FBI'll handle it," he said again. "Nobody's looking to kill you." The woman clamped her lips and screwed her wet eyes shut and shook her head wildly.
"No, Borkin will kill us,"
she said.
"He'll do it, not them. Live free or die, don't you understand? If they come, he'll kill us all. Or else he'll make us all kill ourselves. Like a mass suicide thing. He'll make us do it. I know he will."
Reacher just stared at her.
"I heard them talking,"
she said.
"Whispering about it all the time, making secret plans. They said women and children would die. They said it was justifiable. They said it was historic and important. They said the circumstances demanded it."
"You heard them?" Reacher asked. "When?"
"All the time,"
she whispered again.
"They're always making plans. Borkin and the ones he trusts. Women and children have to die, they said. They're going to make us kill ourselves. Mass suicide. Our families. Our children. At the mine." side. The metal would short-circuit the antenna by connecting the wire inside to the foil screen. The signal would come down out of the ether, down the wire, leak into the foil, and run away to ground without ever reaching the shortwave unit itself. The best way to disable a radio. Smash one up, it gets repaired. This way, the fault is untraceable, until an exhausted technician finally thinks to check.
"We need weapons,"
Holly whispered to him. He nodded. They crept together to the armory door. He looked at the lock, gave it up. It was a huge thing, unpickable. "I'll take the Glock from the guy guarding me," he whispered. She nodded. They ducked back into the trees and walked through to the next clearing. Reacher tried to think of a story to explain his appearance to Joseph Ray. Figured he might say something about being beamed over to the UN. Talk about how high-speed beaming can rip you up a little. They crept around behind the punishment hut and listened. All quiet. They skirted the corner, and Reacher pulled the door. Walked straight into a 9mm. This time, it wasn't a Glock. It was a Sig Sauer. Not Joseph Ray's. It was Bo Borkins. He was standing just inside the door, with little Stevie at his side, grinning. Chapter 37. 4:30 in the morning, Webster was more than ready for the watch change. Johnson and Garber and the general's aide were dozing in their chairs. McGraw was outside with the telephone lineman. They were just finishing up. The job had taken much longer than they had anticipated, some kind of interface problem. They had physically cut the phone line coming out of York and bent the stiff copper down to a temporary terminal box they had placed at the base of a pole. Then they had spooled cable from the terminal box down the road to the mobile command vehicle, connected it into one of the communications ports. But it didn't work. Not right away. The linemen had fussed with multimeters and muttered about impedances and capacitances. They had worked for 3 solid hours. They were ready to blame the army truck for the incompatibility when they thought to go back and check their own temporary terminal box. The fault lay there. A failed component. They wired in a spare, and the whole circuit worked perfectly. 4:35 in the morning. McGraw was shaking their hands and swearing them to silence when Webster came out of the trailer. The two men stood and watched them drive away. The noise of their truck died around the curve. Webster and McGraw stayed standing in the bright moonlight. They stood there for 5 minutes while McGraw smoked. They didn't speak, just gazed north into the distance and wondered. "Go wake your boys up," Webster said. "We'll stand down for a spell." McGraw nodded and walked down to the accommodation trailers, roused Milosevic and Brogan. They were fully dressed on their bunks. They got up and yawned, came down the ladder, and found Webster standing there with Johnson and his aide, Garber standing behind them. "The telephone line is done," Webster said. "Already?" Brogan said. "I thought it was being done in the morning." "We figured sooner was better than later," Webster said. He inclined his head toward General Johnson. It was a gesture which said, "He's worried, right?" "Okay," Milosevic said. "We'll look after it." "Wake us at 8, Webster said. "Or earlier if necessary, okay?" Brogan nodded and walked north to the command vehicle. Milosevic followed. They paused together for a look at the mountains in the moonlight. As they paused, the fax machine inside the empty command trailer started whirring. It fed its first communication face upward into the message tray. It was 10 to 5 in the morning, Friday the 4th of July. Brogan woke General Johnson an hour and 10 minutes later, 6 o'clock exactly. He knocked loudly on the accommodation trailer door and got no response, so he went in and shook the old guy by the shoulder. "Peterson Air Force Base, sir," Brogan said. "They need to talk to you." Johnson staggered up to the command vehicle in his shirt and pants. Milosevic joined Brogan outside in the pre-dawn glow to give him some privacy. Johnson was back out in 5 minutes. "We need a conference," he called. He ducked back into the trailer. Milosevic walked down and roused the others. They came forward, Webster and the general's aide yawning and stretching, Garber ramrod straight. McGraw was dressed and smoking. Maybe hadn't tried to sleep at all. They filed up the ladder and took their places around the table. Bleak red eyes, hair fuzzed on the back from the pillows.
Peterson called. Johnson told them. They're sending a helicopter search and rescue out, first light, looking for the missile unit. His aide nodded.
That would be standard procedure, he said.
Based on an assumption, Johnson said. They think the unit has suffered some kind of mechanical and electrical malfunction.
Which is not uncommon, his aide said. If their radio fails, their procedure would be to repair it. If a truck also broke down at the same time, their procedure would be to wait as a group for assistance.
Circle the wagons? McGraw asked.
The aide nodded again. Exactly so, he said. They would pull off the road and wait for a chopper.
So do we tell them? McGraw asked.
The aide sat forward. That's the question, he said. Tell them what, exactly? We don't even know for sure that these maniacs have got them at all. It's still possible it's just a radio problem and a truck problem together.
Dream on, Johnson said.
Webster shrugged. He knew how to deal with such issues. What's the upside? He said.
There is no upside, Johnson said.
We tell Peterson the missiles have been captured, the cat's out of the bag. We lose control of the situation, we're seen to have disobeyed Washington by making an issue out of it before Monday. Okay, so what's the downside? Webster asked.
Theoretical, Johnson said. We have to assume they've been captured. So we also have to assume they've been well hidden, in which case the Air Force will never find them. They'll just fly around for a while and then go home and wait.
Webster nodded. Okay, he said. No upside, no downside, no problem. There was a short silence.
So we sit tight, Johnson said. We let the chopper fly.
McGraw shook his head, incredulous.
Suppose they use them to shoot the chopper down, he asked.
The general's aide smiled an indulgent smile. Can't be done, he said. The IFF wouldn't allow it.
IFF?
McGraw repeated. Identify friend or foe, the aide said. It's an electronic system. The chopper will be beaming a signal. The missile reads it as friendly, refuses to launch.
Guaranteed? McGraw asked.
The aide nodded. Foolproof, he said. Garber glowered at him, but he said nothing. Not his field of expertise.
Okay, Webster said. Back to bed. Wake us again at 8, Brogan.
On the tarmac at Peterson, a Boeing CH-47D Chinook was warming its engines and sipping the first of its 858 gallons of fuel. A Chinook is a giant aircraft whose twin rotors thump through an oval of air 100 feet long and 60 wide. It weighs more than 10 tons empty, and it can lift another 11. It's a giant flying box, the engines and the fuel tanks strapped to the top and the sides, the crew perched high at the front. Any helicopter can search, but when heavy equipment is at stake, only a Chinook can rescue. Because of the holiday weekend, Anna.
You should have stayed here,
Borkin said.
Right, Joe?
Reacher glanced into the gloom inside the punishment hut. Joseph Ray was standing to attention on the yellow square. He was staring straight ahead. He was naked, bleeding from the mouth and nose.
Right, Joe?
Borkin said again. Ray made no reply. Borkin walked over and crashed his fist into his face. Ray stumbled and fell backward, staggered against the back wall, and scrambled to regain his position on the square.
I asked you a question,
Borkin said. Ray nodded. The blood poured off his chin.
Reacher should have stayed here, he said.
Borkin hit him again, a hard straight right to the face. Ray's head snapped back. Blood spurted. Borkin smiled.
No talking when you're on the square, Joe, he said. You know the rules.
Borkin stepped back and placed the muzzle of the Sig Sauer in Reacher's ear, used it to propel him out into the clearing, gestured Stevie to follow.
You stay on the square, Joe,
he called over his shoulder. Stevie slammed the door shut. Borkin reversed his direction and used the Sig Sauer to shove Reacher toward him.
"Tell Fowler to get rid of this guy," he told him. "He's outlived his usefulness, such as it ever was. Put the bitch back in her room. Put a ring of sentries right round the building. We got things to do, right? No time for this shit. Parade ground at 6:30. Everybody there. I'm going to read them the proclamation before we fax it."
McGraw couldn't sleep. He walked back to the accommodations trailer with the others and got back on his bunk, but he gave it up after 10 minutes. 6:45 in the morning, he was back in the command vehicle with Brogan and Milosevic.
"You guys take a break if you want," he said. "I'll look after things here."
"We could go organize some breakfast," Brogan said. "Diners in Kalispell should be open by now." McGraw nodded vaguely, started into his jacket for his wallet. "Don't worry about it," Brogan said. "I'll pay. My treat." "Okay, thanks," McGraw said. "Get coffee. Lots of it." Brogan and Milosevic stood up and left. McGraw stood in the doorway and watched them drive an army sedan south. The sound of the car faded, and he was left with the silent humming of the equipment behind him. He turned to sit down. The clock ticked around to 7. The fax machine started whirring. Holly smoothed her hands over the old mattress like Reacher was there on it, like it was really his body under her, scarred and battered, hot and hard and muscular, not a worn striped cotton cover stuffed with ancient horsehair. She blinked the tears out of her eyes, blew a deep sigh, and focused on the next decision. No Reacher, no Jackson, no weapon, no tools, 6 sentries in the street outside. She glanced around the room for the 1,000th time and started scoping it out all over again. McGraw woke the others by thumping on the sides of the accommodations trailer with both fists. Then he ran back to the command post and found a 3rd copy of the message spooling out of the machine. He already had 2, now he had 3. Webster was the first into the trailer, then Johnson a minute behind, then Garber, and finally the general's aide. They rattled up the ladder one by one and hurried over to the table. McGraw was absorbed in reading. "What, Mac?" Webster asked him. "They're declaring independence," McGraw said. "Listen to this." He glanced around the 4 faces, started reading out loud. "Governments are instituted among men," he read, "deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. It is the right of the people to alter or abolish them after a long train of abuses and usurpations." "They're quoting from the original," Webster said. "Paraphrasing," Garber said. McGraw nodded. "Listen to this," he said again. "The history of the present government of the United States is a history of repeated injuries and usurpations, all designed to establish an absolute tyranny over the people." "What the hell is this?" Webster said. "1776 all over again?" "It gets worse," McGraw said. "We therefore are the representatives of the free states of America, located initially in what was formerly York County and what was formerly Montana, and we solemnly publish and declare that this territory is now a free and independent state, which is absolved of allegiance to the United States, with all political connection totally dissolved, and that as a free and independent state has full power to levy war, conclude peace, defend its land borders and its airspace, contract alliances, establish commerce, and to do all other things as all independent states may do." He looked up, shuffled the 3 copies into a neat stack, and laid them on the table in silence. "Why 3 copies?" Garber asked. 3 destinations, McGraw said. "If we hadn't intercepted them, they'd be all over the place by now." "Where?" Webster asked. "First one is a D.C. number," McGraw said. "I'm guessing it's the White House." Johnson's aide scooted his chair to the computer terminal. McGraw read him the number. He tapped it in, and the screen rolled down. He nodded. "The White House," he said. "Next?" "New York somewhere," McGraw said. Read out the number from the 2nd sheet. "United Nations," the aide said. "They want witnesses." "Third one, I don't know," McGraw said. "Area code is 404. Atlanta, Georgia," Garber said. "What's in Atlanta, Georgia?" Webster asked. The aide was busy at the keyboard. "CNN," he said. "They want publicity."
Johnson nodded. "Smart moves," he said. "They want it all on live TV. Christ, can you imagine? The United Nations as umpires and round-the-clock coverage on the cable news? The whole world watching?" "So what do we do?" Webster asked. There was a long silence. "Why did they say airspace?" Garber asked out loud. "They were paraphrasing," Webster said. 1776, there wasn't any airspace." "The missiles," Garber said. "Is it possible they've disabled the IFF?" There was another long silence. They heard a car pull up, doors slammed. Brogan and Milosevic rattled up the ladder and stepped into the hush. They carried brown bags and styrofoam cups with plastic lids. The giant search and rescue Chinook made it north from Peterson in Colorado to Malmstrom Air Force Base outside of Great Falls in Montana without incident. It touched down there, and fuel Bowsers came out to meet it. The crew walked to the mess for coffee, walked back 20 minutes later, took off again, and swung gently in the morning air before lumbering away northwest. Chapter 38. "We're getting no reaction," Fowler said. "Makes us wonder why." Reacher shrugged at him. They were in the command hut. Stevie had dragged him through the trees to the bastion, and then Fowler had dragged him back again with 2 armed guards. The punishment hut was unavailable, still occupied by Joseph Ray. They used the command hut instead. They sat Reacher down, and Fowler locked his left wrist to the arm of the chair with a handcuff. The guards took up position on either side, rifles sloped, watchful. Then Fowler walked up to join Borkin and Stevie for the ceremony on the parade ground. Reacher heard faint shouting and cheering in the distance as the proclamation was read out. Then he heard nothing. 90 minutes later, Fowler came back to the hut alone. He sat down behind Borkin's desk and lit a cigarette, and the armed guards remained standing. "We faxed it an hour ago," Fowler said. "No reaction." Reacher smelled his smoke and gazed at the banners on the walls. Dark reds and dull whites, vivid crooked symbols in black. "Do you know why we're getting no reaction?" Fowler asked. Reacher just shook his head. "You know what I think?" Fowler said. "They cut the line. Phone company is colluding with the federal agents. We were told it would happen at 7:30. It obviously happened earlier." Reacher shrugged again, made no reply. "We would expect to be informed about a thing like that," Fowler said. He picked up his Glock and propped it in front of him, butt on the desktop, swiveling it like naval artillery left and right. "And we haven't been," he said. "Maybe your pal from Chicago has given you up," Reacher said. Fowler shook his head. His Glock came to rest aimed at Reacher's chest. "We've been getting a stream of intelligence," he said. "We know where they are, how many of them there are, what their intentions are. But now, when we still need information, we aren't getting it. Communication has been interrupted." Reacher said nothing. "We're investigating," Fowler said. "We're checking the radio right now." Reacher said nothing. "Anything you want to tell us about the radio?" Fowler asked. "What radio?" Reacher said. "It worked okay yesterday," Fowler said. "Now it doesn't work at all. And you were wandering around all night." He ducked down and rolled open the drawer where Borkin kept the Colt Marshall. But he didn't come out with a revolver. He came out with a small black radio transmitter. "This was Jackson's," he said. "He was most anxious to show us where it was hidden. In fact, he was begging to show us. He screamed and cried and begged. Just about tore his fingernails off digging it up, he was so anxious." He smiled and put the unit carefully in his pocket. "We figure we just switch it on," he said. "That should put us straight through to the federal scum, person to person. This stage of the process, we need to talk direct. See if we can persuade them to restore our fax line." "Terrific plan," Reacher said. "The fax line is important, you see," Fowler said. "Vital. The world must be allowed to know what we're doing here.
The world must be allowed to watch and witness. History is being made here. You understand that, right?
Reacher stared at the wall.
They've got cameras, you know, Fowler said. Surveillance planes are up there right now. Now it's daylight again, they can see what we're doing. So how can we exploit that fact?
Reacher shook his head. You can leave me out of it, he said.
Fowler smiled. Of course we'll leave you out of it, he said. Why would they care about seeing you nailed to a tree? You're nothing but a piece of shit, to us and to them. But Holly Johnson, there's a different story. Maybe we'll call them up on their own little transmitter and tell them to watch us do it with their own spy cameras. That might make them think about it. They might trade a fax line for her left breast.
He ground out his cigarette, leaned forward, spoke quietly.
We're serious here, Reacher, he said. You saw what we did to Jackson. We could do that to her. We could do that to you. We need to be able to communicate with the world. We need that fax line. So we need the shortwave to confirm what the hell they've done with it. We need those things very badly. You understand that, right? So if you want to avoid a lot of unnecessary pain for you and for her, you better tell me what you did to the radio.
Reacher was twisted around, looking at the bookcase, trying to recall the details of the inexpert translations of the Japanese Pearl Harbor texts he'd read.
Tell me now, Fowler said softly. I can keep them away from you and from her. No pain for either of you. Otherwise, nothing I can do about it.
He laid his Glock on the desk.
You want a cigarette?
He asked. He held out the pack, smiled. The good cop, the friend, the ally, the protector. The oldest routine in the book, requiring the oldest response. Reacher glanced around. 2 guards, one on each side of him, the right-hand guard nearer, the left-hand guard back almost against the side wall. Rifles held easy in the crook of their arms. Fowler behind the desk holding out the pack. Reacher shrugged and nodded, took a cigarette with his free right hand. He hadn't smoked in 10 years. But when somebody offers you a lethal weapon, you take it.
So tell me, Fowler said, and be quick.
He thumbed his lighter and held it out. Reacher bent forward and lit his cigarette from the flame, took a deep draw and leaned back. The smoke felt good. 10 years and he still enjoyed it. He inhaled deeply and took another lungful.
How did you disable our radio? Fowler asked.
Reacher took a third pull, trickled the smoke out of his nose, and held the cigarette like a sentry does, between the thumb and forefinger, palm hooded around it. Take quick deep pulls, and the coal on the end of a cigarette heats up to a couple of 1,000 degrees, lengthens to a point. He rotated his palm, like he was studying the glowing tip while he thought about something, until the cigarette was pointing straight forward like an arrow.
How did you disable our radio? Fowler asked again.
You'll hurt Holly if I don't tell you? Reacher asked back.
Fowler nodded, smiled his lipless smile. That's a promise, he said. I'll hurt her so bad she'll be begging to die.
Reacher shrugged unhappily, sketched a listen-up gesture. Fowler nodded and shuffled on his chair and leaned close. Reacher snapped forward and jammed the cigarette into his eye. Fowler screamed and Reacher was on his feet, the chair cuffed to his wrist, clattering after him. He windmilled right and the chair swung through a wide arc and smashed against the nearer guard's head. It splintered and jerked away as Reacher danced to his left. He caught the farther guard with a forearm smash to the throat as his rifle came up, snapped back and hit Fowler with the wreckage of the chair. Used the follow-through momentum to swing back to the first guard. Finished him with an elbow to the head. The guy went down. Reacher grabbed his rifle by the barrel and swung straight back at the other guard, felt skull bones explode under the butt. He dropped the rifle and spun, and smashed the chair to pieces against Fowler's shoulders, grabbed him by the ears and smashed his face into the desktop, once, twice, 3 times.
took a leg from the broken chair and jammed it crossways under his throat, folded his elbows around each exposed end and locked his hands together, tested his grip and bunched his shoulders, jerked hard once and broke Fowler's neck against the chair leg with a single loud crunch. He took both rifles and the Glock and the handcuff key, out of the door and around to the back of the hut, straight into the trees. He put the Glock in his pocket, took the handcuff off his wrist, put a rifle in each hand. Breathing hard, he was in pain. Swinging the heavy wooden chair had opened the red wheal on his wrist into a wound. He raised it to his mouth and sucked at it and buttoned the cuff of his shirt over it. Then he heard a helicopter, the faint bass thumping of a heavy twin-rotor machine, a Boeing, a Sea Knight, or a Chinook, far to the southeast. He thought, last night Borkin talked about 8 Marines. They've only got 8 Marines, he said. The Marines use Sea Knights. He thought, they're going for a frontal assault. Holly's paneled walls flashed into his mind, and he set off racing through the trees. He got as far as the bastion. The thumping from the air built louder. He risked stepping out onto the stony path. It was a Chinook, not a Sea Knight. Search and rescue markings, not Marine Corps. It was following the road up from the southeast, a mile away, 100 feet up, using its vicious downdraft to part the surrounding foliage and aid its search. It looked slow and ponderous, hanging nose down in the air, yawing slightly from side to side as it approached. Reacher guessed it must be pretty close to the town of York itself. Then he glanced into the clearing and saw a guy 50 yards away, a grunt, camouflage fatigues, a stinger on his shoulder, turning and aiming through the crude open sight. He saw him acquire the target. The guy steadied himself and stood with his feet apart. His hand fumbled for the activator. The missile's infrared sensor turned on. Reacher waited for the IFF to shut it down. It didn't happen. The missile started squealing its high-pitched tone. It was locked on the heat from the Chinook's engines. The guy's finger tightened on the trigger. Reacher dropped the rifle in his left hand, swung the other one up and clicked the safety off with his thumb as he did so, stepped to his left and leaned his shoulder on a tree, aimed at the guy's head, and fired. But the guy fired first. A fraction of a second before Reacher's bullet killed him, he pulled the Stinger's trigger. 2 things happened. The Stinger's rocket motor lit up. It exploded along its launch tube. Then the guy was hit in the head. The impact knocked him sideways. The launcher caught the rear of the missile and flipped it. It came out and stalled tail down in the air like a javelin, cushioned on the thrust of its launch, virtually motionless. Then it corrected itself. Reacher watched in horror as it did exactly what it was designed to do. Its 8 little wings popped out. It hung almost vertical until it acquired the helicopter again. Then its second stage rocket lit up, and it blasted into the sky. Before the guy's body hit the ground, it was homing in on the Chinook at 1,000 miles an hour. The Chinook was lumbering steadily northwest, a mile away, following the road. The road ran straight up through the town, between the abandoned buildings. On the southeast corner, the first building it passed was the courthouse. The Chinook was closing on it at 80 miles an hour. The Stinger was heading in to meet it at 1,000 miles an hour. 1 mile at 1,000 miles an hour. 1,000th of an hour. A fraction over 3.5 seconds. It felt like a lifetime to Reacher. He watched the missile all the way. A wonderful, brutal weapon. A simple, unshakable purpose. Designed to recognize the exact heat signature of aircraft exhaust. Designed to follow it until it either got there or ran out of fuel. A simple 3.5-second mission. The Chinook pilot saw it early. He wasted the first second of its flight, frozen. Not in horror, not in fear, just in simple disbelief that a heat-seeking missile had been fired at him from a small wooded clearing in Montana. Then his instinct and training took over. Evade and avoid. Evade the missile, avoid crashing on settlements below. Reacher saw him throw the nose down and the tail up. The big Chinook wheeled away and spewed a wide fan of exhaust into the atmosphere. Then the tail flipped the other way, engines screaming, superheated fumes spraying another random arc. The missile patiently followed the first curve. tightened its radius. The Chinook dropped slowly and then rose violently in the air, spiraled upward and away from the town. The missile turned and followed the second arc, arrived at where the heat had been a split second before. Couldn't find it. It turned a full lazy circle right underneath the helicopter, caught an echo of the new maneuver, and set about climbing a relentless new spiral. The pilot won an extra second, but that was all. The Stinger caught him right at the top of his desperate climb. It followed the trail of heat all the way into the starboard engine itself, exploded hard against the exhaust nacelle. 6.5 pounds of high explosive against 10 tons of aircraft. But the explosive always wins. Reacher saw the starboard engine disintegrate, then the rear rotor housing blow off. Shattered fragments of the drivetrain exploded outward like shrapnel, and the rotor detached and spun away in terrible slow motion. The Chinook stalled in the air and fell, tail down, checked only by the screaming forward rotor, and slowly spun to the earth, like a holed ship slips slowly below the sea. Holly heard the helicopter. She heard the low-frequency beat pulsing faintly through her walls. She heard it grow louder. Then she heard the explosion and the shriek of the forward rotor grabbing the air. Then she heard nothing. She jammed her elbow into her crutch and limped across to the diagonal partition. The prison room was completely empty, except for the mattress. So her search was going to have to start again in the bathroom. "Only one question," Webster said. "How long can we keep the lid on this?" General Johnson said nothing in reply. Neither did his aide. Webster moved his gaze across to Garber. Garber was looking grim. "Not too damn long," he said. "But how long?" Webster asked. "A day? An hour?" 6 hours, Garber said. "Why?" McGraw asked. "Standard procedure," Garber said. "They'll investigate the crash, obviously. Normally they'd send another chopper out, but not if there's a suspicion of ground fire. So they'll come by road from Malmstrom. 6 hours. Webster nodded, turned to Johnson. "Can you delay them, General?" he asked. Johnson shook his head. "Not really," he said. His voice was low and resigned. "They just lost a Chinook. Crew of 2. I can't call them and say, 'Do me a favor, don't investigate that.' I could try, I guess, and they might agree at first, but it would leak, and then we'd be back where we started. Might gain us an hour." Webster nodded. 7 hours, 6 hours, what's the difference? He said. Nobody replied. "We've got to move now," McGraw said. "Forget the White House. We can't wait any longer. We need to do something right now, people. 6 hours from now, the whole situation blows right out of control. We'll lose her." 6 hours is 360 minutes. They wasted the first 2 sitting in silence. Johnson stared into space. Webster drummed his fingers on the table. Garber stared at McGraw, a wry expression on his face. McGraw was staring at the map. Milosevic and Brogan were standing in the silence, holding the brown bags of breakfast and the styrofoam cups. "Coffee here. Anybody wants it," Brogan said. Garber waved him over. "Eat and plan," he said. "Map," Johnson said. McGraw slid the map across the table. They all sat forward, back in motion. 358 minutes to go. "Ravine's about 4 miles north of us," the aide said. "All we got is 8 Marines and a Lav 25. "That tank thing?" McGraw asked. The aide shook his head. "Light armored vehicle," he said. "Lav. 8 wheels, no tracks." "Bulletproof?" Webster asked. "For sure," the aide said. "They can drive it all the way to York." "If it gets through the ravine," Garber said. Johnson nodded. "That's the big question," he said. "We need to go take a look." The light armored vehicle looked just like a tank to McGraw's hasty civilian glance, except there were 8 wheels on it instead of tracks. The hull was welded up out of brutal sloping armor plates, and there was a turret with a gun. The driver sat forward, and the commander sat in the turret. In the rear,
2 rows of 3 Marines sat back to back, facing weapon ports. Each port had its own periscope. McGraw could visualize the vehicle rumbling into battle, invulnerable, weapons bristling out of those ports. Down into the ravine, up the other side, along the road to York to the courthouse. He pulled Webster to one side and spoke urgently. "We never told them," he said, "about the dynamite in the walls."
"And we're not going to," Webster said quietly. "The old guy'd freak out. He's close to falling apart right now. I'm going to tell the Marines direct. They're going in there. They'll have to deal with it. Makes no difference if Johnson knows in advance or not."
McGraw intercepted Johnson, and Webster ran over to the armored vehicle. McGraw saw the Marine commander leaning down from the turret, saw him nodding and grimacing as Webster spoke. Then the general's aide fired up the Army Chevrolet. Johnson and Garber crammed into the front with him. McGraw jumped in back. Brogan and Milosevic crushed in alongside him. Webster finished up and raced back to the Chevy, squeezed in next to Milosevic. The Lav fired up its big diesel with a blast of black smoke. Then it crunched into gear and lumbered off north. The Chevy accelerated in its wake. 4 miles north, they crested a slight rise and entered a curve, slowed and jammed to a stop in the lee of a craggy outcrop. The Marine commander vaulted down from the turret and ran north on the road. Webster and Johnson and McGraw got out and hurried after him. They paused together in the lee of the rock face and crept around the curve, stared out and down into the ravine. It was an intimidating sight. It ran left to right in front of them, more or less straight. And it was not just a trench. It was a trench and a step. The whole crust of the earth had fractured, and the southern plate had fallen below the level of the northern plate, like adjacent sections of an old concrete highway where a car thumps up an inch at the seam. Expanded to geological size, that inch was a 50-foot disparity. Where the earth had fractured and fallen, the edges had broken up into giant boulders. The scouring of the glaciers had tumbled those boulders south. The ice and the heave and the weather over a million years had raked out the fracture and turned it into a trench. It had cut back the rock plates to where they became solid again. Some places it had carved 100-yard width. Other places, tougher seams of rock had kept the gap down to 20 yards. Then, the roots of 1,000 generations of trees and the frozen water of the winters had eroded the edges until there was a steep, ragged descent to the bottom and a steep, ragged rise back up the northern side to the top, 50 feet higher than the starting point. There were stunted trees and tangled undergrowth and rock slides. The road itself was lifted progressively on concrete trestles and rose gently across a bridge. Then more concrete trestles set it down on the level ground to the north, and it snaked away through the forest into the mountains. But the bridge was blown. Charges had been exploded against the 2 center trestles. A 20-foot section of the center span had fallen 100 feet into the trench. The 4 men in the lee of the outcrop could see fragments of the road lying shattered in the bottom of the ravine. "What do you think?" Johnson asked urgently. The Marine commander was giving it a fast sweep through his field glasses, left and right, up and down, examining the exact terrain. "I think it's shit, sir," he said. "Can you get through?" Johnson asked him. The guy lowered his field glasses and shook his head. "Not a hope in hell," he said. He stepped across, shoulder to shoulder with the general, so Johnson could share the same line of sight. Started talking rapidly and pointing as he did so. "We could get down to the bottom," he said. "We could go in right there where the rock slide gives us a reasonable descent. But getting up the other side is the problem, sir. The lav can't climb much more than 45 degrees. Most of the north face looks a lot steeper than that. Some places it's near enough vertical. Any gentle slopes are overgrown. And they've felled trees. See there, sir?" He pointed to a wooded area on the slope opposite. Trees had been felled and left lying with their chopped ends facing south. "Abatisses," the Marine said. "The vehicle is going to stall against them, no doubt about that. Coming uphill, slowly, those things would stop a tank. We go in there, we'll be trapped in the ditch, no doubt at all." "So what the hell do we do?" Johnson said. The Marine officer shrugged. "Bring me some engineers," he said. "The gap they blew is only about 20 feet wide. We can bridge that." "How long will that take?" Webster asked. The Marine shrugged again. All the way up here, he said. 6 hours, maybe 8.
Way too long, Webster said. Then the radio receiver in McGraw's pocket started crackling. Chapter 39. Reacher was hiding out in the woods, worried about the dogs. They were the only thing he wasn't certain about. People he could handle. Dogs, he had very little experience. He was in the
Well, well, the head man himself.
Jackson? Webster said again.
No, the voice said, this is not Jackson.
Webster glanced at McGraw. So who is it? He asked.
Bo Borkin, the voice said. And as of today, I guess that's President Borkin. President of the Free States of America. But feel free to speak informally.
Where's Jackson? Webster asked. There was a pause. Nothing to hear except the faint electronic sound of FBI telecommunications technology, satellites and microwaves. Where's Jackson? Webster asked again.
He died,
the voice said. Webster glanced at McGraw again. How? He asked.
Just died,
Borkin said.
Relatively quickly, really.
Was he sick? Webster asked. There was another pause. Then there was the sound of laughter, a high, tinny sound, a loud, shrieking laugh which overloaded Webster's earpiece and spilled into distortion and bounced off the rock wall.
No, he wasn't sick, Webster,
Borkin said.
He was pretty healthy, up until the last 10 minutes.
What did you do to him? Webster asked.
Same as I'm going to do to the General's little girl,
Borkin said.
Listen up, and I'll tell you the exact details. You need to pay attention, because you need to know what you're dealing with here. We're serious here. We mean business, you understand? You listening?
Johnson pushed in close, white and sweating. You crazy bastards, he yelled.
Who's that?
Borkin asked.
That the General himself?
General Johnson, Webster said. There was a chuckle on the radio. Just a short, satisfied sound.
A full house, Borkin said. The director of the FBI and the joint chairman. We're flattered, believe me. But I guess the birth of a new nation deserves nothing less.
What do you want? Webster asked.
We crucified him,
Borkin said.
We found a couple of trees a yard apart, and we nailed him up. We're going to do that to your daughter, General, if you step out of line. Then we cut his balls off. He was pleading and screaming for us not to, but we did it anyway. We can't do that to your kid, her being a woman and all, but we'll find some equivalent, you know what I mean? Do you think she'll be screaming and pleading, General? You know her better than me. Personally, I'm betting she will be. She likes to think she's a tough cookie, but when she sees those blades coming close, she's gonna change her damn tune pretty quick. I'm just about sure of that.
Johnson turned whiter. All his blood just drained away. He fell back and sat heavily against the rock. His mouth was working soundlessly. What the hell do you bastards want? Webster yelled. There was another silence. Then the voice came back, quiet and firm.
I want you to stop yelling, it said. I want you to apologize for yelling at me. I want you to apologize for calling me a rude name. I'm the President of the Free States, and I'm owed some courtesy and deference, wouldn't you say?
His voice was quiet, but McGraw heard it clearly enough. He looked across at Webster in panic. They were close to losing before they had even started. First rule was to negotiate, to keep them talking, and gradually gain the upper hand, establish dominance, classic siege theory. But to start out by apologizing for yelling was to kiss goodbye to any hope of dominance. That was to lie down and roll over. From that point on, you were their plaything. McGraw shook his head urgently. Webster nodded back, said nothing, just held the radio without speaking. He knew how to do this. He'd been in this situation before, several times. He knew the protocol. Now, the first one to speak was the weaker one, and it wasn't going to be him. He and McGraw gazed at the ground and waited.
You still there?
Borkin asked. Webster carried on staring down, saying nothing.
You there?
Borkin said again. What's on your mind, Bo? Webster asked calmly. There was angry breathing over the air.
You cut my phone line, Borkin said. I want it restored.
No, we didn't, Webster said. Doesn't your phone work?
My faxes, Borkin said. I got no response.
What faxes? Webster said.
Don't bullshit me, Borkin said. I know you cut the line. I want it fixed.
Webster winked at McGraw. Okay, he said. We can do that. But you've got to do something for us first.
What?
Borkin asked.
Holly,
Webster said. Bring her down to the bridge and leave her there. There was another silence. Then the laughter started up again, high and loud.
No dice, Borkin said, and no deals.
Webster nodded to himself, lowered his voice. Sounded like the most reasonable man on earth.
Listen, Mr. Borkin, he said, if we can't deal, how can we help each other?
Another silence. McGraw stared at Webster. The next reply was crucial. Win or lose.
You listen to me, Webster, the voice said. No deals. You don't do exactly what I say, Holly dies. In a lot of pain. I hold all the cards, and I'm not doing deals. You understand that?
Webster's shoulders slumped. McGraw looked away.
Restore the fax line, the voice said. I need communications. The world must know what we're doing here. This is a big moment in history, Webster. I won't be denied by your stupid games. The world must witness the first blows being struck against your tyranny.
Webster stared at the ground.
This decision is too big for you alone, Borkin said. You need to consult with the White House. There's an interest there, too, wouldn't you say?
Even over the tinny handheld radio, the force of Borkin's voice was obvious. Webster was flinching like a physical weight was against his ear. Flinching and gasping as his heart and lungs fought each other for space inside his chest.
Make your decision, Borkin said. I'll call back in 2 minutes.
Then the radio went dead. Webster stared at it like he'd never seen such a piece of equipment before. McGraw leaned over and clicked the button off. Okay, he said. We stall, right? Tell him we're fixing the line. Tell him it'll take an hour, maybe 2. Tell him we're in contact with the White House, the UN, CNN, whoever. Tell him whatever the hell he wants to hear.
Why is he doing this? Webster asked vaguely. Escalating everything. He's making it so we have to attack him. So we have to, right? Like he wants us to. He's giving us no choice. He's provoking us.
He's doing it because he's crazy, McGraw said.
He must be, Webster said. He's a maniac. Otherwise, I just can't understand why he's trying to attract so much attention. Because, like he says, he holds all the cards already.
We'll worry about that later, Chief, McGraw said. Right now, we just need to stall him. Webster nodded, forced himself back to the problem in hand.
But we need longer than 2 hours, he said. Hostage rescue will take at least 4 to get over here. Maybe 5, maybe 6.
Okay, it's the 4th of July, McGraw said. Tell him the linemen are all off duty. Tell him it could take us all day to get them back. They stared at each other, glanced at Johnson. He was right out of it, just slumped against the rock face, white and inert, barely breathing. 90 hours of mortal stress and emotion had finally broken him. Then the radio in Webster's hand crackled again.
Well, Borkin asked when the static cleared.
Okay, we agree, Webster said. We'll fix the line. But it's going to take some time. Linemen are off duty for the holidays. There was a pause, then a chuckle.
Independence Day, Borkin said. Maybe I should have chosen another date.
Webster made no reply.
I want your Marines where I can see them, Borkin said.
What Marines? Webster said. There was another short laugh, short and complacent.
You got 8 Marines, Borkin said, and an armored car. We got lookouts all over the place. We've been watching you, like you're watching us with those damn planes. Your lucky Stingers don't shoot that high, or you'd have more than a damn helicopter on the ground by now.
Webster made no reply. just scanned the horizon. McGraw was doing the same thing automatically, looking for the glint of the sun on field glasses.
I figure you're close to the bridge right now, Borkin said. Am I right?
Webster shrugged. McGraw prompted him with a nod. "We're close to the bridge," Webster said.
"I want the Marines on the bridge," Borkin said, "sitting on the edge in a neat little row, their vehicle behind them. I want that to happen now, you understand? Or we go to work on Holly. Your choice, Webster. Or maybe it's the General's choice. His daughter and his Marines, right?"
Johnson roused himself and glanced up. 5 minutes later, the Marines were sitting on the fractured edge of the roadway, feet dangling down into the abyss. Their lav was parked up behind them. Webster was still in the lee of the rock face with McGraw and Johnson, the radio still pressed to his ear. He could hear muffled sounds, like Borkin had pressed his hand over the microphone and was using a walkie-talkie. He could hear his muffled voice alternating with crackly replies. Then he heard the hand come away and the voice come back again, loud and clear in the earpiece.
"Okay, Webster, good work," Borkin said to him. "Our scouts can see all 8 of them. So can our riflemen. If they move, they die. Who else have you got there with you?"
Webster paused. McGraw shook his head urgently. "Can't you see?" Webster asked. "I thought you were watching us."
"Not right now," Borkin said. "I pulled my people back a little, into our defensive positions."
"There's nobody else here," Webster said. "Just me and the General." There was another pause.
"Okay, you two can join the Marines," Borkin said. "On the bridge, on the end of the line."
Webster waited for a long moment, a blank expression on his face. Then he got up and nodded to Johnson. Johnson got up unsteadily, and the two of them walked forward together around the curve. Left McGraw on his own, crouched in the lee of the rock. McGraw waited there 2 minutes and crawled back south to the Chevrolet. Garber and Johnson's aide were in front, and Milosevic and Brogan were in back. They were all staring at him. "What the hell happened?" Brogan asked. "We're in deep, deep shit," McGraw said. 2 minutes of hurried explanation, and the others agreed with him. "So what now?" Garber asked. "We go get Holly," McGraw said, "before he realizes we're bullshitting him." "But how?" Brogan asked. McGraw glanced at him, glanced at Milosevic. "The 3 of us," he said. "End of the day, this is a bureau affair. Call it whatever you want. Terrorism, sedition, kidnapping. It's all FBI territory." "We're gonna do it?" Milosevic said. "Just the 3 of us? Right now?" "You got a better way," McGraw said. "You want something done properly, you do it yourself, right?" Garber was twisted around, scanning along the 3 faces on the rear seat. "So go do it," he said. McGraw nodded and held up his right hand, the thumb and the first 2 fingers sticking out. "I'm the thumb," he said. "I go in east of the road. Brogan, you're the first finger. You walk a mile west of the road and go in from there. Milo, you're the second finger. You walk 2 miles west and go north from there. We infiltrate separately, spaced out a mile between each of us. We meet up back on the road a half-mile shy of the town. Clear?" Brogan made a face. Then he nodded. Milosevic shrugged. Garber glanced at McGraw, and the General's aide started the Chevy and rolled it gently south. He stopped it again after 400 yards, where the road came back out of the rock cover, and there was clear access left and right into the countryside. The 3 FBI men checked their weapons. They each had a government-issue .38 in a shiny brown leather shoulder holster. Full load of 6, plus another 6 in a speed loader in their pockets. "Try to capture a couple of rifles," McGraw said. "Don't worry about taking prisoners. You see somebody, you shoot the bastard down, okay?" Milosevic had the longest walk, so he was first to go. He ducked across the road and struck out due west across the mountain scrub. He made it to a small stand of trees and disappeared. McGraw lit a cigarette and sent Brogan after him. Garber waited until Brogan was in the trees. Then he turned back to McGraw. "Don't forget what I told you about Reacher," he said. I'm not wrong about that guy. He's on your side, believe me." McGraw shrugged and said nothing, smoked in silence. Opened the Chevy's door and slid out, ground out the cigarette under his shoe and walked away east, across the grassy shoulder and onto the scrub. McGraw was not far off 50 and a heavy smoker, but he was a fit man. He had that type of mongrel constitution that age and smoke could not hurt. He was short at 5'7", but sturdy, about 160, made up of that hard, slabby muscle which needs no maintenance and never fades into fat. He felt the same as he had as a kid. No better, no worse. His bureau training had been a long time ago and fairly rudimentary compared to what people were getting now. But he'd aced it. Physically, he'd been indestructible. Not the fastest guy in his class, but easily the best stamina. The training runs in the early days of Quantico had been crude, around and around in the Virginia woods, using natural obstacles. McGraw would come in maybe third or fourth every time. But if they were sent around again, he could do the exact same time, just about to the second. The faster guys would be struggling at his side as he pounded relentlessly onward. Then they would fall back. Second time around, McGraw would come in first. Third time around, he would be the only guy to finish. So he was jogging comfortably as he approached the southern edge of the ravine. He had worked about 300 yards east to a point where the slopes were reasonable and not directly overlooked. He went straight down without pausing, short, stiff strides against the incline. The footing was loose. He skidded checks, dull green, Army issue. As he got nearer, McGraw recognized what they were. They were tent pegs, maybe 18 inches long, designed for some kind of big mess tent. The guy dropped his load on the shale. The metal pegs clinked on the stones. The guy nodded to the soldier with the gun in McGraw's belly, who straightened up and stepped away. The unit leader took his place, used his own weapon to keep McGraw pinned down. The soldier got busy. He seemed to know what he was supposed to do. He used the mallet to drive the first peg into the ground. The ground was stony, and the guy had to work hard. He was swinging the mallet in a big arc and using a lot of force. He drove the peg down until it was 2/3 buried. Then he paced off maybe 8 feet and started driving the second. McGraw followed him with his eyes. When the second peg was in, the guy paced another 8 feet at a right angle and hammered the third peg in. The fourth peg completed an exact square, 8 feet on each side. McGraw had a pretty good idea what that square was for. "We normally do this in the woods," the unit leader said. "We normally do it vertically, with trees." Then the guy pointed upward at the sky. "But we need to let them see," he said. "They can't see properly in the woods. This time of year, too many leaves in the way, right?" The guard who had driven the tent pegs into the ground was panting from the exertion. He changed places with his leader again, jammed his rifle into McGraw's gut, and leaned on it, recovering. McGraw gasped and squirmed under the pressure. The leader squatted down and sorted through the ropes, untangled one, and caught McGraw by the ankle, looped the rope around and tied it off hard, used the rope to drag McGraw by the leg into the approximate center of the square. Then he tied the loose end to the fourth peg, tied it tight, and tested it. The second length of rope went around McGraw's other ankle. It was tied off to the third peg. McGraw's legs were forced apart at a right angle. His hands were still cuffed behind his back, crushed against the rocky ground. The leader used the sole of his boot to roll McGraw's upper body sideways, ducked down and unlocked the cuff, caught a wrist and looped a rope around, tied it tight and hauled the wrist up to the second peg. He pulled on it until McGraw's arm was stretched tight in a perfect straight line with the opposite leg. Then he tied it tight to the peg and reached down for the other wrist. The soldiers jammed their muzzles in tighter. McGraw stared up at the vapor trails and gasped in pain as his arm was stretched tight and he was tied into a perfect cross. The two soldiers jerked their rifles away and stepped back. They stood with their leader, gazing down. McGraw lifted his head and looked wildly around, pulled on the ropes, and then realized he was only pulling the knots tighter. The three men stepped farther back and glanced up at the sky. McGraw realized they were making sure the cameras got an uninterrupted view. The cameras were getting an uninterrupted view. 7 miles in the sky, the pilots were flying circles, one on a tight radius of a few miles, the other outside them on a wider path. Their cameras were trained downward, under the relentless control of their computers. The inside plane was focusing tight on the clearing where McGraw was spread-eagled. The outer camera was zoomed wider, taking in the whole of the area from the courthouse in the south to the abandoned mines in the north. Their real-time video signals were bouncing down more or less vertically to the dish vehicle parked behind the mobile command post. The dish was focusing the data stream and feeding it through the thick armored cable into the observation truck. Then the decoding computers were feeding the large color monitors. Their phosphor screens were displaying the appalling truth. General Johnson and his aide and Webster were motionless in front of them. Motionless, silent, staring. Video recorders were whirring away, dispassionately recording every second's activity taking place 6 miles to the north. The whole vehicle was humming with faint electronic energy. But it was as silent as a tomb. "Can you zoom in?" Webster asked quietly. "On McGraw?" The general's aide twisted a black rubber knob, stared at the screen. He zoomed in until the individual pixels in the picture began to clump together and distort. Then he backed off a fraction. "Close as we can get," he said. It was close enough. McGraw's spread-eagled figure just about filled the screens.
The unit leader could be seen from directly above, stepping over the lengths of rope as he circled. He had a knife in his hand, a black handle, a shiny blade, maybe 10 inches long. It looked like a big kitchen knife, the sort of thing a gourmet cook might buy, useful for slicing a tough cut of steak into strips, the sort of tool that would get set out on the kitchen counter by somebody making a stew or a stroganoff. They saw the guy lay the knife flat on McGraw's chest. Then he used both hands to fold back the flaps on McGraw's jacket. He loosened McGraw's tie and pulled it sideways, almost up under his ear. Then he grasped the shirt and tore it open. The cotton pulled apart under the knife, leaving the knife where it was, now next to the skin. The guy pulled the tails out of the waistband and tucked the shirt right back to the sides. Carefully, well out of the way, like he was a surgeon faced with a difficult emergency procedure. They saw the guy pick up the knife again. He was squatted down to McGraw's right, leaning over slightly, holding the knife. He was holding it point down, close to McGraw's belly. The electronic pink of McGraw's skin was reflected in the faces of the watchers inside the observation vehicle. They saw the guy raise the knife an inch. They saw his index finger slide along the back of the blade, like he was adjusting his grip for extra precision. They saw the blade move down. The pale sun glinted on the steel. Then their view was disrupted. A silent puff of pink mist obscured the picture. When it cleared, the knife was still in the guy's hand. But the guy had no head. His whole head was a shattered pink wound, and he was toppling slowly sideways. Chapter 42. The left-hand guard went down easily enough, too. Reacher put a bullet through the side of his head just above the ear, and he fell heavily, right on top of the spread-eagled bureau guy. But the right-hand guard reacted. He spun away and hurdled the taut ropes, racing for the trees. Reacher paused a beat and dropped him 10 feet away. The guy sprawled and slid noisily through the shale and put up a slick of dust, twitched once, and died. Then Reacher waited. The last staccato echo of the 3 shots came back off the farthest mountains and faded into quiet. Reacher watched the trees all around the bastion, watched for movement. The sunlight was bright, too bright to be sure. There was a lot of contrast between the brightness of the clearing and the dark of the forest. So he waited. Then he came out from behind the radio hut at a desperate run. He sprinted straight across the clearing to the mess in the middle, hauled the bodies out of the way. The guard was sprawled right on top of the bureau guy. The unit leader was across his legs. He dumped them out of the way and found the knife, sawed through the 4 coarse ropes, dragged the bureau guy upright and pushed him off back the way he'd come. Then he grabbed the 2 nearest rifles and sprinted after him, caught him up halfway. The guy was just tottering along, so Reacher caught him under the arms and bundled him to safety, threw him well into the trees behind the huts, and stood bent over, panting. Then he took the magazines off the new rifles and put one in his pocket and one on his own gun. They were both the elongated 30-shot versions. He'd been down to 6 rounds. Now he had 60, a 10-fold increase. And he had another pair of hands. "Are you Brogan?" he asked, "or McGraw?" The guy answered stiffly and neutrally. There was fear and panic and confusion in his face. "McGraw," he said. "FBI." Reacher nodded. The guy was shaken up, but he was an ally. He took Fowler's Glock out of his pocket and held it out to him, butt first. McGraw was panting quietly and glancing wildly toward the deep cover of the trees. There was aggression in his stance. His hands were balled into fists. "What?" Reacher asked him, concerned. McGraw darted forward and snatched the Glock and stepped back, raised it and went into a shooting stance and pointed it two-handed, at Reacher's head. The cut end of the ropes trailed down from his wrists. Reacher just stared blankly at him. "Hell are you doing?" he asked. "You're one of them," McGraw said back. "Drop the rifle, okay?" "What?" Reacher said again. "Just do it, okay?" McGraw said. Reacher stared at him, incredulous.
pointed through the trees at the sprawled bodies in the bastion. "What about that?" he asked. "Doesn't that mean anything to you?" The Glock did not waver. It was rock steady, pointed straight at his head, at the apex of a perfect braced position. McGraw looked like a picture in a training manual, except for the ropes hanging like streamers from his wrists and ankles. "Doesn't that count for something?" Reacher asked again, pointing. "Not necessarily," McGraw growled back. "You killed Peter Bell, too. We know that. Just because you don't allow your troops to rape and torture your hostages doesn't necessarily put you on the side of the angels." Reacher looked at him for a long moment, astonished. Thought hard. Then he nodded cautiously and dropped the rifle exactly halfway between the two of them. Drop it right at his own feet, McGraw would just tell him to kick it over toward him. Drop it too near McGraw's feet, and it wouldn't work. This guy was an experienced agent. From the look of his shooting stance, Reacher was expecting at least a basic level of competence from him. McGraw glanced down, hesitated. He clearly didn't want Reacher near him. He didn't want him stepping nearer to nudge the rifle on toward him. So he slid his own foot forward to drag the weapon back close. He was maybe 10 inches shorter than Reacher, all told. Aiming the Glock at Reacher's head from 6 feet away, he was aiming it upward at a fairly steep angle. As he slid his foot forward, he decreased his effective height by maybe an inch, which automatically increased the upward slope of his arms by a proportionate degree. And as he slid his foot forward, it brought him slightly closer to Reacher, which increased the upward angle yet more. By the time his toe was scrabbling for the weapon, his upper arms were near his face, interfering with his vision. Reacher waited for him to glance down again. He glanced down. Reacher let his knees go and fell vertically, lashed back upward with his forearm and batted the Glock away, swiped a wide arc with his other arm behind McGraw's knees and dumped him flat on his back in the dirt. Closed his hand over McGraw's wrist and squeezed gently until the Glock shook free. He picked it up by the barrel and held it the wrong way around. "Look at this," he said. He shook his cuff back and exposed the crusted wheal on his left wrist. "I'm not one of them," he said. "They had me handcuffed most of the time." Then he held the Glock out, butt first, offering it again. McGraw stared at it, and then stared back into the clearing. He ducked his head left and right to take in the bodies. Glanced back at Reacher, still confused. "We had you down as a bad guy," he said. Reacher nodded. "Evidently," he said. "But why?" "Video in the dry cleaners," McGraw said. "Looked just like you were snatching her up." Reacher shook his head. "Innocent passerby," he said. McGraw kept on looking hard at him, quizzically, thinking. Reacher saw him arrive at a decision. He nodded in turn and accepted the Glock and laid it on the forest floor exactly between them, like its positioning was a symbol, a treaty. He started fumbling at his shirt buttons. Cut ends of rope flailed at his wrists and ankles. "Okay. Can we start over?" he said, embarrassed. Reacher nodded and stuck out his hand. "Sure," he said. "I'm Reacher, you're McGraw. Holly's agent in charge. Pleased to meet you." McGraw smiled ruefully and shook hands limply. Then he started fumbling at the knots on his wrist, one-handed. "You know a guy called Garber?" McGraw asked. Reacher nodded. "Used to work for him," he said. "Garber told us you were clean," McGraw said. "We didn't believe him." "Naturally," Reacher said. "Garber always tells the truth, so nobody ever believes him." "So I apologize," McGraw said. "I'm sorry, okay? But just try and see it my way. You've been public enemy number 1 for 5 days. Reacher waved the apology away and stood up and helped McGraw to his feet, bent back down to the dirt and picked up the Glock and handed it to him. "Your nose okay?" he asked. McGraw slipped the gun into his jacket pocket, touched his nose gently and grimaced. "Bastard hit me," he said. "I think it's broken. Just turned and hit me like they couldn't wait." There was a noise in the woods off to the left. Reacher caught McGraw's arm and pulled him deeper into the forest, pushed through the brush and got facing east. He stood silently and listened for movement. McGraw was taking the ropes off his ankles and winding himself up to ask a question. "So's Holly okay?" he said. Reacher nodded, but grimly. "So far," he said, "but it's going to be a hell of a problem getting her out." "I know about the dynamite," McGraw said. "That was the last thing Jackson called in, Monday night." "It's a problem," Reacher said again. "One stray round and she's had it. And there are 100 trigger-happy people up here. Whatever we do, we need to do it carefully. Have you got reinforcements coming in? Hostage rescue?" McGraw shook his head. "Not yet," he said. "Politics." "Maybe that's good," Reacher said. "They're talking about mass suicide if they look like getting beat. Live free or die, you know?" "Whichever," McGraw said. "Their choice. I don't care what happens to them. I just care about Holly." They fell silent and crept together through the trees, stopped deep in the woods, about level with the back of the mess hall. Now Reacher was winding himself up to ask a question. But he waited, frozen, a finger to his lips. There was noise to his left. A patrol sweeping the fringe of the forest. McGraw made to move, but Reacher caught his arm and stopped him. Better to stand stock still than to risk making noise of their own. The patrol came nearer. Reacher raised his rifle and switched it to rapid fire. Smothered the sound of the click with his palm. McGraw held his breath. The patrol was visible, 10 feet away through the trees. 6 men, 6 rifles. They were glancing rhythmically as they walked left and right, between the edge of the sunny clearing and the dark green depths of the woods. Reacher breathed out silently. Amateurs, with poor training and bad tactics. The bright sun in their eyes on every second glance was ruining their chances of seeing into the gloom of the forest. They were blind. They passed by without stopping. Reacher followed the sound of their progress and turned back to McGraw. "Where are Brogan and Milosevic?" he whispered. McGraw nodded morosely. "I know," he said quietly. "One of them is bent. I finally figured that out about half a second before they grabbed me up." "Where are they?" Reacher asked again. "Up here somewhere," McGraw said. "We came in through the ravine together, a mile apart." "Which one is it?" Reacher asked. McGraw shrugged. "I don't know," he said. "Can't figure it out. I've been going over and over it. They both did good work. Milosevic found the dry cleaner. He brought the video in. Brogan did a lot of work tracing it all back here to Montana. He traced the truck. He liaised with Quantico. My gut says neither one is bent." "When was I ID'd?" Reacher asked. "Thursday morning," McGraw said. "We had your complete history." Reacher nodded. "He called it in right away," he said. "These people suddenly knew who I was, Thursday morning." McGraw shrugged again. "They were both there at the time," he said. "We were all down at Peterson." "Did you get Holly's fax?" Reacher asked. "What fax?" McGraw said. "When?" "This morning," Reacher said. "Early, maybe 10 to 5. She faxed you a warning." "We're intercepting their line," McGraw said, "in a truck down the road here. But 10 to 5 I was in bed." "So who was minding the store?" Reacher asked. McGraw nodded. "Milosevic and Brogan," he said sourly. "The two of them. 10 to 5 this morning, they just gone on duty. Whichever one of them it is must have gotten the fax and concealed it. But which one, I just don't know." Reacher nodded back. "We could figure it out," he said. "Or we could just wait and see. One of them will be walking around best of friends, and the other will be in handcuffs or dead. We'll be able to tell the difference." McGraw nodded sourly. "I can't wait," he said. Then Reacher stiffened and pulled him 10 yards farther into the woods. He had heard the patrol coming back through the trees. Inside the courtroom, Borkin had heard the 3 shots. He was sitting in the judge's chair, and he heard them clearly. They went crack, 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 and repeated a dozen times as each of the distant slopes cannoned the echo back toward him. He sent a runner back to the bastion, a mile there, a mile back on the winding path through the woods. 20 minutes wasted, then the runner got back panting with the news. 3 corpses, 4 cut ropes. "Reacher,"
Borkin said. "I should have wasted him at the beginning."
Milosevic nodded in agreement. "I want him kept away from me," he said. "I heard the autopsy report on your friend Peter Bell. I just want my money and safe passage out of here, okay?" Borkin nodded. Then he laughed. A sharp, nervous laugh that was part excitement, part tension. He stood up and walked out from behind the bench, laughed and grinned and slapped Milosevic on the shoulder. Holly Johnson knew no more than most people do about dynamite. She couldn't remember its exact chemical composition. She knew ammonium nitrate and nitrocellulose were in there somewhere. She wondered about nitroglycerin. Was that mixed in too? Or was that some other kind of explosive? Either way, she figured dynamite was some kind of a sticky fluid, soaked into a porous material and molded into sticks. Heavy sticks, quite dense. If her walls were packed with heavy, dense sticks, they would absorb a lot of sound. Like a soundproofing layer in a city apartment. Which meant the shots she'd heard had been reasonably close. She'd heard crack, crack, crack. But she didn't know who was shooting at who, or why. They weren't handgun shots. She knew the flat bark of a handgun from her time at Quantico. These were shots from a long gun. Not the heavy thump of the big Barretts from the rifle range. A lighter weapon than that. Somebody firing a medium-caliber rifle 3 times. Or 3 people firing once in a ragged volley. But whichever it was, something was happening. And she had to be ready. Garber heard the shots too. Crack, crack, crack. Maybe 1,000 yards northwest of him, maybe 1,200. Then a dozen spaced echoes coming back from the mountainsides. He was in no doubt about what they represented. An M16 firing singles, the first pair in a tight group of 2, which the military called a double tap. The sound of a competent shooter. The idea was to get the second round off before the first shell case hit the ground. Then a third target, or maybe an insurance shot into the second. An unmistakable rhythm, like a signature. The audible signature of somebody with hundreds of hours of weapons training behind him. Garber nodded to himself and moved forward through the trees. "It must be Brogan," Reacher whispered. McGraw looked surprised. "Why Brogan?" he asked. They were squatted down, backs to adjacent trunks 30 yards into the woods, invisible. The search patrol had tracked back and missed them again. McGraw had given Reacher the whole story. He had rattled through the important parts of the investigation, one professional to another, in a sort of insider's shorthand. Reacher had asked sharp questions, and McGraw had given short answers. "Time and distance," Reacher said. "That was crucial. Think about it from their point of view. They put us in the truck and they raced off straight to Montana. What's that? Maybe 17 pulled sideways to his left to get a better view. The courthouse was dead ahead up the rise. The south wall was face on to him, but he had a narrow angle down the front. He could see the main entrance. He could see the steps up to the door. He saw a gaggle of men come out. 6 men. There were 2 flanking point men, alert, scanning around, rifles poised. The other 4 were carrying somebody, spread-eagled, face down. The person had been seized by the wrists and the ankles. It was a man. Garber could tell by the voice. He was bucking and thrashing and screaming. It was Brogan. Garber went cold. He knew what had happened to Jackson. McGraw had told him. He raised his rifle, sighted in on the nearer point man, tracked him smoothly as he moved right to left. Then his peripheral vision swept the other 5. Then he thought about the sentry screen behind him. He grimaced and lowered the rifle. Impossible odds. He had a rule: stick to the job in hand. He'd preached it like a gospel for 40 years, and the job in hand was to get Holly Johnson out alive. He crept backward into the forest and shrugged at the 2 men beside him. The Chinook crew had clambered out of their wrecked craft and stumbled away into the forest. They had thought they were heading south, but in their disorientation they had moved due north. They had passed straight through the sentry screen without knowing anything about it and come upon a 3-star general sitting at the base of a pine. The general had hauled them down and told them to hide. They thought they were in a dream, and they were hoping to wake up. They said nothing and listened as the screaming faded behind the ruined county offices. Reacher and McGraw heard it minutes later, faintly at first, deep in the forest to their left. Then it built louder. They moved together level with a gap between huts where they could see across the bastion to the mouth of the track. They were 10 feet into the forest, far enough back to be well concealed, far enough forward to observe. They saw the 2 point men burst out into the sunlight, then 4 more men, walking in step, rifles slung, leaning outward, arms counterbalancing something heavy they were carrying, something that was bucking and thrashing and screaming.
"Christ," McGraw whispered. "That's Brogan."
Reacher stared for a long time, silent. Then he nodded. "I was wrong," he said. "Milosevic is the bad guy." McGraw clicked the Glock's trigger to release the safety device.
"Wait,"
Reacher whispered. He moved right and signaled McGraw to follow. They stayed deep in the trees and paralleled the 6 men and Brogan across the clearing. The men were moving slow across the shale, and Brogan's screaming was getting louder. They looped past the bodies and the tent pegs and the cut ropes and walked on.
"They're going to the punishment hut,"
Reacher whispered. They lost sight of them as the trees closed around the path to the next clearing, but they could still hear the screaming. Sounded like Brogan knew exactly what was going to happen to him. McGraw remembered recounting Borkin's end of the conversation on the radio. Reacher remembered burying Jackson's mangled body. They risked getting a little closer to the next clearing. Saw the 6 men head for the windowless hut and stop at the door. The point men turned and covered the area with their rifles. The guy gripping Brogan's right wrist fumbled the key out of his pocket with his spare hand. Brogan yelled for help. He yelled for mercy. The guy unlocked the door, swung it open, stopped in surprise on the threshold, and shouted. Joseph Ray came out, still naked, his clothes balled in his arms, dried blood all over the bottom of his face like a mask. He danced and stumbled over the shale in his bare feet. The 6 men watched him go.
"Who the hell's that?"
McGraw whispered.
"Just some asshole,"
Reacher whispered back. Brogan was dropped onto the ground. Then he was hauled upright by the collar. He was staring wildly around and screaming. Reacher saw his face, white and terrified, mouth open. The 6 men threw him into the hut. They stepped in after him. The door slammed. McGraw and Reacher moved closer. They heard screams and the thump of a body hitting the walls. Those sounds went on for several minutes. Then it went quiet. The door opened. The 6 men filed out, smiling and dusting their hands. The last man darted back for a final kick. Reacher heard the blow land and Brogan scream. Then the guy locked the door and hustled after the others. They crunched over the stones and were gone. The clearing fell silent. Holly limped across the raised floor to the door, pressed her ear onto it and listened. All quiet. No sound. She limped back to her mattress and picked up the spare pair of fatigue trousers, used her teeth to pick the seams, tore the material apart until she had separated the front panel of one of the legs. It gave her a piece of canvas cloth maybe 30 inches long and 6 wide. She took it into the bathroom and ran the sink full of hot water, soaked the strip of cloth in it. Then she took off her trousers, squeezed the soaking canvas out, and bound it as tight as she could around her knee, tied it off, and put her trousers back on. Her idea was the hot, wet cloth might shrink slightly as it dried. It might tighten more. It was as near as she was going to get to solving her problem. Keeping the joint rigid was the only way to kill the pain. Then she did what she'd been rehearsing. She pulled a rubber foot off the bottom of her crutch, smashed the metal end into the tile in the shower. The tile shattered. She reversed the crutch and used the end of the curved elbow clip to prise the shards off the wall. She selected 2. Each was a rough triangle, narrow at the base and pointed. She used the edge of the elbow clip to scrape away the clay at the leading point, left the vitrified white surface layer intact, like the blade of a knife. She put her weapons in 2 separate pockets, pulled the shower curtain to conceal the damage, put the rubber foot back on the crutch, limped back to her mattress, and sat down to wait. The problem with using just one camera was that it had to be set to a fairly wide shot. That was the only way to cover the whole area. So any particular thing was small on the screen. The group of men carrying something had shown up like a large insect crawling across the glass. "Was that Brogan?" Webster asked out loud. The aide ran the video back and watched again. "He's face down," he said. "Hard to tell." He froze the action and used the digital manipulator to enlarge the picture, adjusted the joystick to put the spread-eagled man in the center of the screen, zoomed right in until the image blurred. "Hard to tell," he said again. "It's one of them, that's for sure." "I think it was Brogan," Webster said. Johnson looked hard, used his finger and thumb against the screen to estimate the guy's height, head to toes. "How tall is he asked. "How tall is he?" Reacher asked suddenly. "What?" McGraw said. Reacher was behind McGraw in the trees, staring out at the punishment hut. He was staring at the front wall. The wall was maybe 12 feet long, 8 feet high. Right to left, there was a 2-foot panel, then the door, 30 inches wide, hinged on the right, handle on the left. Then a panel probably 7.5 feet wide, running down to the end of the building. "How tall is he?" Reacher asked again. "Christ, does it matter?" McGraw said. "I think it does," Reacher said. McGraw turned and stared at him. 5'9", maybe 5'10", he said. "Not an especially big guy." The cladding was made up of horizontal 8x4s nailed over the frame. There was a seam halfway up. The floor was probably 3/4 board laid over 2x4s. Therefore, the floor started nearly 5 inches above the bottom of the outside cladding, about 1.5 inches below the bottom of the doorway. "Skinny, right?" Reacher said. McGraw was still staring at him. 38 regular, best guess, he said. Reacher nodded. The walls would be 2x4s clad inside and out with the plywood. Total thickness, 5.5 inches, maybe less if the inside cladding was thinner. Call it the inside face of the end wall was 5 inches in from the corner, and the floor was 5 inches up from the bottom. "Right-handed or left-handed?" Reacher asked. "Speak to me," McGraw hissed. "Which?" Reacher said. "Right-handed," McGraw said. "I'm pretty sure." The 2x4s would be on 16-inch centers. That was the standard dimension. But from the corner of the hut to the right-hand edge of the door, the distance was only 2 feet. 2 feet less 5 inches for the thickness of the end wall was 19 inches. There was probably a 2x4 set right in the middle of that span, unless they skimped it, which was no problem. The wall would be stuffed with fiberglass wadding for insulation. "Stand back," Reacher whispered. "Why?" McGraw said. "Just do it," Reacher replied. McGraw moved out of the way. Reacher put his eyes on a spot 10 inches in from the end of the hut and just shy of 5 feet up from the bottom. Swayed left and rested his shoulder on a tree. Raised his M16 and sighted it in.
"Hell are you doing?"
McGraw hissed. Reacher made no reply, just waited for his heart to beat and fired. The rifle cracked and the bullet punched through the siding 100 yards away. 10 inches from the corner, 5 feet from the ground.
"Hell are you doing?"
McGraw hissed again. Reacher just grabbed his arm and pulled him into the woods, dragged him north and waited. 2 things happened. The 6 men burst back into the clearing, and the door of the punishment hut opened. Brogan was framed in the doorway. His right arm was hanging limp. His right shoulder was shattered and pumping blood. In his right hand he was holding his Bureau 38. The hammer was back. His finger was tight on the trigger. Reacher snicked the M16 to burst fire, stitched 5 bursts of 3 shells into the ground halfway across the clearing. The 6 men skidded away like they were suddenly facing an invisible barrier or a drop off a tall cliff. They ran for the woods. Brogan stepped out of the hut, stood in a bar of sunshine and tried to lift his revolver. His arm wouldn't work. It hung uselessly.
"Decoy,"
Reacher said.
"They thought I'd go in after him. He was waiting behind the door with his gun. I knew he was the bad guy, but they had me fooled for a moment."
McGraw nodded slowly, stared at the government-issued 38 in Brogan's hand, remembered his own being confiscated. He raised the Glock and wedged his wrist against a tree, sighted down the barrel.
"Forget it,"
Reacher said. McGraw kept his eyes on Brogan and shook his head.
"I'm not gonna forget it," he said quietly. "Bastard sold Holly out." "I meant forget the Glock," Reacher said. "That's 100 yards. Glock won't get near. You'd be lucky to hit the damn hut from here."
McGraw lowered the Glock, and Reacher handed him the M16. Watched with interest as McGraw sighted it in.
"Where?"
Reacher asked.
"Chest,"
McGraw said. Reacher nodded.
"Chest is good," he said.
McGraw steadied himself and fired. He was good, but not really good. The rifle was still set to burst fire, and it loosed 3 rounds. The first hit Brogan in the upper left of his forehead, and the other 2 stitched upward and blasted fragments off the door frame. Good, but not very. But good enough to do the job. Brogan went down like a marionette with the strings cut. He just telescoped into the ground right in front of the doorway. Reacher took the M16 back and sprayed the trees on the edge of the clearing until the magazine clicked empty, reloaded and handed the Glock back to McGraw, nodded him east through the forest. They turned together and walked straight into Joseph Ray. He was unarmed and half-dressed, blood dried on his face like brown paint. He was fumbling with his shirt buttons. They were done up in the wrong holes.
"Women and children are gonna die," he said.
"Y'all got an hour, Joe," Reacher said back to him. "Spread the word. Anybody wants to stay alive better head for the hills."
The guy just shook his head. "No," he said. "We got to assemble on the parade ground. Those are our instructions. We got to wait for Bo there."
"Bo won't be coming," Reacher said. Ray shook his head again.
"He will be," he said. "You won't beat Bo, whoever you are. Can't be done. We got to wait for him. He's going to tell us what to do."
"Run for it, Joe," Reacher said. "For Christ's sake, get your kids out of here."
"Bo says they have to stay here," Ray said, "either to enjoy the fruits of victory or to suffer the consequences of defeat."
Reacher just stared at him. Ray's bright eyes shone out. His teeth flashed in a brief defiant smile. He ducked his head and ran away.
"Women and children are gonna die?"
McGraw repeated. "Borkin's propaganda," Reacher said. "He's got them all convinced compulsory suicide is the penalty for getting beat around here."
"And they're standing still for it?"
McGraw asked. "He controls them," Reacher said. "Worse than you can imagine."
"I'm not interested in beating them,"
McGraw said.
"Right now, I just want to get Holly out."
"Same thing," Reacher said. They walked on in silence, through the trees in the direction of the bastion.
"How did you know?"
McGraw asked.
"About Brogan?"
Reacher shrugged. "I just felt it," he said. "His face, I guess. They like hitting people in the face. They did it to you. But Brogan was unmarked. I saw his face, no damage, no blood. I figured that was wrong. The excitement of an ambush, the tension, they'd have worked it off by roughing him up a little, like they did with you. But he was theirs, so he just walked in, handshakes all around. McGraw nodded, put his hand up and felt his nose. "But what if you were wrong?" he said. "Wouldn't have mattered," Reacher said. "If I was wrong, he wouldn't have been standing behind the door. He'd have been down on the floor with a bunch of broken ribs, because all that thumping around would have been for real." McGraw nodded again. "And all that shouting," Reacher said. "They paraded along real slow with the guy shouting his head off. They were trying to attract my attention." "They're good at that," McGraw said. "Webster's worried about it. He doesn't understand why Borkin seems so set on getting attention, escalating this whole thing way bigger than he needs to." They were in the woods, halfway between the small clearing and the bastion. Reacher stopped. Like the breath had been knocked out of him. His hands went up to his mouth. He stood breathless, like all the air had been sucked off the planet. "Christ, I know why," he said. "It's a decoy." "What?" McGraw asked. "I'm getting a bad feeling," Reacher said. "About what?" McGraw asked him urgently. "Borkin," Reacher said. "Something doesn't add up. His intentions, strike the first blow. But where's Stevie? You know what? I think there are two first blows, McGraw. This stuff up here, and something else, somewhere else. A surprise attack, like Pearl Harbor, like his damn war books. That's why he's set on escalating everything. Ollie, the suicide thing, he wants all the attention up here." Chapter 44. Holly was standing upright and facing her door when they came for her. The tight wrap on her knee was drying stiff, so she had to stand, because her leg would no longer bend. And she wanted to stand, because that was the best way to do it. She heard the footsteps in the lobby, heard them clatter up the stairs. 2 men, she estimated. She heard them halt outside her door, heard the key slide in and the lock click back. She blinked once and took a breath. The door opened, 2 men crowded in, 2 rifles. She stood upright and faced them. One stepped forward. "Outside, bitch," he said. She gripped her crutch, leaned on it heavily, and limped across the floor. Slowly. She wanted to be outside before anybody realized she could move better than they thought. Before anybody realized she was armed and dangerous. "Strike the first blow," Reacher said. "I interpreted that all wrong." "Why?" McGraw asked urgently. "Because I haven't seen Stevie," Reacher said. "Not since early this morning. Stevie's not here anymore. Stevie's gone somewhere else." "Reacher, you're not making any sense," McGraw said. Reacher shook his head like he was clearing it and snapped back into focus. Set off racing east through the trees, talking quietly but urgently. "I was wrong," he said. "Borkin said they were going to strike the first blow, against the system. I thought he meant the Declaration of Independence. I thought that was the first blow. The Declaration and the battle to secure this territory. I thought that was it, on its own. But they're doing something else as well, somewhere else. They're doing 2 things at once, simultaneous." "What are you saying?" McGraw asked. "Attention," Reacher said. "The Declaration of Independence is focusing attention up here in Montana, right?" "Sure," McGraw said. "They plan to have CNN and the United Nations up here watching it happen. That's a lot of attention." "But they'd have been in the wrong place," Reacher said. "Borkin had a bookcase full of theory telling him not to do what they expect. A whole shelf all about Pearl Harbor. And I overheard him talking in the mine, when he was fetching the missile launcher. Fowler was with him. Borkin told Fowler by tonight this place will be way down the list of priorities, so they're doing something else someplace else as well. Something different, maybe something bigger. Twin blows against the system." "But what?" McGraw asked. "And where? Near here?" "No," Reacher said. "Probably far away, like Pearl Harbor was. They're reaching out, trying to land a killer blow somewhere. Because there's a time factor here. It's all coordinated." McGraw stared at him. "They planned it well," Reacher said. "Getting everybody's attention fixed up here. Independence. That stuff they were going to do with you. They were going to kill you slowly, with the cameras watching. Then the threats of mass suicide, women and children dying, a high-stakes siege. So nobody would be looking anywhere else. Borkin's cleverer than I thought. Twin blows, each one covering for the other. Everybody's looking up here, then something big happens someplace else, everybody's looking down there, and he consolidates his new nation back up here. "But where's it happening, for God's sake?" McGraw asked. "And what the hell is it?" Reacher stopped and shook his head. "I just don't know," he said. Then he froze. There was a crashing noise up ahead, and a patrol of 6 men burst around a tight thicket of pines and stopped dead in front of them. They had M16s in their hands, grenades on their belts, and surprise and delight on their faces. Borkin had deployed every man he had to the search for Reacher, except for the 2 he had retained to deal with Holly. He heard them start down the courthouse stairs. He pulled the radio from his pocket and flipped it open, extended the stubby antenna, and pressed the button.
"Webster," he said, "get focused in, okay? We'll talk again in a minute."
He didn't wait for any reply, just snapped the radio off and turned his head as he tracked the sound of the footsteps on their way outside. From 75 yards south, Garber saw them come out of the door and down the steps. He had moved out of the woods. He had moved forward and crouched behind the outcrop of rock. He figured that was safe enough. Now he had backup of a sort. The Chinook crewmen were 30 yards behind him, well separated, well hidden, instructed to yell if anybody approached from the rear. So Garber was resting easy, staring up the slope at the big white building. He saw 2 armed men, bearded, starting down the steps. They were dragging a smaller figure with a crutch, a halo of dark hair, neat green fatigues. Holly Johnson. He had never seen her before, only in the photographs the bureau men had showed him. The photographs had not done her justice. Even from 75 yards, he could feel the glow of her character, some kind of radiant energy. He felt it and pulled his rifle closer. The M16 in Reacher's hands was a 1987 product manufactured by the Colt Firearms Company in Hartford, Connecticut. It was the A2 version. Its principal new feature was the replacement of automatic fire with burst fire. For the sake of economy, the trigger relocked after each burst of 3 shells. The idea was to waste less ammunition. 6 targets, 3 shells each from the fresh magazine, a total of 18 shells and 6 trigger pulls. Each burst of 3 shells took 1/5 of a second, so the firing sequence itself amounted to just 1 1/5 seconds. It was pulling the trigger over and over again which wasted the time. It wasted so much time for Reacher that he ran into trouble after the 4th guy was down. He wasn't aiming. He was just tracking a casual left-to-right arc, close range into the bodies in front of him. The opposing rifles were coming up as a unit. The first 4 never got there, but the 5th and the 6th were already raised horizontal by the time the 4th went back down, 2 1/4 seconds into the sequence. So Reacher gambled. It was the sort of instinctive gamble you take so fast that to call it a split-second decision is to understate the speed by an absurd factor. He skipped his M16 straight to the 6th guy, totally sure that McGraw would take the 5th guy with a Glock. The sort of instinctive gamble you take based on absolutely nothing at all except a feeling, which is itself based on absolutely nothing at all except the look of the guy and how he compares with the look of other people worth trusting in the past. The flat crack of the Glock was lost under the rattle of the M16, but the 5th guy went down simultaneous with the 6th. Reacher and McGraw crashed sideways together into the brush and flattened into the ground. Stared through the sudden dead silence at the cordite smoke rising gently through the shafts of sunlight. No movement. No survivors. McGraw blew a big sigh and stuck out his hand from flat in the ground. Reacher twisted around and shook it. "You're pretty quick for an old guy," he said. "That's how I got to be an old guy," McGraw said back. They stood up slowly and ducked back farther into the trees. Then they could hear more people moving toward him in the forest. A stream of people was moving northwest out of the bastion. McGraw raised the Glock again, and Reacher snicked the M16 back to singles. He had 12 shells left. Too few to waste, even with the A2's economy measure. Then they saw women through the trees. Women and children. Some men with them. Family groups. They were marching in columns of 2. Reacher saw Joseph Ray, a woman at his side, 2 boys marching blankly in front of him. He saw the woman from the mess kitchen, marching side by side with a man.
3 children walking stolidly in front of them.
"Where are they going?"
McGraw whispered.
"The parade ground,"
Reacher said.
"Borkin ordered it, right?" "Why don't they just run for it?"
McGraw said. Reacher shrugged and said nothing. He had no explanation. He stood concealed and watched the blank faces pass through the dappled woods. Then he touched McGraw's arm, and they sprinted on through the trees and came out behind the mess hall. Reacher glanced cautiously around, stretched up and grabbed at the roof overhang, put a foot up on the window ledge and hauled himself up onto the shingles, crawled up the slope of the roof and steadied himself against the bright metal chimney, raised the stolen field glasses and trained them southeast down toward the town, thinking, okay, but what the hell else is happening? And where? General Johnson's aide had the most aptitude with the computer controls, either from familiarity with such things or from being younger. He used the rubber knobs and the joystick to focus on the area in front of the courthouse steps. Then he zoomed out a touch to frame the view. He had the western face of the courthouse on the right of the screen and the eastern face of the ruined county office on the left. In between were the 2 lawns, one abandoned and scrubby, the other still reasonably flat. The road ran vertically up the center of the picture like a map. The jeep which had brought McGraw in was still there where they had dumped it. The aide used it to check his focus. It came in crisp and clear. It was a military surplus vehicle, smudged white stencils. They could see the windshield folded down, and a canvas map case, and a jerry can for fuel, and a short-handled shovel clipped on the rear. They all saw the 2 men bring Holly out. From above, they were in a perfect straight diagonal line, with Holly alone in the middle, like the shape you see when a die rolls a 3. They brought her out and waited. Then they saw a huge figure lumbering down the courthouse steps behind them. Borkin. He stepped into the road and looked up, right into the camera, invisible 7 miles above him. He stared and waved, raised his right hand high. There was a black gun in it. Then he looked down and fiddled with something in his left hand, raised it to his ear. The radio on the desk in front of Webster crackled. Webster picked it up and flipped it open. "Yes," he said. They saw Borkin waving up at the camera again. "See me?" he said. "We see you," Webster said quietly.
"See this?"
Borkin asked. He raised the gun again. The general's aide zoomed in tight. Borkin's huge bulk filled the screen. Upturned pink face, black pistol held high. "We see it," Webster said. The aide zoomed back out. Borkin resumed his proper perspective.
"Sig Sauer P226, Borkin said. "You familiar with that weapon?"
Webster paused, glanced around. "Yes," he said.
9mm, Borkin said. 15 shots to a clip.
"So?" Webster asked. Borkin laughed, a loud sound in Webster's ear.
"Time for some target practice," Borkin said. "And guess what the target is?"
They saw the 2 men move toward Holly. Then they saw Holly's crutch come up. She held it level with both hands. She smashed it hard into the first man's gut. She whipped it back and swung it, spun and hit the second man in the head. But it was light aluminum, no weight behind it. She dropped it, and her hands went to her pockets, came out with something in each palm, things that glinted and caught the sun. She skipped forward and slashed desperately at the face in front of her, danced and whirled and swung the glinting weapons. The aide jerked the zoom control. The first man was down, clutching at his throat and face, blood on his hands. Holly was spinning fast circles, slashing at the air like a panther in a cage, turning on a stiff leg, the other foot dancing in and out as she darted left and right. Webster could hear distorted breathing and gasping through the earpiece. He could hear shouting and screaming. He stared at the screen and pleaded silently, "Go left, Holly. Go for the jeep." She went right, swung her left hand high and held her right hand low, like a boxer, darted for the second man. He raised his rifle, but crossways, in a sheer panic move to ward off the slashing blow. He punched the rifle up to meet her arm, and her wrist cracked against the barrel. Her weapon flew off into the air. She kicked hard under the rifle and caught him in the groin. He wheeled away and collapsed. She darted for Borkin. Her glittering hands swung a vicious arc. Webster heard a shriek in his ear. The camera showed Borkin ducking away, Holly swarming after him. But the first man was up again behind her, hesitating. Then he was swinging his rifle like a bat. He caught her with the stock flat on the back of her head. She went limp. Her legs stayed stiff. She collapsed over it like she was falling over a gate and sprawled on the road at Borkin's feet. 2 down. One of them was Holly. Reacher adjusted the field glasses and stared at her. 2 still standing. A grunt with a rifle and Borkin with a handgun on the radio, all in a tight knot, visible through the trees 1,200 yards southeast and 300 feet below. Reacher stared at Holly, inert on the ground. He wanted her. He loved her for her courage. 2 armed men and Borkin, and she'd gone for it. Hopeless, but she'd gone for it. He lowered the field glasses and hitched his leg around the chimney, like he was riding a metal horse. The chimney was warm. His upper body was flat on the slope of the roof. His head and shoulders were barely above the ridge. He raised the field glasses again and held his breath and waited. They saw Borkin's agitated gestures, and then the injured man was getting up and moving in with the other who had hit her. They saw them pinning her arms behind her and dragging her to her feet. Her head was hanging down. One leg was bent and the other was stiff. They propped her on it and paused. Borkin signaled them to move. They dragged her away across the road. Then Borkin's voice came back in Webster's ear, loud and breathy.
"Okay, fun's over," he said. "Put her old man on."
Webster handed the radio to Johnson. He stared at it, raised it to his ear. "Anything you want," he said. "Anything at all. Just don't hurt her." Borkin laughed, a loud, relieved chuckle.
"That's the kind of attitude I like," he said. "Now watch this."
The 2 men dragged Holly up the knoll in front of the ruined office building, dragged her over to the stump of the dead tree. They turned her and walked her until her back thumped against the wood. They wrapped her arms around the stump behind her. Her head came up. She shook it in a daze. One man held both wrists while the other fumbled with something. Handcuffs. He locked her wrists behind the tree. The 2 men stepped away, back toward Borkin. Holly fell and slid down the stump. Then she pushed back and stood up, shook her head again and gazed around.
"Target practice,"
Borkin said into the radio. Johnson's aide fiddled with the zoom and made the picture bigger. Borkin was walking away. He walked 20 yards south and turned, the Sig Sauer pointing at the ground, the radio up at his face.
"Here goes,"
he said. He turned side on and raised his arm, held it out absolutely straight, shoulders turned like a duelist in an old movie, squinted down the barrel and fired. The pistol kicked silently, and there was a puff of dust in the ground, 3 feet from where Holly was standing still. Borkin laughed again.
"Bad shot," he said. "I need to practice. Might take me a while to get close. But I've got 14 more shells, right?"
He fired again, a puff of dust from the earth, 3 feet the other side of the stump.
13 left,
Borkin said.
"I guess CNN is your best bet, right? Call 'em and tell 'em the whole story. Make it an official statement. Get Webster to back you up. Then patch them through on this radio. You won't give me my fax line? I'm gonna have to communicate direct."
"You're crazy," Johnson said.
"You're the one who's crazy," Borkin said. "I'm a force of history. I can't be stopped. I'm shooting at your daughter, the president's godchild. You don't understand, Johnson. The world is changing. I'm changing it. The world must be my witness."
Johnson was silent, stunned.
"Okay," Borkin said. "I'm gonna hang up now. You make that call. 13 bullets left. I don't hear from CNN. The last one kills her."
Johnson heard the line go dead and looked up at the screens,
and saw Borkin drop the radio on the ground. Saw him raise the Sig Sauer two-handed. Saw him sight it in. Saw him put a round right between his daughter's feet. Reacher rested against the warm chimney and lowered the glasses. Ran a desperate calculation through his head. A calculation involving time and distance. He was 1,200 yards away to the northwest. He couldn't get there in time, and he couldn't get there silently. He lay chest down on the roof of the mess hall and called down to McGraw. His voice was already quiet and relaxed, like he was ordering in a restaurant. "McGraw," he said, "go break into the armory. It's the hut on the end, apart from the others." "Okay," McGraw called. "What do you want?" "You know what a Barrett looks like?" Reacher called. "Big black thing, scope, big muzzle brake on it. Find a full magazine. Probably be next to them." "Okay," McGraw said again. "And hurry," Reacher said. Garber's view up from the south cleared when the two soldiers came back around and stood behind Bo Borkin. They hung back, like they didn't want to put him off his aim. Borkin was maybe 60 feet from Holly, shooting up the rise of the knoll. Garber was 70 yards away down the steep slope. Holly was just left of straight ahead. Borkin was just to the right. His black bulk was perfectly outlined against the whiteness of the south wall of the courthouse. Garber saw that somebody had blanked the upper-story windows with new white wood. Borkin's head was framed dead center against one of the new rectangles. Garber smiled. It would be like shooting for a small pink bullseye on a sheet of white paper. He snicked the M16 to burst fire and checked it visually. Then he raised it to his shoulder. McGraw stretched up on his toes and passed the Barrett up toward Reacher. Reacher stretched his hand down and pulled it up, glanced at it and passed it back down. "Not this one," he said. "Find one with a serial number ending in 5024, okay?" "Why?" McGraw called. "Because I know for sure it shoots straight," Reacher said. "I used it before." "Christ," McGraw said. He set off again at a dead run. Reacher lay back on the roof, trying to keep his heartbeat under control. Borkin's 10th shot was still wide, but not by much. Holly jumped as far as her cuffs would allow. Borkin took to pacing back and forth in delight. He was pacing and laughing and stopping to shoot. Garber was tracking his huge bulk left and right against the whiteness of the building, just waiting for him to stop moving. Because Garber had a rule: make the first shot count. McGraw found the rifle Reacher had used before and passed it up to the roof. Reacher took it and checked the number. Nodded. McGraw ran like crazy for the mouth of the stony track. Disappeared down it at a sprint. Reacher watched him go. Thumbed the big bullets in the magazine and checked the spring. Pressed the magazine home gently with his palm. Raised the Barrett to his shoulder and balanced it carefully on the ridge line. Pulled the stock in and ducked his eye to the scope. Used his left thumb to ease the focus out to 1,200 yards. It racked the lens right out to the stop. He laid his left palm over the barrel, operated the silky mechanism, and put a round in the breech. Stared down at the scene below. The telescope on the rifle bunched it all up, but the geometry was fine. Holly was up on the knoll, slightly to the right of dead ahead, handcuffed to the dead tree. He stared at her face for a long moment. Then he nudged the scope. Borkin was below her, maybe 60 feet farther on, firing up the rise at her, slightly to the left. He was walking short arcs, back and forth. But anywhere he chose to stop, there was 100 miles of empty country behind his head. The courthouse walls were well away from Reacher's trajectory. Safe enough. Safe, but not easy. 1,200 yards was a hell of a distance. He breathed out and waited for Borkin to stop pacing. Then he froze. In the corner of his eye, he caught the gleam of sun on dull metal. Maybe 70 yards farther on down the slope. A rock. A man behind the rock. A rifle. A familiar head. Grizzled hair on some of it. General Garber. Garber with an M16 behind a rock. moving the muzzle side to side as he tracked his target, who was walking short arcs 70 yards directly in front of him. Reacher breathed out and smiled. He felt a warm flood of gratitude. Garber. He had backup. Garber, shooting from just 70 yards. In that split second, he knew Holly was safe. A warm flood of gratitude coursed through him. Then it changed to an icy blast of panic. His brain kicked in. The compressed geometry below him exploded into a dreadful diagram, like something on a page, like a textbook explanation of a disaster. From Garber's angle, the courthouse was directly behind Borkin. When Borkin stopped moving, Garber was going to fire at him. He might hit or he might miss. Either way, his bullet was going to hit the courthouse wall, probably right up there in the southeastern corner, second floor. The ton of old dynamite would go up in a percussive fireball a quarter-mile wide. It would vaporize Holly and shred Garber himself. The shockwave would probably knock Reacher right off the mess hall roof 1,200 yards away. How the hell could Garber not know? Borkin stopped pacing, stood sideways on, and steadied himself. Reacher blew out a lungful of air. He moved the Barrett. He put the crosshairs dead center on Holly Johnson's temple, right where the soft dark hair billowed down toward her eyes. He kept his lungs empty and waited for the next thump of his heart. Then he squeezed the trigger. Garber watched Borkin's arm come up, waited until he had steadied, squinted down the M16's sighting grooves, and put the pink and white head dead center. It sat there, big and obvious against the blur of sunny white wall behind it. He waited like he'd been taught to a lifetime ago. Waited until his breath was out and his heart was between beats. Then he pulled the trigger. General Johnson had closed his eyes. His aide was staring at the screen. Webster was watching through a lattice of fingers, mouth open, like a child with a new babysitter watching a horror movie on television way after his bedtime. First thing out of the barrel of Reacher's Barrett was a blast of hot gas. The powder in the cartridge exploded in a fraction of a millionth of a second and expanded to a superheated bubble. That bubble of gas hurled the bullet down the barrel and forced ahead of it and around it to explode out into the atmosphere. Most of it was smashed sideways by the muzzle brake in a perfectly balanced radial pattern, like a donut, so that the recoil moved the barrel straight back against Reacher's shoulder without deflecting it either sideways or up or down. Meanwhile, behind it, the bullet was starting to spin inside the barrel as the rifling grooves grabbed at it. Then the gas ahead of the bullet was heating the oxygen in the air to the point where the air caught fire. There was a brief flash of flame, and the bullet burst out through the exact center of it, spearing through the burned air at 1,900 miles an hour. A thousandth of a second later, it was a yard away, followed by a cone of gunpowder particles and a puff of soot. Another thousandth of a second later, it was 6 feet away, and its sound was bravely chasing after it 3 times slower. The bullet took 5/100ths of a second to cross the bastion, by which time the sound of its shot had just passed Reacher's ears and cleared the ridge of the roof. The bullet had a hand-polished copper jacket, and it was flying straight and true. But by the time it passed soundlessly over McGraw's head, it had slowed a little. The friction of the air had heated it and slowed it. And the air was moving it. It was moving it right to left as the gentle mountain breeze tugged imperceptibly at it. Half a second into its travel, the bullet had covered 1,300 feet, and it had moved 7 inches to the left. And it had dropped 7 inches. Gravity had pulled it in. The more gravity pulled, the more the bullet slowed. The more it slowed, the more gravity deflected it. It speared onward in a perfect, graceful curve. A whole second after leaving the barrel, it was 900 yards into its journey. Way past McGraw's running figure, but still over the trees. Still 300 yards short of its target. Another sixth of a second later, it was clear of the trees and alongside the ruined office building. Now it was a slow bullet. It had pulled 4 feet left and 5 feet down. It passed well clear of Holly and was 20 feet beyond her before she heard the hiss in the air. The sound of its shot was still to come. It had just about caught up with McGraw, running through the trees. Then there was a second bullet in the air, and a third, and a fourth. Garber fired a second and a quarter later than Reacher. His rifle was set to auto. It fired a burst of 3 shells in a fifth of a second. His bullets were smaller and lighter. Because they were lighter, they were faster. They came in at well over 2,000 miles an hour. He was nearer the target. Because his bullets were faster and lighter and he was nearer, friction and gravity never really chipped in. His 3 bullets stayed pretty straight. Reacher's bullet hit Borkin in the head a full second and a third after he fired it. It entered the front of his forehead and was out the back of his skull 3/10,000ths of a second later. In and out, without really slowing much more at all. Because Borkin's skull and brains were nothing to a 2-ounce lead projectile with a needle point and a polished copper jacket. The bullet was well on over the endless forest beyond before the pressure wave built up in Borkin's skull and exploded it. The effect is mathematical and concerns kinetic energy. The way it had been explained to Reacher long ago, it was all about equivalence. The bullet weighed only 2 ounces, but it was fast, equivalent to something heavy but slow. 2 ounces moving at 1,000 miles an hour was maybe similar to something weighing 10 pounds moving at 3 miles an hour. Maybe something like a sledgehammer swinging hard in a man's hand. That was pretty much the effect. Reacher was watching it through the scope, heart in his mouth. A full second and a third is a long time to wait. He watched Borkin's skull explode like it had been burst from the inside with a sledgehammer. It came apart like a diagram. Reacher saw curved shards of bone bursting outward and red mist blooming. But what he couldn't see were Garber's 3 bullets, hurtling through the mess unimpeded and flying straight on toward the courthouse wall. Chapter 45. The classic mistake in firing an automatic weapon is to let the recoil from the first bullet jerk the barrel upward, so that the second bullet goes high and the third higher still. But Garber did not make that mistake. He had enough hours on the range to be reliable from 70 yards. He had been through enough edgy situations to know how to stay cool and concentrated. He put all 3 bullets right through the exact center of the pink cloud that had been Borkin's head. They spent 2/10,000ths of a second traveling through it and flew on uninterrupted. They smashed through the new plywood sheeting in the window frame. The leading bullet was distorted slightly by the impact and jerked left, tearing through the inner pine siding 22 inches later. It crossed Hawley's room and re-entered the wall to the left of the doorway, smashed right through, and buried itself in the far wall of the corridor. The second bullet came in through the first bullet's hole, and therefore traversed the 22-inch gap in a straight line. It came out through the inner siding and was thrown to the right, crossed the room and smashed on through the bathroom partition and shattered the cheap white ceramic toilet. The third shell was rising just a fraction. It hit a nail in the outer wall and turned a right angle, drilled itself sideways and down through 8 of the new 2x4s like a demented termite before its energy was expended. It ended up looking like a random blob of lead pressed into the back of the new pine boarding. Reacher saw Garber's muzzle flash through his scope. Knew he must be firing triples. Knew he must have hit the courthouse wall. He stared down from 1,200 yards away and gripped the ridge of the roof and shut his eyes. Waited for the explosion. Garber knew his shots hadn't killed Borkin. There hadn't been time. Even dealing with tiny fractions of a second, there's a rhythm. Fire, hit. Borkin had been hit before his bullets could possibly have gotten there. So somebody else was up and shooting. There was a team in action. Garber smiled. Fired again. Pumped his trigger finger 9 more times, and stitched Borkin's 2 soldiers all over the courthouse wall with his remaining 27 shells. Milosevic came out of the courthouse lobby and down the steps at a run. He had his Bureau 38 held high in his right hand and his gold shield in his left.
FBI agent, he screamed. Everybody freeze!
He glanced to his right at Hawley, and then at Garber on his way up to meet him, and at McGraw racing around from behind the office building. McGraw went straight for Hawley. He hugged her tight against the dead tree. She was laughing. She couldn't hug back because her arms were still cuffed behind the post. McGraw let her go and ran down the slope, smacked a high five with Milosevic. "Who's got the keys?" McGraw yelled. Garber pointed over toward the two dead soldiers. McGraw ran to them and searched through the oozing pockets, came out with a key and ran back up to the knoll, ducked around to the back of the stump and unlocked Holly's wrists. She staggered away, and McGraw darted forward and grabbed her arm. Milosevic found her crutch on the road and tossed it over. McGraw caught it and handed it to her. She got steady and came down the rise, arm in arm with McGraw. They made it to level ground and stood there together, gazing around in the sudden deafening quiet.
"Who do I thank?"
Holly asked. She was holding McGraw's arm, staring at the remains of Borkin, lying 60 feet away. The corpse was flat on its back, high and wide. It had no head. "This is General Garber," McGraw said. "Top boy in the military police." Garber shook his head. "Wasn't me," he said. "Somebody beat me to it." "Wasn't me," Milosevic said. Then Garber nodded behind them. "Probably this guy," he said. Reacher was on his way down the knoll, out of breath. A frame 6'5" high and 220 pounds in weight is good for a lot of things, but not for sprinting a mile.
"Reacher,"
Holly said. He ignored her, ignored everybody, just ran on south and turned to stare up at the white wall. He saw bullet holes. A lot of bullet holes. Probably 30 holes, most of them scattered over the second floor in the southeast corner. He stared at them for a second and ran for the Jeep parked at the curb, snatched the shovel from its clips under the spare fuel can, sprinted for the steps, crashed through the door and up the stairs to Holly's room, ran for the front wall. He could see at least a dozen exit holes punched through the wood, ragged, splintered holes. He smashed the blade of the shovel into one of them, split the pine board lengthways, and used the shovel to wrench it off, smashed the shovel behind the next and tore it away from the nails securing it. By the time McGraw was in the room, he had exposed 4 feet of studding. By the time Holly joined them, they were staring into an empty cavity.
"No dynamite,"
she said quietly. Reacher ducked away to the adjacent wall, tore enough boards off to be sure.
"There never was any," Holly said. "Shit, I can't believe it."
"There was some," McGraw said. "Jackson called it in. Described the whole thing. I saw his report. He unloaded the truck with 7 other guys. He carried it up here. He saw it going into the walls, for God's sake. A ton of dynamite. Kind of a hard thing to be confused about."
"So they put it in," Reacher said, "and then they took it out. They let people see it going in, then they took it out again secretly. They used it somewhere else."
"Took it out again?"
Holly repeated. "Women and children have to die," Reacher said slowly.
"What?"
Holly asked.
"What are you saying?"
"But not here," he said. "Not these women and children."
"What?"
Holly said again. "Not mass suicide," Reacher said. "Mass murder." Then he just went blank. He was silent. But in his head he was hearing something. He was hearing the same terrible blast he had heard 13 years before. The sound of Beirut. The sound of the Marine compound out near the airport. He was hearing it all over again, and it was deafening him. "Now we know what it is," he muttered through the shattering roar.
"What is it?"
McGraw asked. "Low on its springs," Reacher said. "But we don't know where it's gone."
"What?"
Holly said again. "Women and children have to die," Reacher repeated. "Borkin said so. He said the historical circumstances justified it. But he didn't mean these women and these children up here."
"What the hell are you talking about?"
McGraw said. Reacher glanced at him and then at Holly, surprised, like he was seeing them both for the first time. "I was in the motor pool," he said. "I saw the truck. Our truck. It was parked up, low on its springs, like it had a heavy weight inside."
"What?"
Holly said again.
They've made themselves a truck bomb, Reacher said. Stevie's delivering it somewhere, some public place. That's the other attack. They're going to explode it in a crowd. There's a whole ton of dynamite in it. And he's 6 hours ahead of us. McGraw was the first down the stairs. "Into the Jeep!" he yelled. Garber ran for the Jeep, but Milosevic was much nearer. He vaulted in and fired it up. Then McGraw was helping Holly into the front seat. Reacher was on the sidewalk, staring south, lost in thought. Milosevic was drawing his revolver. He was thumbing the hammer back. Garber stopped, raised his rifle and aimed. Milosevic leaned across in front of Holly. McGraw jumped away. Milosevic stamped on the gas and roared away one-handed with the muzzle jammed into Holly's side. One-handed over the rough road, the Jeep was all over the place. No chance of hitting Milosevic. Garber could see that. He lowered his rifle and watched them go. "Both of them?" Webster said to himself. "Please, God, no." "We could use another chopper right now," the aide said. "I don't think we have to worry about the missiles anymore." He panned the camera north and west and zoomed in on the mountain bowl in front of the mine entrances. The 4 missile trucks were sitting inert. The sprawled body of the dead sentry was nearby. "Okay, call in a chopper," Johnson said. "Better coming direct from you, sir," the aide said. Johnson turned sideways to use the phone. Then he spun back to watch as the Jeep drove into shot. It bounced up out of the last hairpin into the bowl and raced across the shale, swerved around the dead trucks, and slowed to a stop in front of the left-hand shed. Milosevic jumped out and danced around the hood, revolver steady on Holly as he approached. He pulled her out by the arm and dragged her to the big wooden doors, levered one open with his foot and pushed her inside. He followed her in, and the huge door swung shut. Webster glanced away from the screen. "Call the chopper, sir," the aide said. "Make it a fast one," Webster added. Quickest way to the mines was a shortcut through the bastion. It was deserted and quiet. They ran through it and headed north across the rifle range toward the parade ground, stopped short in the woods. The whole remaining militia population was standing silently in neat ranks, quiet, fearful faces turned to the front, where Borkin's upturned box still awaited his arrival. Reacher ignored them and led the others around in the trees. Then in a straight line to the road, straight north along it. Reacher was carrying the big Barrett. He had retrieved it from the mess hall roof because he liked it. Garber was hurrying at his side. McGraw was pushing ahead as fast as he could, desperate to get to Holly. They ducked back into the woods before the last hairpin, and Reacher scouted ahead. He holed up behind the rock he'd used before and covered every inch of the bowl with the Barrett's scope. Then he waved the other 2 up to join him. "They're in the motor pool," he said. "Left-hand shed." He pointed with the fat barrel of the sniper rifle, and the others saw the abandoned Jeep and nodded. He ran over the shale and crouched behind the hood of the first missile truck. Garber sent McGraw next. Then he ran over. They crouched together behind the truck and stared at the log doors. "What now?" Garber asked. "Frontal assault?" "He's got a gun to her head," McGraw said. "I don't want her hurt, Reacher. She's precious to me, okay?" "Any other way in?" Garber asked. Reacher stared at the doors, and the roaring of the Beirut bomb receded and was replaced by the quiet whimpering of an earlier nightmare. He spent a minute trawling desperately for an alternative. He thought about the rifles and the missiles and the trucks. Then he gave it up. "Keep him occupied," he said. "Talk to him. Anything." He left the Barrett and took the Glock back from McGraw, dodged to the next truck and the next, all the way level with the entrance to the other cavern, the charnel house, full of bodies and skeletons and rats. He heard McGraw calling to Milosevic in a faint faraway voice, and he ran to the big log doors, ducked in through the gap, and moved back into the dark. He had no flashlight. He felt his way around the troop carrier and eased on into the mountain. He held his hand above his head and felt the roof come down, felt for the bodies in the pile and skirted them, crouched and headed left for the skeletons. The rats were hearing him and smelling him and squealing angry warnings all the way back to their nests. He dropped to his knees and then lay down and swam through the pile of damp bones, felt the roof of the tunnel lower and the sides press in, took a deep breath, and felt the fear come back.
The fastest helicopter available on that day was a Marine Corps Nighthawk stationed at Malmstrom. It was a long, fat, humped machine, but it was quick. Within minutes of Johnson's call, it was spinning up and receiving orders to head west and north to a gravel turnout on the last road in Montana. Then it was in the air. The Marine pilot found the road and followed it north, fast and low, until he spotted a cluster of Army command vehicles parked tight into a rock cutting. He swung back and put down on the turnout and waited. Saw 3 men racing south toward him. One was a civilian and 2 were Army. One was a colonel and the other was the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. The pilot shrugged at his crewman, who pointed upward through the plexiglass canopy. There was a lone vapor trail maybe 36,000 feet up. Some big jet was unwinding a tight spiral and streaking south. The pilot shrugged again and figured whatever was happening, it was happening to the south. So he made a provisional course calculation and was surprised when the brass clambered aboard and ordered him to head north into the mountains. Reacher was laughing. He was hauling himself along through the tunnel and laughing out loud, shaking and crying with laughter. He was no longer afraid. The tight clamp of the rock on his body was like a caress. He had done this once and survived it. It was possible. He was going to get through. The fear had disappeared as suddenly as it had come. He pushed through the pile of bones in the dark and stretched out and felt the rock clamp down against his back. His chest had seized and his throat had gagged tight. He had felt the hot, damp flush of panic and pressed himself into the ground. He had felt his strength drain away. Then he had focused. The job in hand. Holly. Milosevic's revolver pushed against the dark billow of her hair, her fabulous eyes dull with despair. He had seen her in his mind at the end of the tunnel. Holly. Then the tunnel seemed to straighten and become a warm, smooth tube, an exact fit for his bulky shoulders, like it was tailored for him and him alone. A simple horizontal journey. He had learned a long time ago that some things were worth being afraid of, and some things were not. Things that he had done before and survived did not justify fear. To be afraid of a survivable thing was irrational. And whatever else he was, Reacher knew he was a rational man. In that split second, the fear disappeared, and he felt himself relax. He was a fighter, an avenger, and Holly was waiting for him. He thrust his arms forward like a swimmer diving for the water and swarmed through the mountain toward her. He charged along with a tidy rhythm, like marching out in the open road, but doing it lying down in the dark. Small, deft movements of hands and feet, head lowered, laughing with relief. He felt the tunnel get smaller and hug him. He slid on through. He felt the blank wall ahead and folded himself neatly around the corner, breathed easily and stopped laughing. Told himself it was time for quiet. He crawled on as fast as he could, slowed up when he sensed the roof soaring away above him, crept forward until the smell of the air told him he was nearly through. Then he heard the helicopter. He heard the faint thumping of the rotors in the distance. He heard feet scuffling 40 yards in front of him, the inarticulate sound of surprise and panic. He heard Milosevic's voice, high-pitched, West Coast accent.
"Keep that chopper away from here!"
Milosevic screamed through the door. The noise was getting nearer, growing louder.
"Keep it away, you hear?"
Milosevic screamed.
"I'll kill her, McGraw! That's a promise, you hear?"
It was totally dark. There were vehicles between Reacher and the cracks of light around the door. But not the white truck. That was gone. He rolled up into the space where it had been and pulled the Glock from his pocket. The thumping of the rotor blades was very close. It was battering the doors and filling the cavern.
"I'll trade her with you!"
Milosevic screamed through the door.
"I get out of here unharmed, you get her back, okay? McGraw, you hear me?"
If there was a reply, Reacher didn't hear it.
"I'm not with these guys!"
Milosevic screamed.
"This whole thing has nothing to do with me! Brogan got me into it! He made me do it!"
The noise was shattering. The heavy doors were shaking.
"I did it for the money, that's all!"
Milosevic screamed.
"Brogan was giving me money! Hundreds of thousands of dollars, McGraw! You'd have done the exact same thing! Brogan was making me rich! He bought me a Ford Explorer, the limited edition, 35 grand! How the hell else was I ever gonna get one?" Reacher listened to the screaming voice in the darkness. He didn't want to shoot him. For one crazy moment, he felt absurdly grateful to him, because he had banished his childhood nightmare. He had forced him to confront it and defeat it. He had made him a better man. He wanted to run up to him and shake him by the hand. He could picture himself doing it. But then the picture changed. He needed to run up to him and shake him by the throat and ask him if he knew where Stevie had taken the white truck. That was what he needed to do. That was why he didn't want to shoot him. He crept forward in the deafening noise and skirted around the vehicles. He was operating in a one-dimensional world. He could see nothing because of the darkness. He could hear nothing because of the helicopter. He sensed movement near the doors, came out from behind a pickup and saw a shape framed against the cracks of light. A shape that should have been two shapes. Wide at the top, 4 legs. Milosevic with his arm around Holly's throat, his gun at her head. He waited for his vision to build. Their faces faded in from black to gray. Holly in front of Milosevic. Reacher raised the Glock, circled left to get an angle. His shin caught a fender. He staggered and backed into a pile of paint cans. They crashed silently to the rock floor, inaudible in the crushing noise from outside. He sprinted closer to the light. Milosevic sensed it and turned. Reacher saw his mouth open in a silent shout, saw him twist and push Holly out in front of him like a shield, saw him stall with indecision, his revolver up in the air. Reacher dodged right, then danced back left. He saw Milosevic track him both ways, saw Holly use the sway to tear herself out of his grip. The rotor noise was shattering. He saw Milosevic glancing left and right, saw him making his decision. Reacher was armed, Holly was not. Milosevic lunged forward. The .38 flashed silently in the noise. The brief white flame was blinding in the dark. Reacher lost his sense of where Holly was. He cursed and held his fire. He saw Milosevic aim again. Beyond him, he saw Holly's arm come up and stretch around his head from behind. He saw her hand touch his face with gentle precision. She saw him stumble. Then the door heaved open, and Holly staggered away from the shattering flood of noise and sunlight and crashed straight into his arms. The sunlight fell in a bright bar across Milosevic. He was lying on his back. His .38 was in his hand. The hammer was back. There was a shard of bathroom tile sticking out of his head where his left eye should have been. It was maybe 3 inches in and 3 inches out. A small worm of blood was running away from the point of entry. Then the open door was crowded with people. Reacher saw McGraw and Garber standing in a blast of dust. A Nighthawk was landing behind them. 3 men were spilling out and running over, a civilian and a colonel, and General Johnson. Holly twisted and saw them and buried her face back in Reacher's chest. Garber was the first to them. He pulled him out into the light and the noise. They stumbled awkwardly, 4-legged. The downdraft tore at them. McGraw stepped near, and Holly pulled herself from Reacher's grip and threw herself at him and hugged him hard. Then General Johnson was moving in on her through the crowd. "Holly," he mouthed through the din. She straightened in the light, grinned at him, hooked her hair back behind her ears, pulled away from McGraw, and hugged her father close.
"Still stuff for me to do, Dad," she screamed over the engines. "I'll tell you everything later, okay?"
Chapter 46. Reacher made a twirling signal with his hand to tell the helicopter pilot to keep the engines spinning and ran through the noise and the eddying dust to take the Barrett back from Garber. He waved the others toward the machine, hustled them up the ladder and followed them in through the sliding door, laid the Barrett on the metal floor and dumped himself into a canvas chair, pulled his headset on, thumbed the button and called through to the pilot. "Stand by, okay?" he said. "I'll give you a course as soon as I've got one." The pilot nodded and ran the engines up out of idle. The rotor thumped faster and the noise built louder. The weight of the aircraft came up off the tires. "Where the hell are we going?" Webster shouted. "We're chasing Stevie, Chief," McGraw shouted back. "He's driving the truck. The truck is full of dynamite. He's going to explode it somewhere. Remember what the Kendall sheriff said? Stevie always got sent out to do the dirty work. You want me to draw you a damn picture?" "But he can't have gotten out of here," Webster yelled. "The bridge is blown, and there are no tracks through the forest. They closed them all." Forest Service guy didn't say that, McGraw yelled back. They closed some of them. He wasn't sure which ones was all. What he said was, maybe there's a way through, maybe there isn't. They had 2 years to spy it out, Reacher shouted. You said the pickup had spent time on Forest Service tracks, right? Crushed sandstone all over the underside. They had 2 whole years to find a way through the maze. Webster glanced to his left, east, over to where the forest lay beyond the giant mountain. He nodded urgently, eyes wide. Okay, so we gotta stop him, he yelled. But where has he gone? He's 6 hours ahead of us, Reacher shouted. We can assume the forest was pretty slow. Call it 2 hours. Then 4 hours on the open road. Maybe 200 miles? Diesel Econoline hauling a ton. Can't be averaging more than about 50. But which damn direction? Webster yelled through the noise. Holly glanced at Reacher. That was a question they had asked each other a number of times in relation to that exact same truck. Reacher opened up the map in his head and trawled around it all over again, clockwise. Could have gone east, he shouted. He'd still be in Montana, past Great Falls. Could be down in Idaho, could be in Oregon, could be halfway to Seattle. No, Garber yelled. Think about it the other way around. That's the key to this thing. Where has he been ordered to go? What would the target be? Reacher nodded slowly. Garber was making sense. The target. What does Borkin want to attack? Johnson yelled. Borkin had said, you study the system and you learn to hate it. Reacher thought hard and nodded again and thumbed his mic and called through to the pilot. Okay, let's go, he said. Straight on south of here should do it. The noise increased louder, and the Nighthawk lifted heavily off the ground. It swung in the air and rose clear of the cliffs, slipped south and banked around, dropped its nose and accelerated hard. The noise moved up out of the cabin and settled to a deep roar inside the engines. The ground tilted and flashed past below. Reacher saw the mountain hairpins unwinding and the parade ground sliding past. The knot of tiny people was breaking up. They were drifting away into the trees and being swallowed up under the green canopy. Then the narrow slash of the rifle range was under them, then the broad stony circle of the bastion. Then the aircraft rose sharply as the ground fell away so that the big white courthouse slipped by underneath, as small as a dollhouse. Then they were over the ravine, over the broken bridge, and away into the vast forested spaces to the south. Reacher tapped the pilot on the shoulder and spoke through the intercom. What speed are we doing? He asked. 160, the pilot said. Course? Reacher asked. Dead on south, the pilot said. Reacher nodded, closed his eyes, and started to calculate. It was like being back in grade school. He's 200 miles ahead doing 50 miles an hour. You're chasing him at 160. How long before you catch him? Grade school math had been okay for Reacher. So had fighting in the yard. The fighting part had stayed with him better than the math. He was sure there must be some kind of a formula for it. Something with X and Y all over the damn page. Something equaling something else. But if there was a formula, he had long ago forgotten it. So he had to do it by trial and error. Another hour, Stevie would be 250 miles from home. The Nighthawk would have done 160, way behind. An hour after that, Stevie would be 300 miles out, and the Nighthawk would be 320, overshot. Therefore, they were going to catch him somewhere near the top of the second hour, if they were headed in the right direction. Flathead Lake came into view, far ahead and far below. Reacher could see the road snaking across the rugged terrain. He thumbed the button on his mic. Still south? He asked. Dead on, the pilot said. Still 160? Reacher asked again. Dead on, the pilot said again. Okay, stick with it, Reacher said. Hour and 50 minutes, maybe. So where is he going? Webster asked. San Francisco, Reacher said. Why? McGraw asked. Or Minneapolis, Reacher said, but I'm gambling on San Francisco. Why? McGraw asked again. San Francisco or Minneapolis, Reacher said. Think about it. Other possibilities would be Boston, New York, Philly, Cleveland, Richmond in Virginia, Atlanta, Chicago, St. Louis, and Kansas City in Missouri, or Dallas in Texas.
McGraw just shrugged blankly. Webster looked puzzled. Johnson glanced at his aide. Garber was motionless. But Holly was smiling. She smiled and winked at Reacher. He winked back, and the Nighthawk thumped on south over Missoula at 160 miles an hour.
Christ! It's the 4th of July, Webster said suddenly.
Tell me about it, Reacher said. Lots of people gathered in public places, families, kids and all. Webster nodded grimly. Okay, where exactly in San Francisco? He asked. I'm not sure, Reacher said.
North end of Market, Holly said. Right near Embarcadero Plaza. That's where, Chief. I've been there on the 4th. Big parade in the afternoon, fireworks over the water at night, huge crowds all day long.
Huge crowds everywhere on the 4th, Webster said. You better be guessing right, people. McGraw looked up. A slow smile was spreading over his bruised face. We are guessing right, he said. It's San Francisco for sure, not Minneapolis or any place else. Reacher smiled back and winked. McGraw had gotten it. You want to tell me why? Webster asked him. McGraw was still smiling. Go figure, he said. You're the damn director. Because it's the nearest? Webster asked. McGraw nodded. In both senses, he said, and smiled again. What both senses? Webster asked. What are we talking about? Nobody answered him. The military men were quiet. Holly and McGraw were staring out through the windows at the ground, 2,000 feet below. Reacher was craning up, looking ahead through the pilot's plexiglass canopy. Where are we? He asked him. The pilot pointed down at a concrete ribbon below. That's US 93, he said. Just about to leave Montana and enter Idaho, still heading due south. Reacher nodded. Great, he said. Follow 93. It's the only road goes south, right? We'll catch him somewhere between here and Nevada. He started worrying near the top of the second hour. Started worrying badly. Started desperate revisions to his grade school calculations. Maybe Stevie was driving faster than 50. He was a fast driver, faster than Bell had been. Maybe he was doing nearer 60. Where did that put him? 360 miles out. In which case, they wouldn't catch him until 2 hours 15 minutes had elapsed. What if he was doing 70? Could that Econoline sustain 70, hour after hour, with a ton and back? Maybe. Probably. In which case he was 420 miles out. A total of 2 hours 40 minutes before they overhauled him. That was the envelope. Somewhere between 1 hour 50 minutes and 2 hours 40 minutes, somewhere between Montana and Nevada. A whole 50 minutes of rising panic. More than 100 miles of concrete ribbon to watch before he could know for sure he was wrong and they had to peel off hopelessly northeast toward Minnesota. The helicopter was flying nose down, top speed, straight along US 93. The 7 passengers were craned forward, staring down at the road. They were over a town called Salmon. The pilot was calling out information like a tour guide. The giant peak of Mount McGuire, 10,000 feet way off to the right. Twin Peaks, 10,500 feet up ahead to the right. Bora Peak, highest of all, 11,500 feet way ahead to the left. The aircraft rose and fell 1,000 feet above the terrain, hurtled along lower than the surrounding peaks, nose down to the highway like a bloodhound. Time ticked away. 20 minutes. 30. The road was pretty much empty. It connected Missoula in the north to Twin Falls in Idaho, 300 miles to the south. Neither was a booming metropolis, and this was a holiday. Everybody had already gotten where they were going. There was an occasional automobile and an occasional trucker working overtime. No white Econoline. There had been 2 white vehicles, but they were both pickups. There had been 1 panel truck, but it was dark green. That was all. Nothing else. No white truck. Sometimes the road was empty all the way to the horizon in front of them. The time was taken away, like a bomb. 40 minutes. 50.
I'm going to call Minneapolis, Webster said. We blew it. McGraw waited, hoping. He shook his head. Not yet, he said. That's a desperation move. Mass panic. Can you imagine the crowds? The evacuation? People are going to get trampled. Webster peered out and down, stared at the road for a full minute. 54 minutes into the 50-minute envelope. Get worse than trampled if that damn truck's already up there, he said. You want to imagine that? Time ticked away. 58 minutes. An hour. The road stayed empty. There's still time, Garber said. San Francisco or Minneapolis, either one. He's still got to be a long way short. He glanced at Reacher, doubt and trust visible in his eyes in approximately equal measures. More time ticked away. An hour and 5 minutes. The road still stayed empty, all the way to the distant horizon. The speeding helicopter reeled it in, only to reveal a new horizon, still empty. He could be anywhere, Webster said. San Francisco's wrong. Maybe Minneapolis is wrong, too. He could be in Seattle already, or anywhere. Not Seattle, Reacher said. He stared forward, stared on and on. Fear and panic had him by the throat. He checked his watch again and again. An hour and 10 minutes, 11, 12, 13, 14, an hour and 15 minutes. He stared at the watch and the empty ribbon below. Then he sat back and went quiet, chilled with terror. He had hung on as long as he could, but they had reached the point where the math went absurd. To be this far south without passing him, Stevie would need to be driving at 100 miles an hour, or 120, or 150. He glanced at the others and spoke in a voice which didn't sound like his own. I blew it, he said. It must have been Minneapolis. Then the thump of the engines faded, and for the second time that day, the huge bass roar of the bomb came back. He kept his eyes wide open, so he wouldn't have to see it, but he saw it anyway. Not Marines this time, not hard men camped out in the heat to do a job, but soft people, women and children, small and smaller, camped out in a city park to watch fireworks, vaporizing and bursting into a hazy pink dew like his friends had done 13 years before. The bone fragments coming out of children and hissing away through the burning air and hitting other children 100 yards farther on, hitting them and tearing through their soft guts like shrapnel, and putting the luckiest ones in the hospital for a whole agonizing year. They were all staring at him. He realized tears were rolling down his cheeks and splashing onto his shirt. I'm sorry, he said. They looked away. I got calls to make, Webster said. Why is it Minneapolis now? Why was it ever San Francisco? Federal Reserve branches, Reacher said quietly. There are 12 of them. The nearest two to Montana are San Francisco and Minneapolis. Borkin hated the Fed. He thought it was the main instrument of the world government. He thought it was a big conspiracy to eliminate the middle classes. It was his special theory. He said it put him ahead in his understanding. And he believed the Fed ordered his father's bank to finagle the old guy into taking a loan so they could deliberately default him later. So Borkin's attacking the Fed? Johnson asked urgently. Reacher nodded. Twin blows, he said. In the war against the world government. Attacked the old system with a surprise move, like Pearl Harbor, at the same time as setting up a brand new system for converts to flock to. One bird with two stones. He stopped talking, too tired to continue, too dispirited. Garber was staring at him, real pain in his face. The beating of the engines was so loud it sounded like total silence. The Declaration of Independence was only half of it, McGraw said. Double decoy. We were supposed to be focused up there, worried about Hawley, worried about a suicide pact, going crazy, while they bombed the Fed behind our backs. I figured San Francisco because of Kendall, remember? I figured Borkin would target the nearest branch to where his old man's farm was. Webster nodded. Hell of a plan, he said. Holiday weekend, agents on leave, Big strategic decisions to make. Everybody looking in the wrong place. Then the whole world looking at the bombing while Borkin secures his territory back up there. "Where is the Fed in Minneapolis?" Johnson asked urgently. Webster shrugged vaguely. "No idea," he said. "I've never been to Minneapolis. I imagine it's a big public building, probably in a nice spot, parks all around, maybe on the river or something. There's a river in Minneapolis, right?" Holly nodded.
"It's called the Mississippi," she said.
"No," Reacher said.
"It damn well is," Holly said. "Everybody knows that."
"No," Reacher said again. "It's not Minneapolis. It's San Francisco."
"Mississippi goes nowhere near San Francisco," Holly said.
Then she saw a giant smile spreading across Reacher's face, a final gleam of triumph in his tired eyes.
"What?"
she said. "San Francisco was right," he said. Webster grunted in irritation. "We'd have passed him already," he said. "Miles back." Reacher thumbed his mic, shouted up to the pilot. "Turn back," he said. "A big wide loop." Then he smiled again, smiled and closed his eyes. "We did pass him," he said. "Miles back, right over his damn head. They painted the truck green." The Nighthawk swung away into a high-banked loop. The passengers swung their gaze from window to window as the landscape rotated below. "There was paint in the motor pool," Reacher said. "I tripped over the cans. Probably camouflage base coat. They slapped it on this morning. Damn stuff is probably still wet." They saw Kenworth they had passed minutes ago. It was snuffling along 1,000 feet below. Then a long stretch of empty pavement. Then a white pickup. More empty road. Then a dark green panel truck speeding south. "Down! Down!" Reacher was calling through. "Is that it?" McGraw asked. The gap between the panel truck and the pickup in front was lengthening. The truck was falling back. There was nothing behind it, all the way to the horizon. The Nighthawk was losing height. It was dropping toward the truck the way an eagle heads for a baby rabbit. "Is that it?" McGraw asked again. "That's it," Reacher said.
"It sure is,"
Holly whooped. "You positive?" McGraw asked.
"Look at the roof,"
Holly told him. McGraw looked. The roof was streaked with dark green paint, but he could see it was peppered with tiny holes, like somebody had fired a shotgun right through it.
"We stared at those damn holes for 2 whole days," Holly said. "I'll remember them the rest of my life."
"There are 113 of them," Reacher said. "I counted. It's a prime number." Holly laughed and leaned over, smacked a joyous high five with him.
"That's our truck," she said. "No doubt about it."
"Can you see the driver?" McGraw asked. The pilot tilted down and rocked sideways for a close look.
"It's Stevie," Holly shouted back. "For sure. We've got him."
"This thing got weapons?" Webster asked. "2 big machine guns," the pilot called through. "But I'm not going to use them. That I can't do. Military can't get involved in law enforcement." "Can you fly this thing straight and level?" Reacher asked him. 50 miles an hour, maybe 60, without asking too many questions?" The pilot laughed. It came through the headsets tinny and distorted. "I can fly this thing any old way you want me to," he said. "With the General's permission, of course." Johnson nodded cautiously. Reacher leaned down and picked the Barrett up off the floor, unfastened his harness and stood up into a crouch, waved to Holly to change seats with him. She crawled across in front of McGraw, and Reacher eased into her place. He could feel the Nighthawk slowing and dropping in the air. He put some length into Holly's harness and fastened it loosely around his waist, stretched back for the door release, tugged at the handle, and the door slid back on its runners. Then there was a gale of air coming in as the slipstream howled through the opening, and the aircraft was turning half sideways, sliding through the air like a car skids through snow. The green truck was below and behind, maybe 200 feet down. The pilot was stabilizing his speed until he matched the truck's progress and tilting the aircraft so that Reacher's eyeline was pointing straight down at the road. "How's this?" the pilot asked. Reacher thumbed his mic button. "Dead on," he said. "Anything up ahead?" "One vehicle coming north," the co-pilot said. "When that's through, you got nothing at all for 10 miles. "Anything behind?" Reacher asked. He saw the northbound vehicles streak by below. McGraw stuck his head out into the gale, ducked back in and nodded. "Clear behind," he said. Reacher raised the Barrett to his shoulder, put a round in the breech. Shooting at a moving vehicle from another moving vehicle is not a great recipe for accuracy, but he was looking at a distance of less than 70 yards and a target about 20 feet long and 7 wide, so he wasn't worrying about it. He put the crosshairs on a point 2/3 of the way down the length of the roof. He figured the forward movement of the truck and the backward movement of the air might put the bullet dead center through the load compartment. He wondered vaguely whether the 3-foot mattress was still in there. "Wait!" Webster shouted. "What if you're wrong? What if it's empty? You're only guessing, right? This whole thing is guesswork. We need proof, Reacher. We need some kind of corroboration here." Reacher didn't glance back, kept his eye on the scope. "Bullshit," he said quietly, concentrating. "This is going to be all the corroboration we need." Webster grabbed his arm. "You can't do this," he said. "You could be killing an innocent man." "Bullshit," Reacher said again. "If he's an innocent man, I won't be killing him, will I?" He shook Webster's hand off his arm, turned to face him. "Think about it, Webster," he said. "Relax. Be logical. The proof comes after I shoot, right? If he's hauling a bomb, we'll know all about it. If he's hauling fresh air, nothing bad will happen to him. He'll just get another hole in his damn truck. Number 114. He turned back to the door, raised the rifle again, acquired the target. Out of sheer habit, he waited for his breath to be out and his heart to be between beats. Then he pulled the trigger. It took 1,000th of a second for the sound of the shot to hit his ear, and 70 times as long as that for the big heavy bullet to hit the truck. Nothing happened for a second. Then the truck ceased to exist. It was suddenly a blinding fireball, rolling down the highway like a hot white tumbleweed. A gigantic concussion ring blasted outward. The helicopter was hit by a violent shockwave and tossed sideways and 500 feet higher in the air. The pilot caught it at the top and slewed back, steadied it in the air and swung around, dropped the nose. There was nothing to see on the highway except a roiling cloud of thin smoke slowing into a teardrop shape 300 yards long. No debris, no metal, no hurtling wheels, no clattering wreckage. Nothing at all except microscopic invisible particles of vapor accelerating into the atmosphere way faster than the speed of sound. The pilot stuck around at a hover for a long moment and then drifted east, put his craft gently down on the scrub 100 yards from the shoulder, shut the engines down. Reacher sat in the deafening silence and unclipped his belt, laid the Barrett on the floor and vaulted out through the open door. Walked slowly toward the highway. A ton of dynamite. A whole ton. A hell of a bang. There was nothing left at all. He guessed there were flattened grasses for a half-mile all around, but that was it. The terrible energy of the explosion had blasted outward and met absolutely nothing at all in its path. Nothing soft, nothing vulnerable. It had blasted outward and then weakened and slowed and died to a puff of breeze miles away, and it had hurt nothing. Nothing at all. He stood in the silence and closed his eyes. Then he heard footsteps behind him. It was Holly. He heard her good leg alternating with her bad leg. A long stride, then a shuffle. He opened his eyes and looked at the road. She walked around in front of him and stopped, laid her head on his chest and put her arms around him, squeezed him tight and held on. He raised his hand to her head and smoothed her hair behind her ear, like he had seen her do.
"All done,"
she said. "Get a problem, solve a problem," he said. "That's my rule." She was quiet for a long time.
"I wish it was always that easy,"
she said. The way she said it, after the delay, it was like a long speech, like a closely reasoned argument. He pretended not to know which problem she was talking about. "Your father?"
he said. "You're way, way out of his shadow now." She shook her head against his chest.
"I don't know," she said.
"Believe it," he said. "That thing you did for me on the parade ground was one of the smartest, coolest, bravest things I ever saw anybody do, man or woman, young or old. Better than anything I ever did. Better than anything your old man ever did. He'd give his front teeth for guts like that. So would I. You're way out of anybody's shadow now, Holly. Believe it."
"I thought I was," she said. "I felt like it. I really did. For a while. But then when I saw him again, I felt just the same as I always did. I called him Dad."
"He is your dad," Reacher said.
"I know,"
she replied.
"That's the problem."
He was quiet for a long moment. "So change your name," he said. "That might do it." He could feel her holding her breath.
"Is that a proposal?"
she asked. "It's a suggestion," he said.
"You think Holly Reacher sounds good?"
she asked. His turn to stay quiet for a long time. His turn to catch his breath. And finally, his turn to talk about the real problem. "It sounds wonderful," he said. "But I guess Holly McGraw sounds better." She made no reply. "He's the lucky guy, right?" he said. She nodded, a small motion of her head against his chest. "So tell him," he said. She shrugged in his arms.
"I can't,"
she said.
"I'm nervous."
"Don't be," he said. "He might have something similar to tell you." She looked up. He squinted down at her.
"You think so?"
she asked. "You're nervous, he's nervous," Reacher said. "Somebody should say something. I'm not about to do it for either of you." She squeezed him harder. Then she stretched up and kissed him, hard and long on the mouth.
"Thank you,"
she said. "For what?" he asked.
"For understanding,"
she said. He shrugged. It wasn't the end of the world. Just felt like it.
"Coming?"
she asked. He shook his head. "No," he said. She left him on the shoulder of US 93, right there in Idaho. He watched her all the way back to the Nighthawk, watched her climb the short ladder. She paused and turned, looked back at him. Then she ducked up and in. The door closed, the rotor thumped. He knew he would never see her again. His clothes tore at him and the dust swirled all around him as the helicopter took off. He waved it away, watched it until it was lost to sight. Then he took a deep breath and looked left and right along the empty highway. Friday the 4th of July. Independence Day. Saturday the 5th and Sunday the 6th, York County was sealed off and secret army units were moving in and out around the clock. Air artillery squads recovered the missile unit. They took it south in 4 Chinooks. Quartermasters went in and recovered all the ordnance they could find. They collected enough for a small war. Medical corpsmen removed the bodies. They found the 20 men from the missile unit in the cave. They found the skeletons Reacher had crawled through. They found 5 mutilated bodies in another cave, dressed like workmen, like builders or carpenters. They took Fowler out of the command hut and Borkin from the road in front of the courthouse. They brought Milosevic down from the mountain bowl and Brogan out of the small clearing west of the bastion. They found Jackson's rough grave in the forest and dug him up. They laid 18 dead militiamen and 1 dead woman side by side on the rifle range and helicoptered them away. One of Garber's military investigators flew in alone and took the hard disk out of the financial computer and put it on a chopper for transport to Chicago. Engineers moved in and dynamited the mine entrances. Sappers moved into the bastion and disabled the water supply and tore down the power lines. They set fire to the huts and watched as they burned. Late Sunday night, when the last of the smoke was rising, they marched back to their choppers and lifted away south. Early Monday morning, Harland Webster was back in the off-white parlor inside the White House. Ruth Rosen was smiling at him and asking how his holiday weekend had been.
He was smiling back at her and saying nothing. An hour later, the morning sun was rolling west of Chicago, and 3 agents were arresting Brogan's girlfriend. They grilled her for 30 minutes and advised her to get out of town, leaving behind anything he had ever bought her. Then the same agents took Milosevic's brand-new Ford Explorer out of the Federal Building's parking lot and drove it 5 miles south. They left it on a quiet street, doors unlocked, keys in. By the time it had been stolen, Holly Johnson was arriving at the knee clinic for an early appointment. An hour after that, she was back at her desk. Before lunch, the missing money from the bearer bond robbery was following a route of her own choosing out of the Caymans. 6 o'clock Monday evening, she was home and packing. She threw her bags into her car and drove north. Moved into McGraw's house up in Evanston. Tuesday morning, there were 3 separate stories on the National Militia Internet. Refugees from an isolated valley in Montana had drifted south and west to new settlements with reports of a recent world government maneuver. Foreign troops had wiped out a band of militia heroes. The foreign battalion had been led by a French mercenary. He had succeeded only because he had used classified SDI technology, including satellites and lasers and microchips. Journalists picked up on the story and called the Hoover Building. Late Tuesday evening, in a prepared statement, an FBI spokesperson denied all knowledge of any such events. Early Wednesday morning, after 5 hitched rides and 4 buses through 7 states, Reacher was finally in Wisconsin. It was where he had aimed to be exactly a week before. He liked it there. It struck him as a fine place to be in July. He stayed until Friday afternoon. Die Trying is published by Random House Audiobooks, a division of the Penguin Random House Group. Copyright Lee Child, 1998. Copyright and recording, Random House Audiobooks. Lee Child has asserted his right under the Copyright Designs and Patents Act 1988 to be identified as the author of this work.
Audible hopes you've enjoyed this program.